Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Rebel 2, Rebel 2, Rebel 2, Rebel 2. Welcome to
Before the horse, we run it. Car before the horse, we run it. Car before the horse, we run it.
SBC Nation, stand up! SBC Nation, stand up! Stand up!
Yeah. Gavin X Mr. Walker in the ring. Two married men, yeah, we built for the stain. From the ghetto to growth, yeah, we changing the view. Trying to elevate the people, bringing truth to the youth. Yeah, we came from the bottom, but we aiming for better. Family man, real talk, yeah, we built to weather every storm, every lie, yeah, we cut through the fake. Trying to show our people how to move and create. Yeah, single by choices, yeah, we speaking the game. Yeah, truth over lies, yeah, we setting the flame. If it's real, we stamp it. If it's fake, we expose. Yeah, the message too strong, now the whole world knows. Yeah, yo, I hit the like, don't just watch, engage. Could he subscribe, join the movement, get paid? I cash app if you rock with the vibe. Yeah, super chats, let your voice come alive. Yeah, knock, chillin', but he watching it close. Boom. Keisha got opinions, yeah, she do the most. Yeah, we break it all down, yeah, we keep it legit. Yeah, real conversations, yeah, we standing on it. It's bigger than views, yeah, it's deeper than clout. We speak for the ones trying to figure it out. From the struggle to structure, yeah, we building a way. Trying to turn lost minds into leaders one day.
We ride it.
Let's go!
Car before the
Truth over lies, yeah, we ready to go. If you rockin' with the real, better sing this song. Yeah, feel the Regal Rumble, yeah, the name ring bells. Yeah, go before the horse, yeah, we giving them hell. Yeah.
car before the horse.
Yeah, the Regal Rumble.
Car before the horse.
Yeah, the night ring bells.
Car before the horse.
Car before the horse production.
Car before the horse.
Welcome to the fight.
Car before the horse.
Welcome to the fight. Welcome to the fight.
To the Regal Rumble.
From the Regal Rumble. Call before the horse production.
Step in the ring. Step out the way.
Get this shit a Regal Rumble. Get this shit a Regal Rumble.
Hell in the car before the horse, we the voice of the streets. Gavin X Mr. Walker, bringing truth every week. From the bottom we rose, now we preach what we know. Married men, real life, trying to help people grow. Hell in the car before the horse, yeah, the movement is real. If you feel what we say, better like, share, and build. Hit subscribe, don't hide, let the message expand. SBC Nation worldwide, yeah, we taking a stand.
We done seen it all, from the struggle to the pain. Trying to break them cycles, elevate the whole game. From the ghetto, but we thinkers, we ain't stuck in the past. Trying to show the next generation how to build something last. Single by choices, yeah, we speaking on the truth. Truth over lies, yeah, we reaching for the youth. No gimmicks, no cap, just facts in the booth. Trying to wake them all up, yeah, we bringing the proof.
I hit the cash out.
Support the show.
Got super chats out.
Let it flow.
Carry that light go.
Don't be slow.
React, subscribe now.
Let's go.
Nug in the cut, yeah, he peeping the scene. Bon Quisha talking loud, know exactly what I mean. We break it all down, yeah, we keep it a stack. Real conversations, yeah, we never hold back.
Yeah, two married men still standing on cold, trying to guide our people off that self-destruction. The road is bigger than content, yeah, it's deeper than views. It's a mission for the culture, we got something
Y'all
to
in the
prove.
car before the horse, we the voice of the streets. Gavin X Mr. Walker, bringing truth every week. SBC Nation strong, yeah, we locked in tight. Truth over lies, yeah, we ready to fight. Y'all in the car before the horse, yeah, the real ones relate. From the struggle to success, yeah, we changing the fate. Hit that like, subscribe, don't just sit and observe. If you rockin' with then support what you heard.
Cart before the horse. Cart before the horse.
Oh,
Welcome to the show.
We had it backwards, now we shifting the course.
Yeah,
Caught before the horse production.
we live. Welcome to
Caught before the horse production.
We live.
Rock hammer, where truth get tested and pressure make diamonds. Two married men, straight out the mud, trying to build something better for our people.
This that Regal Rumble where the real ones speak. From the block to the boardroom, we rise every week. Truth over lies, yeah, we cutting through the noise. Single by choices, now we guiding the boys.
SBC Nation, we see you. Day ones, new subs, we appreciate you.
From single by choices to truth over lies. We been giving y'all game, no disguise.
Nug, nug in the building. Bone Keisha watching close. We breaking down culture while the world do the most. This ain't just content, this a movement. We talking accountability, structure, improvement.
Yeah, this ain't just content, this a movement. We talking accountability, structure, improvement.
Yeah, we shaking the scene. Married men with a vision. Yeah, we building a team. From the struggle to success, yeah, we changing the view. If it's truth over lies, then it's rocking with you.
Hit that like button now, subscribe to the channel, good. Cash app lit and super chats running with.
If you rocking with the message, then support the show. Car before the horse production.
Car before the horse, now we back in alignment.
The Regal Rumble.
With true me refinement.
Car before the horse production. Me lit. Car before the horse production.
Yeah. Y'all already know what it is.
Yeah, we back in the building, let's go.
Yeah.
Where the Regal Rumble at?
Yeah, we back in the building, let's go.
Yeah. Where the Regal Rumble at?
Yeah, we back in the building, let's go.
Where the Regal Rumble at?
Hey, real ones talking. If you know the young car before the horse had to flip the whole vision. Now we lined up right. Yeah, we moving with precision from the gutter to growth. Yeah, we speak with intention. Married man, real life, not no internet fiction. Gavin X on the mic. Yeah, I stand on business, trying to build up kings, not promote these gimmicks. If it don't make sense, then we gotta correct it. SBC Nation, yeah, we highly respect it. Mr. Walker stepping in, yeah, the truth gets spoken. Lot of homes fell apart, yeah, the structure was broken. We ain't here for the games, we applying the pressure, trying to guide our people to a whole nother level. From single by choices to truth over lies. We been dropping real game, cutting through the disguise. If it's real, we salute it. If it's fake, we expose it. Yeah, the message hit different when you actually live it. Nug in the cut. Bomb Keisha got opinions at end. Nug in the cut. Bomb Keisha got opinions at end. Nug in the cut. Bomb Keisha got opinions. Ay, be breaking down culture while the world steady tripping. Ay, with a Regal Rumble. Yeah, the crown stay heavy, we don't fall. Ay, with a Regal truth over lies. Yeah, the story been told. Listen, two married men from the trenches, still standing, still building, trying to show you it's another way. This ain't hate, this is game. Hit that like button goes, don't play with it. Subscribe, go, yeah, stay with it. Cash app lit if you rockin' with the flow. Super chats on, yeah, support the show. If you SBC Nation, then you already know. Where the Regal Rumble at? Yeah, we shaking up the game, let's go. Hey, where the Regal Rumble at? Cart before the horse. Hey, now we running the show. Hey. Yeah, we back in the building, let's go.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Welcome. Live Saturday night, Regal Rumble, brought to you by
Car before the horse production.
We live. Welcome to
Car before the horse production.
It's Saturday night, Mr. Walker. How you feeling, brother?
Yes, sir. I am feeling freaking-tastic per usual. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, El Nug Nugs and Le Bonquishas. Welcome to Car Before the Horse Regal Rumble, in affiliation with the Bougie Negro Podcast, and also, as all you Negroes know, in association with Ain't No Fun Once the Rabbits Got to Gun Entertainment. What's going on with you this fine Regal Rumble Saturday?
I got beans and bologna. Yeah.
Welcome in, SBC, Car Before the Horse Nation. Y'all know it is Saturday night, Regal Rumble. Make sure you guys hit the like button, hit the subscribe button as you come into the room.
That part there, my baby. No matter whether you're watching it on the Cart Before the Horse channel or the Single by Choices, come one, come all, this mighty fine August 15th, 2026. As you can see, Gavin X and I are very much still in the mix, reporting live to you jive chickens from this wonky, ever-changing dating, mating, and rage baiting market, my baby.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
So welcome in, folks. We ain't gonna waste much time tonight. I see Sister Ebony Dean backstage. Y'all know we gonna cook up. Welcome up, sister.
Hey, everybody. Happy Saturday.
Welcome up to our freedom fighting sister, Ebony Dean, rocking one of the hardest shirts out here on these internet streets. I love it.
Thank you. Thanks for having me, guys.
Yes, ma'am.
Appreciate your sister. And as y'all see on the thumbnail, we got a lot to talk about. You know, we're going to be talking about a lot of stuff. Before we do, let me get these super chats first. As y'all coming in, Frederick Howard gifted a membership.
And we appreciate you for it, Brother Frederick.
And shout out to our brother, Jay Tillman.
Appreciate you, Brother Jay. Thank you, sir.
And Sister Ree Pink.
Ree Pink. Shout out to our pink sister.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Money.
And Brother Jay Tillman says, R.I.P. to Leon King. Yes.
Long live the unhinged King, Leon King. Appreciate you, Brother Jay. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, we lost our good old unhinged brother Leon King. He up there rocking in power now.
That part. And shout out to all of y'all who came through showing love in the community tab, you know, pouring out with love for brother Leon. And I know he's somewhere smiling right now.
Come on, man. Talk about it. Folks try to say internet ain't real. This is real, huh? The pain in my heart for the loss of Leon is very much real. Rest in peace, bro.
Mm-hmm.
And Nighttime come through with the 20 ball, says this is for the Leon King Memorial Fund. I wasn't able to make my contributions due to extenuating circumstances before tonight. Also, I would like to say good evening to the Seattle Supersonic Ebony Dean.
Hey, Nighttime.
Shout out to you, Nighttime. Good to see you. Later now, we appreciate you, brother.
Yes, good to see you always.
Appreciate your brother.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Definitely RIP. Like I said, shout out to y'all for reaching out. This is like Leon's extended family, as y'all know, or as a lot of us know. I believe he didn't have kids and, you know, was adopted like he told us and some more stuff. So, you know, Leon really found a home over here.
There you go, for sure. And then once again, we're going to keep his name alive. And I don't know about y'all, we got a bit of a question mark over the departure of our brother. So we're gonna look into some things, but nevertheless, rest in peace.
There you go.
Straight like that, straight like that, straight like that, straight.
And shout out to Frederick Howard. He says, in 1665, Anthony Johnson, a black man, made sure a black slave stayed with him for life. Stop blaming Chad. They learned from us. Read it for yourself.
Okay. Appreciate you, Brother Frederick. Thank you.
So Anthony Johnson, yeah, look into it.
Yeah.
And Lee Turner says, hit the like button.
That part. Hit the like button, you Jaff Chickens.
Been a member 26 months. And shout out to Lee Turner, gifted a membership.
Appreciate you coming through like you do, Brother Lee.
And Brother Kirk come through with the jewels.
Thank you, Kirk.
So here we are. Nonetheless, like I was saying, y'all see the thumbnail? We're going to be talking about, when parents fail, the entire community pays. It starts at home.
We've been saying this. Our message always goes back to the core, to the root of the problem, and that's at home. Shout out to, these organizations, these colleges, putting policies in place, forcing, it's a shame, forcing folks to present, something like their best self when they out in here in this, school environment, business environment. It's a shame. Oh, I vanished. I'm a ghost. It's a shame. It's a shame that they got to do that. But it starts at home. They can sit here and make these policies all they want. But if the parents and the parental figures are not co-signing and on board, good luck.
Yeah, it's so true. Like you guys said, it all starts at home. Education starts at home. Teaching your children who they are starts at home. So when we send them off to the world, they're able to succeed and do good with their education and everything else. So it all starts with us, and we have to work together in order to get our babies right.
Thank you.
I agree 100%. And I would say we're going to start off light tonight. All right. The first way we can fail them is at the kitchen table. So we're going to start there with Big Mom.
See, stop. You say you're going to start off light. This is heavy. It's real heavy. Nevertheless, go ahead. Roll that beautiful bean footage. Here we go.
Go to chicken and fries, the beef duo. Taste that beef and soup duo. Try the puncher. Let me know if you like it. She already had the lemonade. It's good?
It's
what you
good.
give it?
A 10. Yes.
Give him a 10. Here go your ketchup. Thank you so much.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So these is new. I've been seeing this online. They got the Kool-Aid on the bottom. Then it's like a bowl with fries and chicken on top of the Kool-Aid. Then it's a straw going through so you can eat and drink at the same time. Man.
Yeah! Boom shakalaka!
We are sounding the alarm, trying to warn folks and urge them for their benefit to push away from the table. But when Quisha said push away from the table, I'm going to put the whole damn table in the palm of my hand, and I shall eat from that. I ain't got to go to the table. I shall walk around with thine table. All right.
Yeah, and you guys, this is supposed to be reserved for at the fair. When we're at the fair, we got the kids hanging all over us. And so if we can have that cup with that chicken and you're eating all your fair favorites, that's something you do once or twice a year, on your cheat day or whatever, not going to Walmart. She's just in a random parking lot about to go get groceries, and she's banging on all these snacks. And you guys notice, we all know that she's blowed out, but she has that waist trainer on, and it's like it's not going together. You got to pick a struggle. You can't be big and banging on fried chicken and Kool-Aid. Come on.
That's how they got big, banging. Why you say banging? You only supposed to be banging on, I can't get that out, on fried treats and delicacies, like you said, once throughout the year. When it was, in our routine, every year we went to Kennywood, that's the only time I would eat fried Oreos. You see, and it makes it more enjoyable. See, she can't enjoy that. She got to feel so guilty. She always banging on those.
Here we go.
Go to chicken and fries, the beef duo. Taste that beef and soup duo. Try the puncher. Let me know if you like it. She already had the lemonade. It's good?
It's
What
real
you
good.
give it?
A 10. Yes.
Give him a 10. Here go your ketchup. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate
Thank you. Come
it.
back. Come see us.
Okay. So they are trying to take my leg. That's why my content been a little sucky. Shit ain't been funny around here. But I'm kind of sort of dealing. I'm trying to think positive. So my toe is like going to different colors and shit. So I decided I was just going to go to the hospital. And before I do that, because I know they're going to try to keep me. And they don't be trying to feed a nigga. Now before you say, you could still lose the 2 pounds. That's why BAU. So I had to make my day good and get some crabs. Then I got to go pack my little luggage. Because I got to prepare for a motherfucking hospital stay. I'm sad, but we going to see what's going to happen. Follow me on this journey, I guess.
Yeah. Shout out to the blowed out sisters. So I guess they don't be feeding you at the hospital. Y'all know that. The hospital food is trash. You ain't getting the crab shack at the hospital. I guess you can try to DoorDash. It's modern times, but you might as well go in there full already, right?
She already full. When has she not been full? In the words of come on, man. Come on. It looked like it's uncomfortable just existing, let alone breathing. You up here worried about some crab shack and gangrene is taking a hold of your leg. She said it nonchalant if y'all didn't catch it. She said they trying to take my leg. That means cuts it off like Big Mama off of soul food. She said her toes is turning black, and you worried about some crab shack, and you rotting away like a zombie.
I was just gonna bring up Big Mama from Soul Food, because that's exactly what happened to her. She's got the diabetes running all up and through her, and it's to a point where now you have to be hospitalized over it. It's really sad, because this is something that could have been prevented if you would have had proper diet and exercise like we always talk about. But when it gets to this point, it's really bad. And then I don't know who the Mucinex booger was on that other still. She had on those lime green exercise pants. Was that her with the pink hair and all that?
No, that's Big Dank DeMoss.
Oh, okay. Sorry. That's the next deal. But yeah, she needs to get up under a doctor's instruction and figure it out, because even the food at the hospital, you guys, it's not even as healthy as it should be. The hospital is supposed to be giving you medicine, and they got burgers and pizzas and all sorts of wacky foods. So they're really only continuing to feed you. You have to remember that these hospitals are only getting paid if you're sick. If you take care of yourself and you're healthy, then they are not in business. So always keep that in mind.
Amen, sister.
I'll say this. She do got like some hazel eyes or like some cat eyes or something.
What they got to do with the Price of Crack and Crenshaw? What's that going to do for her? Some hazel eyes. Huh? You know what else? You know can have hazel eyes? A corpse.
Yeah, I was thinking that's a filter. If they are her eyes, shout out to her eyes, but you need to get the rest of the whole body and form in order to go with those eyes.
Nobody worry about them eyes. She about 700 pounds, and she rotting. She in this car rotting. It's got to smell like deletion. And y'all talking about her eyes.
What's going to happen? Follow me on this journey, I guess.
Yeah, this is what it looks like. Y'all tell her to step back, more or less. I don't know if she quite as sexy as Big Dank, but she probably comparable.
I tell you what, you ain't got to look for nothing. When they come, you know what this is all about. The whole road is freaked out. You ain't got to look for crevices and orifices. Just pick one. When they come down, time for the sexy time, just pick a crack, a crevice, a hole, an orifice, a wedge, and start humping on it.
Yeah, and you won't even know if you're really in something warm and nice, because everything, all the rolls and stuff is warm and nice. But this is the Mucinex booger that I was talking about, and this is just egregious, you guys. Everything about it is the back and the front and the front and the back, because she didn't have nothing in the back, and it's all. This is a lot, you guys.
She working. She got stuff that's what I'm saying. She got stuff everywhere. Just you could do something.
Oh.
Yeah, look at Brad walk in. Brad, like, what the hell is going on? You know? I mean, she about 3 times his size.
He wanted to know if it was safe. Brad says, is it safe for me to walk by or will I be physically accosted?
Right, but it was kind of looking like he was like, well, I kind of want to figure it out because some people have them fetishes where they want to try it for the one time. And then that's how the women like this kind of get pregnant. And then you wonder why you have a little Julio Jenkins and wonder where it came from. It's from these types of encounters.
Okay. Like off of what was that movie? Road Trip? Was that it? Road Trip with was that Tom Green and them? Y'all know I'm talking about when he had the big old drawers. He said he boinked her. I boinked her.
And I'll say this. We can laugh all we want. Somebody be clapping her cheeks. She stayed with a ninja, or a dusty ninja, but nonetheless, somebody.
Yeah, but here's the thing, like y'all can continue to parade on as if this is big and sassy, and folks like her stay stressing that they go to the hospital, the doctor's visits, and they always say they vitals and stuff always normal. Like just how folks want to see my charts, we need to see your vitals, my charts, your cholesterol levels. Let's see what them calorics is like, because she's stressed, she healthy.
Yeah, and I mean, we already know the obvious, just the proportions are way off. She needs to really get healthy. And then it looks like she doesn't even have a purse. It looks like she's keeping all her belongings in her bosom because things are looking a little crooked on one side and the other. There's just a lot going on. And she's at the convenience store. Hopefully she's just getting gas because you shouldn't be eating any snacks from there. So, wow, this is a lot.
Yes. And shout out to LaVelle. He says, if the father of your kids weren't there when they were born or didn't sign a birth certificate, stop asking brothers to fix them.
There you go. Stop asking brothers signing up for these situations. I agree.
There you go. Standard.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
And Lee Turner says, nope, she needs to eat diet air.
There you go. Diet air, diet water, diets, dreams.
And Frederick Howard says, Bonquisha sending her daughter to school with attitude. He says, thugs dress the boys, flashing cash, looking lonely, no fathers, no murk, sad day.
I've been seeing it. Yeah, I gotta tell these folks, don't be raising your sons and daughters to a point where the rest of the world can't tolerate them. They don't realize that's what they're doing. Nug and little bad attitude Bonquisha, the world will not tolerate you. Good luck.
And there you go. We're going to talk about a lot of it tonight, so stay tuned.
Mm-hmm.
And
Money.
Uncle Tall come through. He says, been ghost watching and heard about the news about our brother Leon King. I admit I got a little misty. I want to thank you guys for giving him a home here at SBC.
Oh, no doubt, OG. Shoot, the pleasure was all ours, and we appreciate you too, man.
So we appreciate your Unc coming through like you do. And I see you in the Cash App as well. So he come through, dropped a 100 ball in the Cash App. Uncle Tall sponsoring the show. He says, sending love to my SBC family.
Shout out to Uncle Tall come through. No insulting comments, just all love. We appreciate you. Thanks for sponsoring the show, OG.
Appreciate you.
I wish I had 10,000 tongues just to thank you. If I were Chinese, I'd say oh dear. If I were Danish, I'd say mango takt. If I were Italian, I'd say grazia. If I were Hebrew, I'd say toda raba. If I were Greek, I would say Eucharisto. If I were Japanese, I'd say domo arigato. If I were Portuguese, I'd say obrigado. If I were Spanish, I'd say muchas gracias. If I were German, I'd say danke schön. If I were French, I'd say merci beaucoup. If I were Russian, I'd say spasiba. If I were Kenyan, I'd say ashanta. If I were Nigerian, I'd say eshe pupu. If I were Zulu, I'd say ingia bonga. If I were Sutu, I'd say keali boha. If I were deaf, I'd say, but since I am who I am, and I got what I got, and I feel what I feel, I'll just say thank you, praise your name, amen.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Shout out to you, Uncle Tall. If I was Leon King, I would say this right here. This right here.
There you go. And shout out to Mr. 40, everybody. We working on some new AI behind the scene. That was a good one there. Maybe twist that in there. There you go.
There you go. Heck yeah. Yeah, shout out. I don't know. I can't remember the name. I think Mr. 40 has left us something in the email.
Shout out to Jay. Jay Tillman, maybe behind the scenes working on something. Stay tuned.
There you go. Yeah, we working, man. Yes. Look, shout out to Mr. 40. I think he sent us that thing in the email. It's pretty dope. Little collage. Pretty dope.
Yeah, I was in the emoji section in the chat, and I didn't see a Leon emoji, and I was wondering if maybe we can get a Leon emoji. I think that would be kind of fun.
There you go. Yeah, let me write that down if I forget it. Yeah, there we go.
There we go. Drop them Leon King emojis. I can hear they. There we go. Somebody else.
Go ahead.
There we go.
But nonetheless, all right, we're going to head back over here. Appreciate you, Uncle Tall.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
And where were we? Oh, Big Dank.
They made this all right. They made this okay.
Yeah, and see, yeah, and she has, all these supporters. Hopefully somebody is maybe talking to her about her health. But the health that I'm wondering about at this point is the gynecologist when she gets her yearly pap smears and all that, because there's a lot going on. As far as ladies, we all know when we have to get on the stretcher, they have the little stirrups and things to kind of keep things open. She's going to need 2 cranes in order to keep things open and to check things out. So we just got to do better as a whole. Just do better. You can't let it get this bad.
Like, seriously, we all remember when she was on that Breakfast Club, whatever, and the regular size chair wasn't big enough, and they had to wheel over a section of a couch. And she's like, "This is good. This is good accommodations." We got to stop. This is what lack of shame bought, where gluttony is cool.
So here we go. If you're just coming in, hit the like button.
What are you doing?
Big bag, big bag, big bag, big bag. Yeah, my bag is loaded up with snacks and different foods. Squeeze into this tiny shirt, my big bag has no room. Big bag, big bag.
You know what's funny? It's funny when y'all think a man don't want to sleep with me. A man slept all through this, all around it, all up in it. I don't get what you think that it because I look a certain way, a man don't want to touch me. He don't want to be up in this.
Mm-hmm.
You a lie, and the truth ain't in you.
That was a lot. All right, between that, and this grown man back there singing the Big Back song, that was the Big Back anthem.
That's quite all right. Done heard it before. Done been, let it take some seconds off of my life. These are kind of ninjas the guy in accuracy likes. Let's get that understood. You see how they like him? Because he coddles their insecurities. Ninjas like this. He big as heck. All blowed out. Nobody hold nobody accountable. Y'all get on my nerves. I can't be in groups like this because I'm always going to be the troublemaker. They're going to be, hey, y'all want to make a run to Arby's and grab one of everything? And I'm going to be like, your cholesterol probably about to delete you. You might want to just drink some freaking water. But that big ninja in the back, no. They say they want some doubles and triples from Wendy's. He like, let's get some quadruples, big mama.
Oh, yeah. They're just feeding it and letting it go on and on. But the first thing I thought about was Rugrats. Because wasn't there one of the Rugrats moms? She had hair like that. Like she has on, I don't even know what that is. It's not a wig. It's like so I don't even know, but
that's Tommy Pickles' mom.
Okay, yeah, Tommy Pickles' mom with the wild moo on and all this, and her little moo. It matches the graffiti in the back of the apartments right there on the fence back there, and I think it says EBT in graffiti. So we already know what type of time this is on.
that moo kind of dope. If she weren't funking it up, it's kind of.
They don't want to sleep with me. A man slept all through this, all around it, all up in it. I don't get what you think that it because I look a certain way, a man don't want to touch me. He don't want to be up in this. Baby, I got a whole man. Yes, I do. By the way, I could
Show
take
'em.
your man if I wanted to. Listen here, you cannot judge somebody because the outside of the cover, okay? This is just a cover. A cover, okay?
That mother was just over here listening to she don't want no puppy, she want a big dog. I looked over at him, I said, you don't want no little back, you want a big back. That mother bent me over instantly. Y'all need to come out to a song like that because I swear to God, this motherfucker love a big bitch. He'll eat it up every day. I swear to God.
She swear to God. All right, some ninja eating it up every day. I told y'all. I already know. I'm y'all public pretender, Bonquisha, and she got the nerve to have braces. And you got braces as much as you probably eat. She probably spent most of her day digging food out her braces.
It's, you know what? I can sit here and acknowledge. I've too have acknowledged that these sisters can find them a dude for the moment. I've said that. But what I add to that is show him. Because you see what I'm saying? Because y'all not getting how dark this is. Because I'm pretty sure most of y'all picture her, man. Y'all can probably saw he probably a little frumpy, blowed out. But there's more to it. Like these ninjas got permanent stank. You know what I mean? Like maybe got that green plaque in their teeth. You know, maybe missing a couple fingers, little remedial, all that. Yeah, Bonquisha ain't gonna tell you she out here hunting on supply closet kid nug.
Yeah, and that's even if he wants to be seen, because half the time he don't even want to be seen. He comes through, does what he does, knocks her little cuda cat out for the car keys and some little twos and fews to go re-up, and that's really what it is. But in these types of situations, you need to be careful with STDs and oral thrush, because the girl before that, it looked like her tongue had a little dose of it. And when you're getting these braces, you need to maintain them. You can't just get them and just keep them in. You got to make sure that everything is still being taken care of, and don't nobody look clean.
Like that because I swear to God, this motherfucker love a big bitch. He'll eat it up every day. I swear to God.
Y'all play too much. Y'all play too much. All right. This woman got like 5 kids. And we say when the parents fail, the entire community fail. And most of these people are parents, believe it or not, and they raising kids.
This sister here, y'all allow her to be the epitome of modern Bonquishaism. Look at this. Look at it. She got on fuzzy. Her
weave is scraping the ground.
That's she got on fuzzy sneakers, a moo shirt. It gives the illusion she ain't got nothing on up under there. And to top it off, her hair is literally dragging the ground. I never seen that, Sister Ebony. Like that's extreme ignorance. It's dragging the ground.
I mean, I can understand a bust down or whatever, and you can even have it be long, but this is like a mop, and it's all the way to the ground. And you can see when she was moving and twerking and doing all that, there were little particles on the ground moving along with her hair because she swept it up. So yeah, this kind of stuff that isn't cool. This is why I shop at 7 a.m. I don't like going around Bonquisha hours and stuff. I don't want to see this type of stuff. And you know, this is right the day when the food stamps hit, because this is the food stamp dance right here.
God, the food stamp dance. And that was my thing. I'm sitting here like getting nervous because I'm like, what if I'm in there trying to shop and get me some veggies, and I'm walking minding my business, and I come across this. I can't act like I don't see it, and then they gonna see what I mean. I'm not the person. Don't be ignorant like this around me, because I'm gonna say what the heck I want to say. Tell you that right now,
man. And shout out to Deep Thoughts. Says her behind look like it's in the front.
Big stank dank. Yeah.
Uncle Tall says yes, a man might be all up in that, but saying he wants to be is definitely a stretch. Okay.
There you go. Thank you, Unc. He'd do it. And a man would do that, anything. And we ain't proud of that. But yeah, he ain't happy. He just doing
hold on. Y'all think Bonquisha care about his intent? As long as she gets stroked down, she don't care if you happy or not. Keep stroking.
You could tell her she stank mid-stroke. And she gonna like you stroking though.
And Deep Thought says that's an eclipse, not a cover.
Eclipse the moss.
Lavelle, I wouldn't touch that to save my only child.
Huh? Sacrifice, Lavelle, sacrifice.
I don't know. That's kind of extreme. Like you said, I don't know. Like I said, them clothes come off, you never know.
Sacrifice.
And Ashley Foot Productions says, hey, don't knock me. With just my sandals on, I would have to do what I would have to do and smell for citizenship.
For citizenship, greatness requires sacrifice, Ashley Foot.
Here we go. And Devil's Game's been a member 36 months. Says, so is this the black woman all blown out?
Yeah. I mean, yes and yes.
The unhealthy part, this is, what we eat is a direct connection to our brain and how we think. And like I said, whatever Bonquisha eating, the kid's going to be eating.
She know what size option she got to click on when she doing her online shopping, because she can only do online shopping.
Right. And to the mop lady, the mop braid hair lady, at least she was in the produce section getting fresh produce. I mean, she had the lettuce in her hands. At least she was getting some produce for the babies.
All that jiggling, she's stinking up everything. That's why they had, this stuff like this. This is why they had that recall on all the veggies and stuff. Everybody getting the explosive diarrhea because of this, twerking in the produce aisle.
Right. And I will recommend to her, make sure she grabs some okra and make her some okra water to get all them toxins out.
Okay. So you say, is this the average black woman? Okay. I would say no. I would hope not, but it's trending. If we don't, quit playing around, I would say in 20 years, it probably could be.
They're speaking up as if they are Devil Games. That was my point. The danks, stanks, and blowed out mommy, they represent a large portion because no one else, not enough of our good sisters are speaking up against the madness.
Yeah, and let's be clear, on social media and stuff, they want to promote this. They want to promote dancing and twerking in the, being blowed out in the grocery store and doing all these wild things. That's why it gets so many views. And it's not only our people watching this stuff, it's the dominant society watching this stuff and liking and promoting and doing all that stuff. So we got to just be careful at who are the actual audience watching these people.
And that's why we got to check it, because ain't nothing more cringe than get one of them little pale face colonizers over there covering this stuff. It's cringe because it's just like seeing that Officer Tate. It's just cringe and they don't know what they talking about.
Right. And then they elevate them and they put people like Lizzo on Sports Illustrated and try to elevate them and act like that is the representation of black women. And it's just simply not.
Amen.
And I would say that's why it's still alarming. You see us talking about it, we shocked. If this was something that we all seen, every time we went out the house, we wouldn't be talking about it. It would be that would be normal and the average. So I would say no, it's still alarming at this point.
There you go. I agree.
And shout out to Deep Thought says Jupiter booty, both sides.
Both sides. Jupiter booties on one person.
We're going to roll Big Dank in the sub and keep it moving.
Ooh, that's a stinking sub.
The passengers of the doomed Titanic sub spent their last moments in total darkness looking for bioluminescent creatures out of the small window and listening to their favorite music. The new details of the 5 passengers' final moments have been revealed by the wife and mum of the father-son duo.
Wade in the water, diamond, wade in the water. Something's gonna trouble the water. You better wade in the water. Yeah, man.
Yeah, we got to stop playing with this morbid obesity. Yeah, see what I mean? We passed the point of sisters just being thick. You know, back in the day, perhaps you could joke and say, oh, she a little big bone because there's still some healthy. She just had a little extra fluff, maybe perhaps a little extra cushion for the pushing. But that there, the stank demossus, that ain't cushion. That's like a freaking life-saving device, like an airbag.
Yeah, and research shows that there is no such thing as being big boned. Okay, whenever she checks out and they look at her bones, her bone structure is going to be the same as mine. Okay, the difference is that she had a whole bunch of fat deposits and stuff that surrounded her skeleton, but the skeleton is all the same on men and women. So there's no such thing as big bone.
her bones that big around.
Right
there, you go.
Money.
And shout out to brother who we got, Leon McGraw, come through in the Cash App. He says, hello, fellas, and the beautiful Miss Ebony Dean.
Appreciate you, Mr. McGraw.
Appreciate you, brother.
Yes. Hello.
And
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
shout out to our brother, Gone Postal. Dropped a 20 ball. He says, salute SBC Nation. Keep cooking.
Shout out to brother Gone Postal. We appreciate you, man.
Straight like that, straight.
Appreciate you, brother. So here we go. We are talking about, it starts at home, in the community, and shout out to Devil's Game. We need to bring back 99, 2000 Black aesthetics.
Amen. Bring back the Ebony Beauty of the Week aesthetic.
There you go.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
And
Money.
Uncle Tall, come back, show sponsor with a 10 ball. Every time I see Ebony in the yellow, let me take this off for you, Uncle Tall, in the yellow black top with the glistening skin. She looks like she's been dipped in honey. God, she looks sweet.
Thanks, Uncle Tall. I appreciate it.
Appreciate you, Uncle Tall.
Purchase his soul.
There you go. So what was I saying here? All right. When parents fail, the entire community pays. We going over here to Bonquisha. This one says a mom filed for child support despite the kid living with the dad. The judge immediately deals a Uno reverse card.
Yo, these court cases, they had me in a chokehold for a while. I like these.
So the child is living with you, Miss Wilson?
He's currently at his.
Ma'am, I need a yes or no. Is the child living with you?
He is not here currently, no.
Okay. How long has he not been living with you?
Since I want to say January, December.
December or January. Okay.
Yeah. And he was
and what did you do to get your child? What did you try to do to get your child back?
I called the police. They said their hands are tied. I'm gonna have to take him to court. So that's what I did.
Okay. So you took him to court. When did you take him to court?
Right now, I filed
to. So you didn't do anything since December or January. You called the police. The police told you that.
I did not know where he was. He left. I had no clue where my child is.
The police told you it was a civil matter and y'all need to go to court, right?
Yes. So I was trying to get an attorney and I reached out to legal aid and then I filed for child support.
I made the decision of just taking my son and moving out of my parents'
Why did you
house.
make that decision to just take your son, Mr. Navarro?
The final straw was she had just gone to jail for assault or attempted assault with a knife on her boyfriend or her mother's boyfriend. And she did that while my son was present and her other son as well, her newborn. And
So did she go to jail?
Yes, she did. And she went back as soon as she got back out for another altercation that I guess went on.
There you go. We tell y'all all the time, gentlemen, put them people in their life. We be doing these videos all the time where Bonquisha be crashing out, putting the kids in danger. And we say, use this footage and this, these arrest reports and all this stuff and take it to court. There's no way she can sit there and say, I'm a great parent. But, and then you start naming off what she out here doing in these streets.
And remaining calm, men. Please hear me and hear me well. Anytime we get emotional, wound up, it looks like either you don't have the facts to back up what you're saying or you're guilty, whatever the context is. So in this case, if he was to get worked up, it would seem like he's trying to make his case more with emotion than with facts, but he's calm. He said, no, Your Honor, I got the kid. Last straw was she got locked up. She did this, she did that. And the judge said, did she get arrested? I.e., is there a police report? Shout out to KS. Say, yes, in fact, there is, officer. She got locked up twice. She in trouble now.
Yep. And that's exactly how you come to court whenever, you want to get custody or you're dealing with these child support cases. Always have your paperwork in order. Always come with the facts. Always remain stoic and stand on business when you're talking about the welfare of your child, because obviously she put the child in a very dangerous situation, and he's doing the right thing by standing up and fighting for his rights for his child. So salute to him.
Because look at this sister, the brother talking about she trying to hank folks down. Like, you would have never thought that. Salute to this brother.
Yeah, and it looks like, this is not just a Nug and Bonquisha type situation, because these look like they're white individuals, and so it just goes to show that this is a universal problem with babies' moms and baby dads. So
there you go.
So you rescued the child. That's how you came into possession of the child.
Yes, sir.
I am going to order that Ms. Wilson pay child support in the amount of $294 a month beginning on September the 1st, and that she pay cash medical of $96 a month. Having said that, let me say this. Both of you, if you're going to contest custody, need to hire attorneys.
Smart with my stamps. It's a deep freezer right in here.
Do you mind if I take a picture?
Go right ahead.
The allegation saying that you
deep freezer full of food.
Perfect.
Questionable.
We just had roast last night. Per Earl and Josh, because I was too sick to cook. Freezer, refrigerator, full of food.
Thank you.
One more. One more. Closet full of food. We're malnourished where?
Wow.
Malnourished where?
Shout out to Bonquisha. Y'all want to call DHS? He says, my daughter's school called CPS on me saying I don't feed my kids. That's a lie. So they show up. Bonquisha got a deep freezer, a fridge and freezer, pantry, plenty food. They just had roast last night.
There you go. I ain't gonna say I exactly saw too much food. I know why the kids went to school, telling half truths. Because mom ain't got a whole bunch of sweet treats, little Debbie's and stuff I'm seeing. What is that? Canned goods? What the heck is that? Pickled beets or cranberry sauce? Like, I don't know. I'm not seeing like a lot of stuff that kids really eat. So most likely they would say, we hungry. We ain't got chicken nuggets, dino nuggets, and Capri Suns. Mommy out here making red beans and rice and roast.
Yeah, and did you guys catch when she said that she wasn't feeling good last night, so she didn't cook, and she opened the deep freezer? And here's the thing. I have a 17-year-old, and if I don't cook or if there's not food right on the counter or if I don't point it out to him, he's like, oh, mom, there's nothing to eat. No, there's a whole refrigerator full of food. Make yourself a sandwich. Make yourself, if you want a little snack or something in between meals. But these kids will do that. But you have to prepare the food or at least teach them how to do it. We all knew how to do it because we were latchkey kids and at home while our parents were at work. But you have to show them how to make these foods, especially if you are not going to be preparing it. It's all good that it's on the shelf and everything, but if you're not preparing it for them, then they will think that there is really no food.
That's true.
Listen, these kids are spoiled. She got, rise and crushed DiGiorno's and, tons of stuff in here. We'd have been busting down. All right, we knew how to cook some food at a young age. These kids is liars. I'm witnessing.
Yeah, that's what I was touching on. There's food there. It just ain't something they like. Like, look at that. Those Outshine popsicles, those is good. We'll bust down on those.
I'm about to say, ain't no such thing as food you like. They clearly in the hood. Yeah, I don't know what y'all doing with these kids. That's not even a dynamic.
I agree. But this the rest of the folks. Too many parents out here want to give their kids an experience they didn't have. Oh, I wish I could have whatever I wanted as a kid. That may sound cool on the outside, but time is showing that that's not in the kid's best freaking interest.
There you go.
Right. And yeah, I mean, as long as I don't know how old these kids are, but unless they know how to, put the pizza in the oven, you have to practice, kitchen safety and know what you're doing as well. So you need to teach your kids, even if it's using the air fryer, because accidents can even happen with the air fryer or the microwave if they don't know what they're doing. So you just have to teach your kids, teach them how to cook at an early age, especially if they're showing interest in food, so that they can prepare their own meals and create their own cuisine in the kitchen too.
There you go.
There we go. And another thing is y'all need to clean that ice off these freezers. If y'all don't know, that ice is poisonous. So that is not natural. Anytime ice build up on freezers, and don't eat it. Like I said, a lot of us as kids eating that is 100% poisonous. That is the refrigeration leaking. It's a leak somewhere, and it's a chemical process going on. That is very poisonous.
Yes, thank you, Mr. X. We did used to eat that as a kid a lot. I can still taste it right now. You got a taste to it, like chemicals.
And it's also important too to teach your kids about food that expires too, because kids can open up that freezer, and if the ice, if it's all melted, like if there's ice and stuff over the food, they may think that the food is old. And so you just have to make sure that it looks presentable for them too. Make sure that you're cleaning out the refrigerator, cleaning things out, and making it look good, and teaching them about how to read labels and read expiration dates for the food and everything like that.
There we go.
Perfect.
Closet full of food. We're malnourished where?
Wow.
Malnourished where? Paper towel. Like, they sound so stupid. All right, eat right along with them. Let me overshare. Yeah, it's messy because we use all our dishes, but here go the clean ones right in there.
Because we use all our dishes.
That's Joel food. He eat big food. They got their little plates, their little cups, all that cutesy little stuff. Everything. Her wheelchair. I feed her in her wheelchair. She used to have one of these, but the strap broke, so I stopped putting her in it.
I'm sorry to just be taking foot. Because of the allegations, I want to show that you do that food. That's why I want to take the pictures.
They stupid, bro.
Right now. Let me just peek at her bed.
That's the girl's bedroom too. So.
And this is sad. So that's a polo girl. And what we see is no man in the house. So it's all dysfunction. So you got white folks just walking around your house, checking up on your kids, and I don't know who that ninja is, but somebody from the school, more than likely, they're the comfort, probably the principal. Like, look, Bonquisha, I know you're a good mom, but we just got to do this. Just let them ask some questions and walk around.
That's all. Listen here. I don't know, but growing up, in the system, personally, this is personal. I wouldn't be offended. Somebody wanted to be smart, called CPSOB. Hey, Mr. and Mrs. Walker, we got to see, make sure y'all kids is eating. Guess what? I'm like, come on. You ain't even got to go into the house. We're going right to the backyard. Here's our girl. Look at this garden. All these beautiful veggies. Yeah, our garden is blossoming right now. That go right. Let them come through. I believe something like this should be a way for parents to flex. Oh, they said I ain't feeding and take care of my babies. Come on there and get yourself something cool to drink.
Yeah, but as a parent too, she's talking about there's all this food to prepare, but look how cluttered that kitchen was. There were strollers and high chairs and all sorts of different things in that dining room space and on the kitchen counters. How are those babies even supposed to even make a sandwich in a mess like that? You need to make sure that your kitchen is clean. You have a dishwasher, rinse out those dishes and put them in there and run it. And it needs to be ran, depending on how many kids are in your family or how many people are in your family, a couple times a day. But you can't expect kids to prepare anything. Look at all the stuff that's on the counter, you guys. Absolutely not.
It's driving
and
me
I was going to say, this just don't happen to regular people. So this ain't going to happen to somebody who doing the right thing, raising your kids. Normally where there's smoke, there is fire. So there's something here going on, Bonquisha. You ain't obviously a good parent. Shout out to JP and some of y'all. Good. I mean, CPS showing up at your house is something extreme going on.
I would agree. Something is amiss, because I would have to hope there is a consequence for somebody just calling CPS on just a good old normal family and they say, oh, ain't nothing here at all. I would imagine. But yeah, that countertop, that triggers me. I'm more of a minimalist, and I hate the fact that we buy too much stuff. Stop buying stuff. I promise you, just stop buying stuff, throw stuff away. I'd rather have an empty house than a clutter house. That's just me.
Right. And why was the milk on top of the counter? The milk should have been in the refrigerator. There was too much going on. But you know what I think it is, you guys, is probably, I don't know if there were any like absences. The kids weren't going to school, or maybe they were missing school. And so there was a series of things. Maybe they came to school with maybe saying something happened over the weekend. We really don't know, but if there was a series of things that went on for them to come and do a welfare check on those kids. And by the looks of things, yes, there is food in the house, but something is amiss as to why it's that cluttered and that messy. So she needs to be talking about what is really going on, and it's not because of just the food.
Lack of structure.
Rooms together. I hope you don't get sick dealing with this crap. Hi, Joelle. Ignore the mess because I'm sick. This is her big old $7,000 bed. Wow. Kids bunk bed. That's a safe level off the floor so Johnny don't bump her head. Here go her little thing. Here go the drawer. I can't get a dresser for everybody, so you see I put everybody's name on their own little drawer so they can have.
Good idea.
Can't believe she just called on me. Closet is packed. Clothes. What dirty clothes she talking about?
And of course you'll take that out.
Yep, I take it out. I tossed it in there when it was on the floor this morning.
Bye-bye. So at this, it ain't going good for Bonquisha. Like y'all saying, shout out to these kids. They got a lot. One of the kids apparently is crippled or something. They got wheelchairs and different devices. It's just a nightmare. Seemed like about at least maybe 3 kids up in this room, just cluttered, and Bonquisha, no structure. I mean, this is what it looks like when you're in the hood, no man, all these small kids, no resources. 9 times out of 10 is this or much worse.
In an ideal family dynamic, mom, daddy, a handful of kids, you need structure. You need some kind of discipline to stop the mess from overcoming you. Now you add in a special needs kid into it, not an ideal situation. No dad. Now how do you think this morphs? Something better or worse? It's only going to get worse. The more now you got this kid that need more attention. Now your structure and discipline got to be elevated in order to keep things at a healthy level of stress and all that. But now you ain't got that ideal situation, even normal, remotely ideal, and it ain't gonna get any better. Salute to the sister. We've seen worse living conditions, but like you said, Sister Ebony, something is amiss for these folks to be still walking all through your house.
Right. And then as she was giving the tour, the Bonquisha tour of, of the apartment or whatever, she was like, excuse the mess. No, we have to take account of this mess because this is kind of telling us to what is going on. And it doesn't matter how big or how small your space is. It doesn't matter about the size. It matters about the cleanliness. And there's always something that you can do in order to make the space work for you. And if I don't know if people have seen the Marie Kondo on Netflix. It was like a series, like a documentary of her going into homes, and it didn't matter the size. And she was going in and teaching you how to put things in storage and how to fold things and to keep things organized in a house, no matter what the size. So that's something I would recommend to people. It changed my whole entire life. So Marie Kondo on Netflix was really
You
good
know,
to watch.
I could do that. I probably could do that for a living. Shout out to my mom. I enjoy organizing. I kind of shade to say I do. I like organizing and cleaning up messes. I like that. I don't know why.
Yeah.
And shout out to DDD Dent says, wait, that's my rent. Love from Milwaukee, gents.
Shout out to you, brother. Appreciate you.
And Deep Thought says, the 70s, we were natural. Wigs were worn by streetwalkers in the red light area. Now it's all blurred thanks to Bum Keisha.
All a blur. Very well said. I agree.
And Squeegee Kids come through, says, Mama told CPS I got green bean, potato, tomatoes, and you name it.
You name it.
And shout out to Postman, says, they just ungrateful per my granny.
Ungrateful.
And Naive says, good evening, brothers. Ebony Dean, fire chat, no trouble here.
Trouble is here.
Oh, what you got, Sister Ebony?
I was going to say it's only good trouble with you, just good trouble.
Asterisk.
And Deep Thought says, you get malnourished for lack of protein.
Okay.
And he says, you can look big and strong, but be malnourished due to lack of protein.
Okay, I hear you, OG.
And shout out to Marcellus in the Cash App. He says, how y'all doing tonight? Sister Ebony Dean, Mr. Gavin X here, Mr. Walker.
Doing good, Mr. Marcellus. Appreciate you.
Appreciate that, brother.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
So here we go. As we seen, it ain't looking good for Bone Quisha.
Mm-hmm.
When it was on the floor this morning.
Bye-bye. So at this time, you have about 10-15 minutes to gather your belongings. It includes clothes, liquids, foods, medicines, money, jewelry, important documents, plants, animals. You'll be asked to remove and trespass from the property. I will give you a document where your belongings are going. Nick's packing service has been assigned to this case to do the removal on behalf of Lawrence Township Small Claims Court. Do you have any weapons in there?
I'm okay.
Okay. Well, you got 15 minutes starting now.
Okay, in just a moment, what would be the procedure as far as
I can't
following
give
through
legal
with the?
Cannot give legal advice. I only work on behalf of the judge and the court to affect the writ that was given, and the judge has given the green light because you did not leave July 24th after your stay.
Okay, because of the renewal.
I don't know anything about
That's what I was trying to talk to you about.
I don't.
Can we call and talk about that? Because no, I do not. In the middle of August, I have Lawrence trying to help pay for the rent, things of that nature.
I don't know anything about that.
Okay, can we call and check on that?
No.
Okay,
I will not.
at this point?
I work for the judge. I work for the constable. The judge has given the green light, and you will leave in 10 minutes.
Oh boy. Look at this ninja. Look like he part of the Proud Boys and he ready for some action or not. You know, go ahead and try him. See how tough he is. That's what I say. I don't know. He said he a constable. I don't even think he a cop. So
yeah, see, and where we from, constable got no respect. Listen here, man. I done seen a constable get slid. Y'all ever see something like that? Constable, this man open the door. Say, yeah, here, I'm here to look for whoever, a Mr. E.V. Ray. And they like, who is you? You a cop? And they say, no, I'm the constable. Mac laid out on the porch. That's who this is. But nevertheless, this is a dude he talking to. This dude, so either you going to go ahead and handle business or you got 15 minutes to evacuate the premises like he said. Pathetic ninja. He's saying like Bonquisha trying to hold court and court done been held already and you've been found evicted.
Yeah, and he's wasting time talking about the homie was supposed to come and put something on it. the clock is ticking. You got to get all that stuff and get out of there. But I do wonder the legitimacy of this guy. He has on his little khaki pants and threw on a little vest and has a little flashlight. But what do I really have to do? Are you really a legit police officer? Where's your badge? I would be asking those questions as I pack my stuff up too. I might be talking a little ish just because you're here, but knowing I'm in the wrong. But yeah, I don't know about this, but he does have to go.
Well, he tried to say, I'm here on the behalf of the judge. Some type of enforcement. Definitely not a cop. All right. Whatever he got on, we can buy that off Amazon and Temu and put it together.
In other words, in the words of Cartman, respect his authority.
And shout out to Squeegee Kid. Says, dang, Derek Gaines getting evicted.
Shout out to the legendary Gaines. What that ninja?
And your name is?
Officer Ford.
Officer Ford, Ford?
Yep.
Okay, your number is?
Lawrence Township Constable.
Okay.
I just started working this factory job, and I just told my manager I'm finna go on break. Baby, I'm finna get the fuck up out of here. I'm sorry, Mom, I tried. Let me get my stuff to go. Cause who working like a fucking slave? Money ain't never been that good where I feel like I'm finna die. It's hot as fuck in here. I'm just stick to making videos and hopefully it pay the bills.
Yeah. Stick to her fans only. Bonquisha said it's hot. Who finna slave and work? Y'all don't want to get up under instruction. Where she at? Amazon? She in one of Bezos' little sweatshops? Or she at Home Depot? I couldn't tell. Nonetheless, something physical. And Bonquisha said, look, I'm sweating my wig off. I ain't got time.
She ain't sweating that bad. This is the point I'm always making. Feminism, equal rights, all this equality. Y'all don't want equality. A dude would be shamed to deletion if you say, oh man, this job is too hot. Like you ain't allowed to say that. It's work. Too hot, too cold. I done had jobs where I had to work till my fingers went numb from the cold air coming off of the river outside. Didn't want to do it. Despised it. Groaned and complained, but guess what? Did it as long as I had to because responsibility and duties and all that good stuff. But Bonquisha, she got duty responsibilities, bastard children and all that. But she said it's too hot, that they need better air conditioning if I'm going to work in here. Wrong attitude.
Right. And I'm thinking Target because she has the red shirt. You know how they have to wear red shirts at Target. Maybe she's in the back in the employee part of it. Maybe she's doing stock. But she did say that, sorry, Mama, I tried. So Mama's been trying to get her to get a job and get up out of her house and, make some things shake for herself. But what is the alternative? I think the problem is they're watching too much social media and all these little TikToks of people just being at home, not really making anything shake. That's not your life. You need to work and just have it be a stepping stone. This doesn't have to be your forever job, but utilize it until you find something new. But you can't just be like, nah, I'm chucking up the deuces and grabbing my little TV dinner and I'm bouncing. No, what's the game plan? So
thank you. And that's the comforting thought, Sister Ebony Dean. This ain't my favorite job. I got a game plan. I'm going to do this as long as I need to. Amen.
Die. It's hot as fuck in here. I'm gonna just stick to making videos and hopefully it pay the bills.
See ya.
A few moments later.
Look at all these people out here giving their blood up. Look, that's how you know shit real. Look at the line. The line spans all the way back there, sir, to give up blood. The line goes around the corner to the plasma center, sir, to give up blood. To give up blood, nigga.
Yeah. Y'all see it. So Bonquisha don't want to work. She would rather create content and go down to the plasma center. And these things been popping up in, poor communities. They'd turn one of them old big lots into a damn plasma center and start pumping blood up out you.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Personally, I find this to be one of the most egregious acts. Selling your life energy for twos and fews, some Reggie, and a couple buzz balls for the weekend. Because that's what this is. These folks ain't going in there and getting a couple of twos and fews and putting it towards stocks and bonds, then maybe we got a conversation about sacrifice. No, they are opening up these siphoning centers and taking your blood. I gave blood one time because I was going to donate an organ. Long story. Didn't end up doing it. But I remember I gave blood and the lady was like a vampire. She was like, your blood is so rich. Give us more. I was like, no, I swear. That's my experience. She said, so rich. Can you give us some more? I was like, giving you nothing else. And I never went back.
Yeah, and that's why we have to be careful of these plasma centers and stuff in our neighborhoods, because we all know that our cells and our blood and our body parts and stuff are worth a lot. And especially, you know, when people are really in need, it's just our body structures and the way that we were made. And so they will pay top dollar for this stuff. I don't know how much you get. Is it by the ounce? Is it by the pint? Like, we don't know how all these things work, but you just really need to be careful when doing that stuff. And then also, it's not like people with like fresh, pure blood. It's not like they're taking burdock root and activated charcoal, making sure that their blood is purified. These people are really in need and maybe, you know, doing stuff to kind of, maybe their blood might be a little wonky. We don't really know, but yeah, just be careful.
Yeah, I would say there are some preliminary quite tests. They'll reject you.
Okay,
for whatever reasons, but or they might take a sample. It ain't gonna make it through any type of. But I'm guessing there's something they can do right on the spot to say, nah, hit the road, you know. And the thing is, these people are poor, so they ain't got no. They ain't operating on the frequency of us or anybody who thinking like, oh, my blood is precious, and you know what they doing with it. That's not even a thought. They sitting there thinking, my phone about to get cut off. You know, my car about to get repoed. This is dire straits.
There you go. And Google says, Sister Ebony, they are making between $30 and $70 per regular visit. You can make around $700 to $800 a month, they say, donating plasma. Sweet Jesus in the morning time.
Yeah, and if you're doing that, just make sure that you're replenishing things, because remember, we reviewed that lady in the car. She passed out because she was going to different centers and giving blood and everything. You can't do too much of it. You can't make this like your income, because you have to have enough blood to keep with your own body and preserve for your own body. You can't just be giving it all away for twos and fews.
You will perish.
For blood. To give up blood, niggas standing on that side. And you think this shit ain't real? Y'all stay on point and watch your back.
Crumble Cookies says it had to throw out all the dough in a store and bring in a professional cleaning crew after some employees were caught on video playing hairdresser in the kitchen.
My name is Erica Jackson. I'm a news reporter with WSOC in Charlotte, North Carolina. And that's where a customer says he shot this video of the crumble on South Kings Drive.
A customer told me he went to the store for chocolate chip cookies, noticed that there were no customers around, and looked through the window in disbelief. So I reached out to Crumble Cookie. A spokesperson says Crumble is aware of the video showing inappropriate employee behavior. Crumble says the conduct is unacceptable. Once leaders learned what happened, they closed the store, discarded all dough on site, brought in a professional cleaning crew. It's unclear if the employees still work there. Crumble simply told me it took appropriate action with the employees involved.
You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up. Y'all heard it.
Here we are, folks. Hair! So Bonquisha done turned Crumble into a hair salon, you know, closed the store early. This is terrible for the image, you know, because folks will say, see how they do, you know, and you get the other woman, you know, quitting her job. It's too high. I don't want to work. And then that's crazy to turn Crumble. You ain't even in the back behind. I don't know.
Just out in the open. No shame. F you. I won't do what you tell me, and I'm gonna do what I want. Like, here's the thing. This is part of our culture, right? Sister Ebony Dean, the auntie and mom doing hair in the kitchen area. That's kind of a thing. I know my aunt, she was always she's sitting there doing the hair in the kitchen. This the projects now. Context is pretty small. Doing hair in the kitchen, dining room area, making the meanest pot spaghetti you ever done tasted. So I can understand a little bit of grace, but this ain't your kitchen. This ain't the apartments. This is white man's establishment. You tripping.
Well, you have to remember too with that, the reason why we were getting our hair done in the kitchen is because of the hot comb. They had to heat the hot comb on the stove, and that is why we did it in the kitchen. The kitchen is not supposed to be the hair salon, but I can see why Bonquisha may think that it was cool to do it there because she might be still used to using the hot comb and stuff in her kitchen at home. But this is most egregious. Let's just keep it a buck. Bonquisha's bump and curl at Crumble should have never been a thing. You know, looks like she's gluing in tracks. And you guys have to remember when you're putting in all these, hair, like oils and different hairsprays and stuff, that's in the air. And these people, this is a restaurant. This is your job. You're on company time. There's so many things wrong with this. And then they had to throw out all the dough. So that's product waste because you wanted to do somebody's hair. We don't know what they had planned after work, but you should have not been doing that on company time.
This is wonky. And shout out to Squeegee Kids.
Money.
He come through with the 10 ball. All right, calling out this sister here. He says, if you like to meet a newly unemployed headband crown head, you can find her on the all new, well, it's not new anymore, Kundra dating app, now available on all Apple and Android devices.
Shout out to Squeegee. There you go. Maybe she'll find a match.
Until then, you can find all these hyenas in the sub.
There you go. We got unlimited employment.
The passengers of the doomed Titanic sub spent their last moments in total darkness looking for bioluminescent creatures out of the small window and listening to their favorite music. The new details of the 5 passengers' final moments have been revealed by the wife and mum of the father-son duo.
Wade in the water, diamond wade in the water. Something's gonna trouble the water. You better wade in the water.
Yeah, I remember when Crumble first came to our area. I thought Crumble was one of the best things going, but it really ain't. Yeah, them cookies really is a part. The only good cookie they got is the chocolate chip cookie. It can be all right. All the other ones, yeah, big miss.
Yeah, and I wonder what they were laying the baby hairs down with the icing from the cookies. Like, what were they using to lay it down?
Little caramel glaze.
Right.
Wicked. And that's why we up here talking about when parents fail, the entire community pays, and it starts at home. So we're going back out here to the streets with Bonquisha.
Oh boy.
And she says wigs and lashes in middle school is crazy. Somebody says, I think they are using the grown thing as another way to say, I'm not spending money on those things.
Huh. Okay, I agree. The wigs and lashes is crazy. Let's see what she got to say.
Mad at me because I said that I'm not having my kids in middle school wearing wigs or lashes. That's how I feel. If that's what you do, that's on you. Baby, you raise your kids how you want. I have my opinion. I can say what I want. I can say what I don't like. I don't like it. Give them a chance to like, bro, why y'all letting them do, like, how old are they like in middle school? Like 13, 14? Like, girl.
Okay, so she talking about responding. Somebody says, I think you are using the I'm grown thing. So she's saying, or the grown thing as another way. So she said, quit saying that wigs and lashes is for adults if you too broke to pay for your kids. Quit lying to your kids saying this stuff is for grown people. Just tell them you ain't got the money. You can't afford it. You know, you can't afford this $500 wig for your 12-year-old. I don't know.
As you are installing this wig and weave and eyelashes on your little baby girl, what are you telling them? Come on, huh? When you're having these interactions with your kids, it's always a teaching moment, a bonding moment. What are you saying as you clip, you know what I mean, cumbrellas to your little girl's face, man? What's the message? This is how you do it. This is our heritage. Be proud of this. But we ain't about to sit here and say just because you do it, you ain't broke. You see that? She up here being a coward saying, oh, teach his own, raise your kids how you want. But these hyenas are telling you, you broke for not being, making your little girl into a harlot. See what I mean by the worst of us are the loudest and the ones that got common sense talking about to each his own? Stop that.
Right. And these are the same ones who come fall when their kids are entering college, don't have enough money in order to pay for the tuition for them to start. This is absolutely egregious. And shout out to this mom for standing on business. And just the fact that they're trying to shame her and say that she doesn't have the money. That's wild. I couldn't even imagine for a middle school and even for high school. Like, no, you have to teach your children how to take care of their hair. You don't need to be spending that much. That could be going towards savings, towards college, towards anything except for just hair. And if these kids are getting shamed because they don't have bust downs and all these types of things, I don't agree with that whatsoever. I do remember when I was in middle school and stuff, my parents wouldn't let me wear makeup. And all my friends were allowed to, and it might not be the same correlation, but I got talked about all the time because I wasn't allowed to wear makeup, and, kids called me names and, saying all these different things. But my parents had a standard, and it was what it was. And I'm kind of glad that they did, because those kids that were the girls that were wearing makeup that were my friends, they were outside doing outside activities. And so, yeah, so just stand on business as parents, and just use your discretion, and don't even worry about what these bonquishes are doing with their kids, and just teach your kids to be strong with their, within their natural beauty.
Amen.
How old are they, like in middle school? Like 13, 14? Like, girl, that's crazy. Mm-mm.
Fishing when I was a little girl. You gotta be real quiet on the creek.
This is wicked work. So they got the kids out here with Saucy Santana.
Oh, brother, the kids too? I'm so tired of this flamboyant ass Ninja Turtle. They need to shut social media down for a year so people can get their mind right. I'm so sick of this shit. This Quiet on the Creek. Do y'all even know the message behind this? This song is pretty much letting you know that if your man is DL, then the gay man is messing with him on the low. So you got to be quiet messing with the DL man. It's all types of, I don't even know if I explained it right, but I'm sick of this shit. You feel what
I don't know what you just explained. I'm more confused now. I don't know. First of all, Saucy's attached to it. Ain't trying to understand it. We can just disregard it. You say, who's involved? You start naming folks, we just disregard whatever you're talking about. So ain't even trying to consider or decipher it. Just keep it away from the babies at all costs.
That right there. Growing up, we had a saying. That saying was, consider the source. And Miss H just explained that. You say, hey, I heard something. You heard the news. We say, what's the news? Saucy said, ain't hard stop. The source is tainted. I don't give a goddamn what was said, what's going around. The source is not viable. Say no more. See that? Don't give a damn.
Well, now I see they're trying to keep up with that, black men are on the DL type business, just the same things that they were trying to push in the 90s. It's not going to work because we already understood, the play. The majority of our men and most of our men are not on the DL. And so that is just a myth. But them just promoting, we just have to understand when things like this come up and they're promoting songs that promote this behavior, there is an agenda behind it. I don't agree with any of this stuff. And the fact that the kids are there dancing with him, to this song is most egregious. Parents, you need to be watching what your kids are listening to and who they're looking up to, because none of this is okay.
Thank you.
And there you go. And blame the machines. All right. Like you said, parents, keep your kids off the phone. A lot of this stuff stems from TikTok. Like you said, people ain't thinking, they're not going down the rabbit holes, if you will. Like, man, decipher what we are looking at. Nope, they're listening to the beat, and the kids is dancing on TikTok, and it's trendy. All right. For whatever reason, this Saucy Santana is very trendy on TikTok with whatever the guy's doing. And the kids are on TikTok, so they consume it. And it's wild.
This is what we mean by agenda. There are no more conspiracies. I said that. This is what we mean. Look at what's acceptable. How is, folks in the chat, this is saying, how is this legal? to have a character like this around your kids when all they spew is sexual content, whether it's indirect or not. The agenda, the madness, the attack on masculinity.
Right. And the attack on Black masculinity, because they're not having any white men, who are a part of this community doing stuff like this and promoting to their kids. It's something that they're just trying to promote to ours. So we just have to look at the bigger picture here when it comes to things like this, and who is backing, and promoting this type of filth and garbage to our children.
Terrible. Quiet on the damn creek. Don't nobody want to hear that shit. Only people that want to hear that shit is the ratchet bitches with the DL niggas on the low that's trying to cope. And the DL niggas. I'm talking about a bisexual backwood body built ass nigga. This is ridiculous. He's on tour with this too. Nigga built like a damn extra large black and mild with the guts still in it. Out here running around looking like a homosexual Cedric the Entertainer with these built-in shoulder pads. And this weak ass fucking, what is this wig? This Dragon Ball Z Super Saiyan ass wig you got in. This shit is stupid. I'm sick of this. I'm sick of it. This shit needs to be stopped. This is a whole fat nigga lady running around with, oh my God, you don't got no brawn. Like, I don't know if you're supposed to have a brawn, but then again, you need a brawn. Like, this shit is crazy. You confusing me, them kids. Everybody's confused. Cause you confused. I'm sick of it. This world needs to just shut down.
The other recent thing that went viral again was the kids thing. Like, the kids want to, and I would love for you to clear that up.
What now, mind you,
okay, pull it out. Get the receipts.
Because that's what I said. People like to clip.
What kids thing?
It's a clip where I said, niggas want to fuck me, kids want to fuck me, aunties want to fuck me, everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And so they clipped it, and I think right now too, I don't want to throw shade on nobody else's situation, but somebody else is in the headline for that little me gauge. Yeah. And I'm like, that just has never been my character. But at the same time, you can't. I ain't finna beat y'all hoes in the head about something that y'all want to make y'all mind up to believe.
Yeah. Oh Lord. Yeah. Owns tour. Talking about kids want to do that to him. Women, men, machines, kids. He's like, this is wild. And they're going to try to justify, I don't know, man. Y'all need to really monitor y'all children. Like I said, this ninja going to do whatever he want, but y'all kids should not even know who this ninja is.
There you go, Mr. X, because I'm sitting here getting worked up. That's why it starts at home. For whatever reason, the powers that be allows some monsters to run free out here, and it's agitating. It gets me worked up because this is wild. How can an adult male look how you got to present? If you're a black male, you present like this. You can say whatever you want. Talking about kids want to hunt you, and he said it. He said it, and like it was they clipped me. They didn't get the context. What context, you perverted fiend?
Yeah, but like I said, this goes to show that they are trying to push an agenda, it's definitely with our community. And also we have to think about the PDF community, because they are trying to normalize that behavior, with certain laws and certain things that they're trying to pass. Just look at how people who do crimes against kids, they don't even get the time that they actually should get. It's kind of like a slap on the wrist compared to, the egregious stuff that they do. And so I do believe, and we can kind of keep our eyes out, that they are trying to normalize this behavior. And these are just the subtle ways that they do it. And we have to be careful that we're not being used in order to promote certain agendas. Make sure that your kids are not attending these concerts, listening to this music. This is most egregious. And we were just talking about the Sydney Star situation. None of this is okay. And yeah, we got to watch over our babies when it comes to this type of stuff.
And I would say, be careful when your kids is doing these little challenges and dances and stuff. Because like I said, it seems harmless. And then you like, whose music is that? And a lot of them don't even know him. I don't know. It's TikTok challenge. It's the sassy challenge. And these is kids. Their brains ain't developed and they willing to accept anything. Our kids is under attack, unfortunately. And they know that. So they're going to put this ninja in front of them and he going to come off harmless like Barney or something. But this ain't that. All right. No.
I'm going to say it again. Our babies are under attack. We got to monitor whatever they are taking in via social media, everything. I know my wife and I had some close calls down the line. There's always something heinous new in social media trying to attack the kids. They'll have wholesome videos playing for an hour or so, but then somewhere in that video, it'll be some of the most wildest things you ever seen. Kids should not, if you love your kids, it should be forbidden for your kids to indulge in social media content without heavy supervision.
Right. And like Gavin X, you said, about Barney. Well, there was something called Hip Hop Harry that was out a few years back. And Hip Hop Harry was actually teaching the kids stuff. But if you want something for your kids to listen to, not anything like this, but Snoop Dogg has like a children's series out where he's singing songs and teaching kids. It's called Doggy Land or Doggy World. But it's really, really positive, and he's rapping and teaching the kids through song and dance, how to do positive things. And he made it, for his grandkids. So it's something to look into. We don't want to promote anything that has to do with anything like this.
There you go. Shout out to Snoop.
So, yeah.
And also, I think people forget that even though I live stream, I'm a celebrity. So I answer these questions on lip service.
Okay.
Yes. I don't got to prop up my phone and answer no shit for y'all because y'all feel like you ain't going to address it. Yeah, when it's time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm on a press run right now, babe.
Right. Okay, period.
That part. So let's address it. I don't want to focus on clips that people have. I want to focus on action.
Okay.
This is a video in real time.
Here we go.
You heard the little boy, he said, damn, that shit fat.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Hey, now listen to what I said.
Oh.
No, go back to the beginning. I don't need y'all to miss this.
Okay, we got to hear it one more time. Let me be quiet on the creek. Yeah,
you're watching.
Yeah, you should watch your mouth. You too fucking young. Right.
Some little YNs outside. Damn, that shit fat. What you say?
Yeah.
First of all, watch your mouth. You too motherfucking young for that. When have I ever gave kids the teeth any type of thing? That's action. That ain't no clip. That's in real time.
Oh, Lord. Protect the babies. I don't even know how your kids is in the vicinity of this man and you ain't around to say, get the hell away from that ninja. But here we are. These kids is walking alongside of him. He say one of them yelled, that thing fat. And then you took it and perverted it. So on one hand, you trying to say, oh, I told them to watch your mouth. And then you put it in the rap and say, kids want to hunt you. To try to use it as a badge of honor to say, women want grown men, grown women, kids, animals, machines. You see what I'm saying? This is the work of the devil.
Pure perversion. See what I mean? And this thing gonna sit up and try to act like it's got some kind of moral compass. It's trying to say it said it, but the kid, really said it first. And he just is, relaying it. Hey, you an adult man. Can we not forget that this is an adult man? This ain't how you talk to kids. You too young for that. You supposed to ignore or not even go down there. What you mean you too young? Y'all don't understand just what that is insinuating. You too young for that.
I would say, first, why are you wearing a dress causing confusion to the children? Like I said, they talking about the Sydney Star stuff, and he said, I ain't talking about that yet. I'm on a press run. So I ain't even going to talk about the Sydney Star stuff because it gives them all a black eye. And like you walk around with a dress on, these kids is confused. Just like that young boy that was with Sydney Star thought it was a woman until he found out it wasn't, and he went ham. So
this is why fathers are so important. Another reason of many, many other reasons why fathers are so important, because we're going to let our kids know. But these proud, rambunctious single moms, they're not about to sit here and let their kids know the horrors that are out here when it comes to dating and relationships. Hey, there's some folks walk around here presenting as one thing, but biologically they're another thing. Bonquisha ain't having that conversation. So these dudes is finding themselves with these feminine presenting individuals, and next thing they know, they faced with a sausage. Where you at now?
Yeah, but as parents, we can't afford to not tell our kids about this. I don't even know why it is even getting promoted. Why is this person even on tour? Why is this person even allowed to come on platforms? Why are we even giving this person any shine and limelight? Why are we even giving this person a platform to even discuss this video and why she was talking about that, what the kids want to do to her? Why is this something that why is this something that is even happening? So we have to start asking questions about these platforms. We were already talking about Tasha K. Why is all this going on? So yeah.
I don't even want to miss this.
Okay, we got to hear it one more time. Let me be quiet on the creek.
Any type of thing. That's action. That ain't no clip. That's in real time. Mm-hmm. A kid to me, 14, right. 15, 16, whatever the fuck, see me walking outside of public in a dress and you like, oh, that shit fat. That's not cool. That's not okay. Listen, you way out of your league, son. Don't play with me. Don't even disrespect me like that. Mm-hmm. Yes. That's how I'm coming. Mm-hmm. I got goddaughters. I got nieces and nephews and that I'm helping raise. Mm-hmm. That's watching me. I got nephews that I'm teaching. Hey, me and your daddy, both men, we might be two different men. Your daddy might be one way, I might be this way, but you still gonna have respect. Right. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's like when it
I baptize you in the name of Jesus. Have your way, Lord. Have your way, Lord. Have your way, Lord.
I will say this. In this instance, I'm not about to blame Saucy and his wicked self. Why are you as a man or a woman, a mom, a father, a parent, why would you introduce this to your children and say this is your God parent or, whatever, and then allow them to talk to the kids? Like you said, we ain't against nobody, but give the kids a fair shake. When they grown, you can sit down maybe with some adults and have a conversation. You cannot be manipulating the children. And sitting here, well, your daddy, we both men. He a different kind of man, and I'm a different kind of man. You just instantly start causing all types of confusion and planted seeds and some type of agenda in this boy. No, let the kids be pure. Let them figure this life out. Why are y'all trying to put this on their plate?
It would take me all of, 120 seconds. All right, 2 minutes to set Saucy straight. You tripping all the way straight. Get down Old Testament, genetics, biology, all that. Absolutely not. You gonna respect me how you respect him. You relinquish when you forfeit the burden of a man and masculinity, you forfeit a certain level of respect. Men have a fearful respect. Ninja, please. Abso-freaking-lutely not. But as Mr. X said, this thing gonna do what this thing gonna do. We as the parents, we keep our kids from around this because shoot, he's only got this position of a godparent because somebody gave it to him.
Yeah, and it keeps talking about how the kids were checking for him and how he was trying to check the kids. I just don't believe that is like a thing. I think they're trying to promote that kids are really. I don't even know why they're trying to promote that kids are really, trying to. I don't even want to say hit on it or whatever, because that's not even the case. These are kids that we're talking about here. But my other question is about the Jasmine brand. I don't know. Who owns it or what their background is, but it would be something that I want to investigate to see, what their lineage is and why they're promoting. Because a lot of these media outlets and stuff, they are not of the lineage, and they do try to promote stuff like that. I'm not sure, but my scanners are up, and I will do some research.
Yeah, I think a lot of these people just be clip farming, grifting. They don't ever, like I said, just random pages, just putting stuff on Facebook or whatever. But, at the end of the day, our kids are under attack. So regardless of where it's coming from, this is the truth of what's going on. So we got to make sure we are telling the babies what's what.
And we are counteracting it.
Like, so it's like when it comes to that, it's kind of actually fucking disgusting.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's like, I know how the internet is. And it's like,
it's an agenda.
Yeah.
Because I knew that would have upset you at that time when that was going viral and you haven't spoken on it yet. So I appreciate you for clearing it up here. And we wanted to give you the space to be able to do that.
Yeah.
Because we've never heard nothing about Saucy.
Right. Never. And you never will. And I'm just like, it's so crazy that the internet always wait till you being a champion or you have a hit.
To try to bring up that shit.
Oh, you see what he said, and now y'all trying to tangle it with the songs demonic and this and the third, and it's like that's never the case. But what I want people to know that what's happening right now is God. Mm-hmm. This is happening for me on purpose. This is not nothing that y'all can strip from me.
Mm-hmm.
Quiet on the Creek is not no song calling into kids about this is not about no child molestation, none of that weird ass bullshit that y'all talking about on the internet.
Like, who even thinks like that?
Nobody was saying nothing about no other song. Y'all saying this now because this is one of his biggest things. Like, stop playing.
And y'all want to feel like we finna take this from him. Mm-hmm. We finna strip him from this. But y'all don't know that this ain't luck. This is timing and this is purpose. And this is what God had destined for Saucy Santana. I got me another hit.
You a lie. And the truth ain't in you.
You a liar.
That's a lie.
God. You keep bringing God into this. I don't know what you worship, brother. Don't know, don't care. Not my God. Tell you that. I don't know who you putting this on. This is wild. The babies is under attack.
I don't know. I never known God to be a God of confusion. I'm pretty sure the word says quite the freaking opposite. The devil is the author of confusion. Never the freaking less. Let's just take a look at our culture right now. Let's look at what's being the light that's being shined on it right now. Who's the two hottest people in social media when it comes to music right now? We got Young Miami with the scamming song, and we got this individual with a his song talking about what the babies want to do to him. And look, shout out to some of y'all in the chat. Some of y'all be using coverall statements saying, melanated women do this. There is a particular group of melanated women, as we are seeing, that do love this behavior. Look at the Angela Yees of the world out here standing up for this. Oh, y'all just mad because he hot. Look at the words in his song. Look at the words in Young Miami's song. It is most wicked, but they are defending it.
Yeah, well, I just did a quick little search, and one of the partners with the Jasmine brand, his name is Mahir Fadel or Fadel. That doesn't sound like it's from the lineage or even American. So we just need to kind of look at who is overseeing the type of content that is being put onto these spaces, because if they didn't have a platform, then they wouldn't even get any exposure. So we just have to kind of look at the bigger picture and the reason why they're even up here in the first place.
Dang on right, sister.
And I think this podcast here is this Angela Yee. Like I said, this is Angela Yee's production. So, but this Jasmine brand, like I said, they're like some type of clip farming. So they making money off of it for sure, but they ain't producing this. This is coming from Angela and Charlemagne and that Breakfast Club and all of that. So, like I said, if she didn't put the thing up, they wouldn't have nothing to clip.
There you go. They're the source. They're the raw material source.
Right. Okay. So this is Angela Yee's production. We still need to be looking at who's running who, because I think I don't even want to say it, but just look at who is behind all this. Why are they even giving them shine at the end of the day? This is not, we don't want our kids thinking that this is something that our culture needs to be involved in, or that this is okay for them to be seeing and dancing and, watching. So
I see exactly what you're saying. Just how we check and see who makes our food items. We talk about that. These big companies owning food companies, what's their agenda? Are they here to feed you and give you nutrients, or are they just here to make money? Same thing with social media. Are they here to give information, or are they here to make money at any cost?
But my thing is, it's inevitable. So whether it's them, I think we just got to control our kids and what they are watching. So whether it's this people or anybody else, somebody's going to upload the clip. We just got to make sure they ain't watching it, because you can't stop these people from doing this.
That's true. Yeah, the content ain't going to stop. Yeah, it is inevitable at this point. You're right, Mr. X. It ain't going nowhere. Just got to be under some instruction, as Ebony always saying.
Yeah, and just know what you're supporting at the end of the day. I don't want to sit there and listen to Angela Yee if she's trying to give a platform to something like this. And even if he is trying to justify what he's saying, he shouldn't even be up, or it shouldn't even be up here in the first place and even speaking on our kids. Why aren't the law getting involved in this? There's so many things that are wrong about what is going on, not giving them a platform, not trying to make it okay. None of this is okay.
Purpose, and this is what God had destined for Saucy Santana. I got me another hit.
And number 45 coming too. And
yes, number 45 on hip hop R&B Billboard.
And I used to go fishing when I was a little girl. You gotta be real quiet on the creek.
Fuck no! You got the kids doing this bullshit too?
Can we stop the performative BS, please? Like the hooting and hollering and shit, like enough with the performative BS. They were like the third or fourth black person that I seen make a video specifically about Saucy Santana and them little girls in the background and started crashing out. And rightfully so, right? I get it. What he said in context in that poll when he sat here and said kids want to F him, and then he's sitting here trolling people by having kids in the background singing that song about DL men. I get it. It's not really appropriate at all. I'm not against that whatsoever. I'm in agreement with y'all. But the way y'all be sitting here hooting and hollering on Instagram and Facebook about it, when I haven't seen not one of these big black creators like you and outraged at the fact that all these people were named in the Epstein files and not one of them got locked up for eating kids, raping kids, getting them pregnant, having their babies tossed over in the Michigan River somewhere, and y'all haven't made a single video about that. I haven't seen some of y'all crashing out on Saucy Santana make videos about black youth getting hung from trees.
Here we go. Y'all love doing this, moving the goal line. Y'all ain't talking about this, y'all ain't talking about that. Don't somebody try to focus in on an issue. We can only start tackling one thing at a time, if you will. They like, no, why ain't y'all tackling everything at the same time? It's like if you come over here, talk about anything, the brother Carmelo or this Nolan Wales brother, why ain't y'all talking about the people in Chicago? Y'all don't care about that. This and that. It's like you can't talk about one issue because they're going to say, why ain't she talking about everything else? It's like you got to tackle it one at a time if you're trying to do it right.
That is a sad attempt to deflect, and it does the opposite. You do realize that you go against what you're trying to do by comparing the heinous individual that is Saucy, because when you make these comparisons, they got to have, some kind of similarities, right? You ain't gonna say, oh, do you like ice cream or gasoline? No. But why would you sit here and say, oh, y'all mad at Saucy? Why aren't you mad at the dude on the island and those X-Files? Why did you find it fitting to connect those two, even if it's in comparison? Because it's something to compare. Ain't that wild? Oh, y'all ain't gonna check Saucy. It's folks out here eating babies. Y'all letting them go. Wow. That's how far you had to go to justify this individual's actions. Good job.
Right. And we didn't excuse the behavior of Epstein and everything that went on that island. None of us, we don't have like a big PDF type ring in our community. So we don't try to promote that stuff. They're trying to normalize it. This guy is trying to make it seem like, okay, well, since you guys didn't say anything about Epstein, why are you saying anything about this?
Or say X-Files. Say X-Files.
Oh,
we don't
okay, X-Files. Yeah, sorry. X-Files. But what are we talking about here? None of it is legal, and this is not something that we want to be promoting to our kids. So none of it is okay. We are going to say something about Epstein. We're going to say something about what is going on here. We don't want this going on for our kids at all. So,
and we got some super chats here.
It's crazy. Shout out to B Wise. Appreciate you, brother. He says, hell. Shout out to B Wyatt. Says in the good old days, he would have been packed up. Pack him up, B. Appreciate you, Indigenous Stallion. Good to see you, brother. Been a member for almost 2 solid years. Says good evening, SBC. Good evening, brother. Appreciate you, Be Wise. Says whoop that trick. Shout out to Devil Games. Says this is what a female-led society looks like. Shout out to Devil Games. Says a lot of dumb women support this. Then this what's degenerate behavior. Shout out to the brother Classy. Good to see you, brother. Says Miss Dean is because the women are helping promote these trans women and giving them a platform. Mostly bitter, ratchet single moms.
There you go.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Shout out to our brother Squeegee Kid, the Stat Goat. He says, Ebony, you are right. The kids are hitting on them is what the angle is. Countless times on Chris Hansen's show, the predators say the underage person I was talking to begged me to stop by, blaming the kid. If anyone's not accountable, it's the babies, the children, their kids, for crying out loud. But we can have saucy, zesty folks being less accountable than the babies. Imagine it.
Right. Thank you, Squeegee. That's what I'm saying. But the Chris Hansen reference was perfect. It's spot on because that's exactly what they're trying to do with this.
There you go.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Big shout out to Project Leroy. Appreciate you, brother. Says Bossip, The Shade Room, Media Takeout, World Star, Madame Noir, Raindrops Media, and others are tether sites promoting all anti-black media. Okay.
Yes, thank you, Project Leroy. I knew if anybody was going to know it was you, but I did a Google search and saw something is amiss because, this we don't want to promote this for our culture. So why are they given a platform? So thank you.
Amen.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Appreciate you, Turb 2000. Been a member for 27 months. Says, your thoughts ain't my thoughts. Shout out to Devil Games coming through, helping sponsor tonight's show. Says, this dude up here is the worst type of man in the community. They never hold anything that black do accountable. Matter of fact, he likes the degenerate behavior in the community and is trying to justify it by making that song.
There you go. And shout out to our brother Elijah. Dropped a 50 ball in the Cash App, sponsoring the show. He says, I'm locked into the Regal Rumble tonight. Salute, fellas.
Shout out to our brother Elijah, always coming through.
We appreciate your brother Elijah. Where we at here?
Thank you, brother Elijah.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
And shout out to Marcel, come back in the Cash App. He says that song needs to go to the pit.
I agree, Marcel. Second that motion.
That is true. Like I said, we need to look into, obviously, I don't think it's anything we can do, just freedom of speech, so ain't nothing we can do as far as maybe making a law. Maybe on that level, if we get somebody in position to make laws to change stuff. But until then, we just got to put the parental lock on the phone. And obviously, as an adult, you shouldn't be consuming it, but teach his own. So I'm worried about the kids. If you listening to Saucy as a grown adult, I can't do nothing for you. But I'm trying to say the babies.
That is it. That is all, Mr. X.
Yeah. And just be mindful of the content that you're watching and just look into why are they promoting these people? Why are they going on certain platforms? Why are certain agendas being pushed? I'm always trying to look at the bigger picture whenever things like this come up and, just support people who are supporting you and others in your community and not promoting this filth and degeneracy.
or even spoke out on the Nolan Wells case. I haven't seen it. So if you're going to sit here and crash out on Saucy Santana's weird ass, okay, bet. But I better be seeing you crashing out on other things that are just as important. Because all that is given to me is that you feel in a way about Saucy Santana because he's an openly gay man who wears a wig and makeup. That's what is given to me respectfully. Y'all better be keeping the same energy. And I'm leading by example. I'll speak out against Saucy Santana. That shit he did was weird. But I also speak about the Epstein files and everything. Like, keep the same energy. If it's all about protecting the youth and not having kids being around weird ass shit and weird ass people, fine. But keep that shit across the board equal.
I don't care. And black women are supporting the gay shit. These are the type of men that y'all allow to be the leaders of the community. But then when real black men get up here and say, hey, we don't like it. Hey, black women, why do you support it? Oh my God, y'all just hateful. I guess I'm just hateful as a black woman because I don't support it. I don't support gay men being around kids at all because you're giving them the fucking thought process that what you're doing is appropriate when it is not. It is not. Don't care how nobody feel. And it's so fucking sad that y'all don't care about the children. You grown adults know that what this man is doing is inappropriate, but because white people have told you, hey, we accept it, it doesn't matter what God has told you to do. Y'all are devils. Y'all are heathens. Heathens. And then this man went on a podcast with Angela Yee trying to show a video of little boys hitting on him. And he said, well, I told them don't do it, but now you're standing up here in plain daylight with girls popping their chest. So which one are you? Oh, I got goddaughters. Them people need to be checked out immediately. Immediately. I don't care. I don't care. If God is against it, so am I. Fight the devil. I just can't believe black women are supporting this. I can't believe it. And then when men try to speak up on the topic, oh my God, y'all are homophobic. Call what the fuck you want at this point. Because y'all are indoctrinating children into mindsets that they should not be okay with. This is not okay, and black women support the gay shit. Black women are the downfall of our community. I don't care how nobody feel about it. I blame black women for everything that is happening in our world. I do, because we're the doorway to the community. These black men ain't supporting a fucking thing. They have no power. It's us. And y'all only like when men are gay. Y'all don't like when they're real men because they can check you for your behavior. Y'all only like feminine men because that puts you in a position of power as a black woman. Y'all can't lie to me. I'm one of y'all.
The black culture,
Man, she said, y'all can't lie to me. I am a lion or a hyena just like y'all. I speak the same language, so y'all can say whatever y'all want, but I know exactly she's behind enemy lines. He said, I'm one of y'all, and I'm sick of it. All right, so yeah, shout out to her for calling it out, even though she just maybe be ratchet herself. There is a line when we talking about the kids.
There you go. Yeah, listen here. We got a bonnet wearing ally. Yeah, listen here. She could be an ally. She's speaking some truth. And once again, you know, I think it is important as we continue to hold folks accountable. Also, be very clear. It's not all black women. It is black women of a certain cloth. These hyenas, the unashamed.
Well, I would say in our culture, though, it's safe to say it's only like or zesty men. There are not heterosexual straight men support any of this nonsense.
There you go.
Yeah,
only.
That.
I like that. There you go. Only, but not all, for sure. Yeah, we don't want nothing to do with this. But yeah, way too often. I don't know what that is, Sister Ebony. Way too often, whether these women could be non-feminist or not, but they are very much accepting of this rainbow behavior. Is it they don't know the ripple effect that it does have? I mean, is there a disconnect?
Well, I think it goes back to not being up under any instruction because there's nobody telling them otherwise. Men, if they're around, will say this is not okay if they don't already know. But all these moms, I'm sure none of the dads are around because they wouldn't even allow their daughters, or I don't even know if these are boys or girls. I don't know what's going on, but none of these kids should be around. All these parents need to be checked because your kids do not need to be around this type of behavior. I'm sorry. It's just not okay. But there is a sector of women who, maybe they have friends that are from this community and they think it's okay, but I just think it's them just kind of running the show and doing what the hyenas do, just anything, just running wild and letting their kids run wild. But they need to be up under some type of instruction.
Men because they can check you for your behavior. Y'all only like feminine men because that puts you in a position of power as a black woman. Y'all can't lie to me. I'm one of y'all.
The black culture, the little criminals are getting younger and younger. Take a look at this clip.
Look
at this. Your kids is bad.
Get my brother all this time. Bro, tell that lady get that camera. Yo, freedom girl is done. Bro, y'all.
The little girl says, I'm going to get my brother to unalive you, to the police officer. These are little girls. These girls can't be older than 12 years old. So my question to the black community, how is this happening? Because you guys are protesting, the police officer unaliving little Cohen Wiley. Tell me how this happened. Where did that little girl learn to say something like that about those police officers? Now,
Jesus. I don't know who this woman is, but I don't know why you are trying to connect them dots. All right. You cannot absolve the police of doing something cold-blooded just because some kids are acting like unruly children inside a Target. That don't equate with deletion of a baby. Like them two things, I don't know how y'all connecting these dots to say, look, let's find one, black person acting unruly or whatever the case, and they need to be dealt with accordingly and project that amongst 50 million people.
Agree. This is what we mean by calling down the middle. Yes, hold them accountable. However, we can't become so jaded. None of us can stand the wild, unhinged tactics and antics of Nug and Bonquisha. We hate it. We despise it. We call it out. However, like you said, there are also other aspects in play, especially when you bring the law into it. Yeah, two things can be true. Johnny Law can be wrong and Bonquisha can be wrong. There you go. But ain't always someone innocent, someone evil. We got to get over that. There ain't nobody innocent today except for the kids. Asterisk.
Right. And if these kids, it looks like they were caught stealing or whatever, take them and handle it according to the law. There are consequences when you steal, and their parents need to be dealt with as well. That is not something that we promote. We don't want our kids out here stealing and behaving in such a way. But even if they were caught stealing or doing whatever, it doesn't mean that they need to be deleted, or that doesn't give the police justification for the things that have happened in the past. Deal with these crimes accordingly, according to the crime that's committed. So I don't understand her correlation. Absolutely not. Yeah.
And you tell me, when those girls are like 16, 17, where are they going to be? Like, whose fault is this? I'm going to wait for you guys to come in the comments and tell me who's going to be responsible for these little girls. This is what I'm talking about when I say there's no consequences. This new era of black cultured kids, there's no consequences for them. There's no accountability, and their parents are the reason why. So now if something happens horrible to those little girls out in the parking lot on accident, it's going to be protests because you guys are going to be blaming those cops. When are you going to take responsibility for your kids and that they're truly delinquents, the teen takeovers? Like, when is this going to be put to rest? Like, what is going to be the solve for this?
Oh, there you go. What is going to be the solve for the cops and their training? I think two things. We are talking about two issues now, Bonquisha. Granted, these parents need to do a better job at parenting their children. And at the very same time, these cops are held accountable as well. They need better training and dealing with conflict resolution, and to know for a fact that anybody stealing out of a damn department store is not worthy of drawing a weapon or deleting by any means. So you got to figure it out. We got too much technology. There's cameras on every corner. So I ain't trying to hear it.
Thank you. And for the record, that is the only reason why I had an ambition on becoming law enforcement, because of that, Mr. X, that disconnect between law enforcement and the community, most likely black folks. That was what I wanted to get into, to bridge that gap, to be on call, just like when I was trying to become a firefighter, so I could be there in folks' worst day to make it better. But these cops today, man, they ain't there for that. They escalating situations. They out there trying to catch a body. If you are black, most likely you done been on the wrong side of the law, whether you did something wrong or not. It happens. I acknowledge that. But yeah, again, two things can be true. We got to do a better job at raising the babies and keeping them out Johnny Law's way. At the same time, there we say, white man, train your officers better.
Right. And I definitely agree with everything that you guys are saying. With these kids, we definitely have to take care of them, teach them the right way. But there are times, even with interacting with the police, sometimes these kids aren't even doing anything wrong, and they end up getting deleted. So, they can always say, oh, we need better training. We need cultural diversity training and all this stuff. You guys know exactly how to act. And we have to remember that the police were created in order to find us and hunt us down during slavery and after slavery. So the whole basis of the whole entire system was based on, going after us in the first place.
Exactly.
When are we going to stop blaming police and white people and Trump for the fact that you are raising criminals? You are raising criminals. Take responsibility. And if you don't want to be responsible for raising a kid, close your legs. Am I overreacting? You guys come in the comments. Am I overreacting? Did you look at the video? This is every day now, and it's always the same group of people. You can get mad if you want to. Black fatigue has now become some trending, stupid little phrase that means nothing because nobody seems to care about black fatigue. There's a whole group of black people who are embarrassing an entire race. The world is going to think all black people are like that and all black kids are like that. And then you want to know why when you go into the restaurant, the servers run because they don't want you in their section. And why teachers are quitting their jobs because they don't want to teach your raggedy little kids because they don't know how to behave. Come in the comments. Let's tussle back and forth because I want to see what your mindset is that you think that this is acceptable.
Like I said, it's definitely not acceptable, but your mind state ain't acceptable either because you are painting with a broad brush. All right. We are talking about the bottom dwellers. Like I said, we call them out on a daily basis, but we're projecting this like it's more than what it is.
And that's why her message is not what it could be, because she has some bias or at least a disconnect to her culture, like Officer Tatum and them. That's what she sounds like. Like she doesn't know of the culture she is speaking of, even though she does appear like she is skin folk, but she ain't kinfolk. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, this would be a time where I would definitely ask for a lineage check just based on the dialect and what she's saying. And this is kind of what we're talking about. She's trying to paint everybody with a broad brush when the majority of the time, this is not how our kids behave. This is what is shown on media when things like this happens. We have to remember that degenerate behavior, especially among our people, is always highlighted and it's always shared on social media and online. It always gets promoted because that is what they want us to think of our culture. The majority of our kids aren't at Target stealing things and doing degenerate stuff. The majority of our kids are being very productive. And so she's being very much biased with her opinion. And this is why I say check people's backgrounds.
That part.
Shout out to the brother Tony Davis, been a member for 23 months. Says people like Saucy need their phones checked weekly for safety. Appreciate you, Taylor Life. Says blessing SBC Nation. Do you want to be the person checking Saucy's phone? Shout out to Deep Thoughts. Says already lost a generation. Only option is regeneration, but there has to be order for social economic rebuild. Keisha don't like order.
There we go.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Man.
I'm talking to you. I'm not talking about the black people who raise normal kids.
I seen this video. I want to respond.
13-year-old girl, mind you, is going viral because her mom don't seem to have enough common sense. So this is the picture that I first saw. This is the one that initially went viral, and I'm pretty sure you can already guess why. Where my Maybe not, because the mom didn't see it, so maybe you don't see it either. This outfit is not made for a 13-year-old girl with this body.
This is the same type of woman that would tell her daughter to go in the bedroom, change her clothes, put some sweats on because her boyfriend is sitting inside the living room. And we're trying to figure out why our daughters are so insecure, why young girls say, oh, I wish I had a breast reduction. We have sexualized our daughters to the point that if a boy sexually assaults them, we blame them for the way they're shaped. No young girl has came out the womb and said, this is how I want my body to be. No, God gave it to her.
Yes, God gave her the body, but it's also our job to teach our young girls how to protect themselves.
Man, this ninja is sick. Y'all gotta be careful, man. Part of these dudes. So he trying to say, ain't nothing wrong, you know, with how this young girl is dressed. She got on makeup. What are you talking about? And he say, oh, well, if you tell your young daughter to go in the room and change her clothes, that is a problem because your boyfriend is in the house. So if this is a single mom and your daughter dressed like this, walk around the house, he's saying, let it be. All right, this y'all the problem when y'all sexualizing her. Ain't nothing wrong. I don't.
No, yes, you do know. The clothes can sexualize you. We got to stop this. Look at your stance, your clothes. This little girl, she's 13 years old, little girl.
She on the wig. She on the lace front and makeup.
All her clothes are skin tight. It's no need. Yeah, some of these young girls, they bud faster and they start to get, lumps and bumps. This is back to my point. When little girls are like this and they start to come into their sexuality, they must be around men and women that are protecting them, helping them, saving them from their own daggone thoughts. They are starting to, explore their sexuality, start to come into themselves. You have to protect these girls because they want to go out, and they're not evil or mean. They horned up just like the little boys. That's why you got to protect them and keep them close by. They want to go out, party, shake their rump. And if they don't have proper parental figures, they're going to do all that plus some. We got to help these babies. No, this is not appropriate dress for a 13-year-old. And I couldn't even get to the wig. You already know how I feel about that. Just the clothes, the makeup and the wig is over the top. The clothes, stop putting clothes on the babies that exploit them.
Yeah, and a lot of this stuff, you guys, it starts in the kitchen because what are you feeding your child, your daughter at the end of the day? A lot of these foods have hormones in it. You have to check ingredients and make sure that you're giving your children proper nutrition because they are starting to develop faster based on, it could be genetics and stuff like that, but it's also with the food and the chemicals and the different things that are in the foods. So that would be one thing. But even so, no matter your body type, because it's something that even women have to deal with, you still have to be able to dress appropriate. This is not appropriate for a 13-year-old. That means she was 12 yesterday and now all of a sudden 13 and this is how she's looking. And I know she's probably shopping in the women's section because of her size, but you still need to find age appropriate clothes for this child. But you guys are right. Having a father around or a man around saying this is not okay. But for this guy to say that, if the mom had a man around, the man is going to be thinking certain things. That's kind of painting men like they're going to be looking at her in a sexual way. And that's not okay too. That's not something that we're trying to promote or something that even our type of time our men are on, but you still have to be appropriate or, dress appropriately. And they have to figure it out as parents, but I would never, ever want to have my daughter walking around looking like this. The hair, the outfit, the way that she's even posing is very,
thank you.
Yeah. All of this. And she's at Ulta. So that's like promoting makeup. And there's so many things wrong with this picture for being a young girl.
Well, I'll say this is learned behavior. This is why a lot of people say this is the women's fault. It's not all women, but it's only women. I think it's safe to say that in 2026. You can't say all, that's disingenuous. We don't know the percentage, but we can say only because there is no father promoting this. It is only a mom. And where does all this come from? Her looking at her mom and her mama's friends and her auntie and different stuff she's seeing on the internet that has no restrictions. And here we are.
There you go. We parents, and we get to see how our kids develop. I ain't never seen my babies pose like this. My poor awkward babies. They supposed to be young and awkward, not young and sassy. My goodness.
It's wicked. And like you said, this ninja here, he definitely part of the problem. Just the whole premise that he set is there being a stepfather in the house, already foobar. That's why, especially coming into a house with a teenage daughter. All right, if you ain't been there since the kid was 3 weeks old, or even maybe you was there when she was pregnant, maybe you one of them ninjas that got with her when she was pregnant by another man. Granted, that's your kid. But you can't show up when there's teenage kids in the house. You know, it's already an unnatural position. And Bonquisha, you got to bite the bullet. You can't be dating until the kids is out the house, or at least they are adults. That's your burden to carry.
Thank you. Now that's as men, as God-fearing men, we say that. You a single mom, you got a 16-some-year-old, even younger, it's heinous out here. 16-year-old daughter, she feeling herself, and this guy come in, that ain't none of his blood. It's up and it's stuck. And it just is what it is. You got to be most careful.
Yeah, I agree with you guys. Don't date or don't bring them around men if it's not their biological fathers, or until they're out of the house. Just to be safe and just really know who's around your kids and protect the babies at all costs. So
We blame them for the way they're shaped. No young girl has came out the womb and said, "This is how I want my body to be." No, God gave it to her.
Yes, God gave her the body, but it's also our job to teach our young girls how to protect themselves. I don't like how you got up here and you're trying to share this rhetoric like it's okay for young girls to be walking around the house in short ass shorts around their brother, their cousin. I don't give a fuck what man it is. Put some motherfucking clothes on. Hi, my name is Tatiana, and we have to recognize what the fuck is really going on this planet. I really find it weird how y'all get up on this motherfucking platforms and y'all talk as if we're not on planet Earth. Y'all talk as if the planet was not created for the young woman's body and comfortability. There are niggas that will take you. These niggas will take you when you're fully clothed, so you need to protect yourself. It ain't got nothing to do with over-sexualizing young girls. You have to learn how to protect yourself while you're on Earth. You're on Earth. Earth was not made for the woman's body. Earth was not made for the woman's comfortability. And there's niggas who are weird as fuck. You don't know what the fuck is going through any young boy or man's mind. Put some clothes on. I don't give a fuck who it is. She should not be dressed this way.
Hell! And there you go. And like I said, don't start painting with that broad brush. It just comes down to possibilities over probability. You want to minimize all these things in life. There's dangers and hazards every time we walk out the door. But we got to minimize these things and make sure that they pretty much don't happen at all. And there's safeguards and stuff we can do to avoid said things, like not letting your daughters dress like this. And just from the accusations alone, it ain't worth it. Rest in peace to the Godfather. So like Ebony's saying, quit trying to paint a picture like these men are deviant or whatever the case. That ain't even it. It can be one of these young girls just making a pass on the man. And by them being rejected, could make false accusations. And just the jacket alone can destroy a man. So it just ain't worth it.
There you go. Done and done. This sister was cooking. Then she a little unhinged herself. She's still a bonnet wearing ally. She are unhinged bonnet wearing ally. She cooked a little bit, but she got some hurt in her message. I find it interesting observing that she sound like she done been through some things. She paint with that broad brush. You gotta protect your babies on this earth because these ninjas is wild. No, there is a group of wild ninjas. We call them out, but nevertheless, these ninjas gonna be wild. These women gonna be wild. The dudes gonna be wild as parents. Title of the show, it starts at home. I don't care what's out there. That's part of my piece. There's all types of wicked creatures and beasts out there. However, I'm in control of my household, my wife and I ain't got no concerns, no anxiety. Why? Shout out to my coaches. Anxiety and fear is reserved for the unprepared. So if you're unprepared for this and your children are, you got a right to be afraid. Be very afraid.
Right. And it's important for us to protect our children, teach them about the possibilities and the things that can happen, and protect them, and just know that you always have their back. It's important for young girls to be involved in different things, whether it's different clubs after school or sports or different things to kind of keep them involved and keep them around other like-minded people, and not just run in the streets or whatever, where things like that could possibly happen. If they're not being protected and not being watched over, more than likely that's those are the ways that things like that could happen. But if they're being involved in different things, and you're watching over them and making sure that they're good, chances are nothing will. But also making sure that they're dressed appropriate. Like the person was saying, they have the body that they're given, but it's your job as a parent to teach them how to move around in that body and what is okay and what is not okay.
Amen, sister.
Don't care. If your daughter is insecure because you're telling her to put on clothes, baby, there's a real issue. Why the fuck do you feel less than to have on baggy ass clothes? I don't understand. Why do you only feel secure when you're showing your curves to the world? Why? Why is that the only time you feel accepted? Why are you getting a breast reduction at all if it's not causing you pain? Why are you doing that because we want you to put on clothes? That makes no sense. That makes no sense. Y'all are raising these young girls in a way as if they're entitled to be safe on this planet, when that's not how it is. Men get taken, women get taken, kids that get taken. It is like y'all be playing this weird ass game. Y'all are weird. Y'all are weird. Y'all are weird. We're on Earth. Niggas get raped too. Like, it ain't just about the women. What are y'all saying?
Okay, this is to be on one. All right, we done came across a couple of her videos. I don't know if the bonnet just for theatrics or what, but she up here raising some type of awareness and vulgar at the same time. But nonetheless, the moms be living vicariously through these children, and it happens with men too in sports, and everybody kid going to the NFL and everybody's daughter gonna be the next Dot Pocket like a Meg Thee Stallion or something.
There you go. Shout out to our berserker bonnet wearing Boquisha. I'm digging this sister. She wild, but once again, she ally. Salute to her. Hopefully she stay on this track. But that is another detrimental aspect of these moms living vicariously through their daughters at a detriment. I think there could be some positive there. You want to give your sons or daughters, things you wish you had, and it builds them up. It's not an ego building thing, but you do get some pleasure out of it. Ain't nothing wrong with that. But this here, saying, oh, when I was young, I wish I had these bodycon, skin tight outfits. I wish I could have did this. Now you're going to put it on your daughter. And here's the thing. Like these young girls, they're not going to go against what they mom. They're not going to go against their mom if their mom is going along with the get along. Now they'll go against mom if mom's like, hey, wear something more conservative and not revealing. But mom, you want to go along with the get along of the culture? Your daughter got no defense. You got to give her that defense. You got to teach her some couth and some shame. That's laughable. What single proud mom out here is teaching their daughter a healthy amount of shame? Because this ain't, when you got a healthy amount of shame, you ain't 13 sitting there with your hand on your hip with your butt poked out and just skin tight clothes on, can't breathe.
Right. And, shout out to this sister. She is coming with facts. I wish we could do away with the bonnets. And then she's got the little baby blanket. I don't know if it's her little daughter's baby blanket draped over her shoulders. I mean, we can do better coming on camera. I mean, at the end of the day. But yeah, the mother, I agree with you, Mr. Walker. She probably is living vicariously through her because maybe the mom didn't have that body type at that age. It's not cute. It's not anything that we need to be pushing. It's not okay. And somebody needs to be checked. I don't know where the grandpas, the uncles, the dad, we don't know where anybody is, but somebody needs to be addressing this. And because even with these outfits at school, especially for middle schools, there's a dress code and you can't even come to school dressed in certain ways. They'll send your kids home. And then once they get sent home, then all of a sudden the schools are picking on my kid. No, what did your child come to school with? Some things just need to be checked.
Yeah, I mean, this is crazy.
Shout out to OG Deep Thoughts. Says the Keisha echo chamber is a research topic. Yes, it is. Shout out to the sister Lauren. Appreciate you, Lauren, coming through gifting Single by Choice membership.
Appreciate that, sister. And I believe this mom had come out and defended her in some type of post. And it is what it is. These are the parents. When parents fail, the entire community pays. Because now your kid got to go to school with this little girl. And now your kid's coming home asking questions like, Mom, my friend got this outfit off Fashion Nova. I want one. I got the link. Mom, my friend got a lace front. Mom, my friend wearing makeup. Dad, whatever the case. And they applying this unhealthy pressure to their parents, especially most of y'all got these toxic households because your kids ain't rooted in nothing. They already ain't educated on this type of stuff. So they coming home with questions with stuff they should already have answers for.
There you go. That's what I was going to say. As a parent, already have the answers, man. You got to consciously put forth effort to mentally tackle these things. There's an old saying that says, a thinking man is never idle. I had elders used to make fun of me for always thinking. They said, what you doing? I said, I'm thinking of some stuff, thinking of a master plan. But yeah, we got kids. When these kids come home with these questions, hey, can I wear this? I want that shoe. I want this. We done been there, and we were always ready. Never any type of attitude. No hostility. Sit down and you explain to your kids, daughters in this instance, hey, my wife talked to our oldest daughter, hey, you don't have to, everything you wear ain't got to be skin tight. You can wear some clothes that's nice fitting and flow. And then my wife talking to she break it down to her, give her the reasons why, instill a healthy amount of shame and show why this type of attire ain't acceptable. And you ain't got to wear leggings every daggone day. Golly.
Right. And, we kind of talked about this even last week with the little boy going to school with the dress on. And we were all talking about how there's certain rules and there's certain boundaries that you're not going to cross. You're not going to get to express yourself like this. No, you need to put some clothes on. Right now, baggy pants are back in and kind of those baggy looks are like a trend. Teach your child how, to be fashionable in a way that is appropriate for their age. She has her whole life to, when she turns 18 or 21 or she's in college and stuff, if that's the type of lane that she wants to be in, hopefully you've taught her how to be a young woman so that when she goes out into the world, she can present herself as a young woman and grow into a grown woman. But that's all things that are taught. But even if this is the outfit that she chose, at the end of the day, you're the one with the credit card making the purchases. You're the one who are making the rules and setting them in the home. So it starts with you.
Amen.
And there we go. And right now, a lot of these parents are so focused on the aesthetics, getting kids first day of school outfits, and then nobody do any workshops all summer. All right. And then the kids become grown out here on the streets. And then we get this. All right.
Read the index card.
Our national preservation project required meticulous planning and substantial funding.
Read the index card.
Reclamation require extraordinary vulnerability and emotional accountability.
Okay. Read the index card.
The gradual deterioration of the infrastructure requires some social rehabilitation efforts. What the fuck type of words you putting on this hoe?
I can't even do it, man. This dude is wild for this. All right.
I love these cards. I love every time they come across my phone, I pause the video and read it for they do just to make sure I ain't going slow. The gradual deterioration of the infrastructure requires substantial rehabilitation efforts. She said, what kind of effing BA word you put on them motherfucker, man? I felt that frustration. Hopefully half of these folks is drunk. Hopefully.
Wait, so are these kids or are these adults?
Because
they don't need. Okay. I was gonna say they don't look like kids, but yeah, these are funny. And I don't know. we don't know the size of the font or where these people are coming from, or, most adults can read, but these are kind of big words. At the end of the day, if you've had a couple, you're just leaving the little tavern and you're walking to your car or whatever, these words can be kind of hard to pronounce. So we need a little more context.
There you go. Even though I'm a D student, I did excel in reading and literature. So that's kind of my strong point. I ain't saying I'm strong, but it's strong to me.
Reveal and specious anticontinence in the documentation.
Read the index card.
The remarkable confidential encounter permitted it. Constable specification afterward.
Read the index card.
Anticontinence.
This woman taking me out. I ain't gonna hold you. It's like I thought it was one. He done got her about 3 times, and she won't bow out.
The remarkably coincidental encounter prompted considerable speculation afterward. You know what my breakthrough point was? Because growing up, I really was very introverted. I didn't like talking in front of folks. I didn't like to be seen. But in college, my freshman year, we had public speaking. Oh my goodness. One of the most unnerving classes. And they make it unnerving. You got to go up there, stand in front of the class. It's the biggest class you always got. And you got to sit up there and you got to speak like you know what you're doing as a freshman coming from the projects and a terrible curriculum. But nevertheless, folks, I would urge anybody, accept the challenge. Shout out to athletics. If you are going to do something, don't do it half-ass. That's my mentality. So if I'm going to do something, whether it's being on YouTube, working a job, reading cue cards in the middle of the night, coming from the bar, I'm going to give it my best.
Yeah, and do they have spelling bees anymore at schools? Because that was a big thing growing up. You got to go up against people in your classroom, and then you represented your classroom in the school spelling bee, and sometimes you would go to regional and national. So do they even do that anymore? Because that was kind of a way to learn how to read and spell. And I'm wondering if they're still doing that. I
highly doubt it, Sister Ebony, because that was real competition, and there was some shame there. Right. And today we so sensitive. I think they got rid of that because folks' feelings get hurt. But that was beautiful. Heck, shit, you go up there misspelling words. These kids can't deal with that anymore. And there is the camera. We are in the camera generation, so you misspell a word, and now you get clipped. So I get it.
Gotcha. Okay.
Constable specification afterward.
Read the index card.
What the fuck? She wore symphonic of clothes that were extraordinary out somewhat gauche.
Read the index card.
She wore stiletto of clothes that were extraordinary but somewhat gauche. Oops, I don't know how to say that word.
Read the index card.
The calling as the chore to assemble the governor's schedule.
Read the index card.
She wore I ain't gonna lie, I'm not gonna say that still a whole bit of some
Read the index.
Bonquisha. What? She wore a silhouette of clothes that were extraordinary, but somewhat gauche. All right, I had to look up that word. I don't forgot the meaning already, though.
Me too. Gauche. What about context clues? Here we go. Shout out to reading comprehension. So she wore a silhouette of clothes that were extraordinary. Extraordinary is good. Now we got but. So with context clues, I'm going to assume that gauche has a negative connotation because it's but after extraordinary. It's extraordinary, but somewhat gauche. Is that over the top? Is that too much? What you got?
So it means lacking social grace, lacking tact or polish.
Negative. Okay. So there you go. That's context clues. Comprehension. Even though we didn't know what it meant, we could tell that it wasn't positive. There you go. Shout out to the D students.
Yeah, and it seemed like this woman was probably doing a little more than drinking, because she had that whole Bobby by the pound, Whitney by the key thing going on, looking like Whitney Houston. But yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate that these adults are out here and, they're out leaving wherever and having to spell. But I would challenge him to go to a university during the day and ask some people, you can go around and ask the people that are around the universities or the campuses if they can spell. And I bet you they could. So maybe it's all about location and time of the night and everything, because I believe the majority of our people can read.
Well, here's the thing. Is reading fundamental or not? All right, is reading fundamental or is it doctoral? All right. You should be able to find somebody on any corner that should be able to read if it's fundamental. All right, we shouldn't have to go to a higher learning institute to get people to be able to read.
All right. Go ahead, Sister Ebony.
Right. No. But what I'm saying is, whenever they're outside of the club, we don't know if they're inebriated or not, but the way that they're reading, it kind of sounds like they are. So, it's funny and everything, but I would challenge him to do something in the daytime.
Shout out to Sister Ebony. Sister Ebony she gonna take I feel you. I know. I felt the same way when I first saw these videos. My thoughts was the same. They drunk, they're in a bad location. He do come across folks that do read. However, sister, I'm telling you, some of these words, silhouette, the English dictionary is wild. Like if you're not familiar with certain English words, you just don't know, because this is silent, that's silent. So
here's the thing. Why don't you know though? We would have to say, like I said, if he would have pulled up with a damn speaker and turned Young Miami song on, where are all my, and then press pause and say finish, she'd have finished the whole damn song, no problem. So it's a matter of where we directing our energy and time and our mental. All right. I mean, that's just it.
100%. I agree, Mr. Hicks.
Yeah, but a lot of these words and stuff were taught in schools. Like we had spelling words and we had spelling tests on, at the end of the week, and we had to learn definitions. And I mean, at least that was something that happened, in primary school and secondary school. So they didn't learn these words at that early age. I don't really know.
Yeah, in the hood, I can see somebody never seeing the word silhouette. I can see that. I'm telling you.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm not gonna stay that
Read the index card.
I don't even know how to read for it. The dogs, I don't know what they say. Loyalty, exemplified in unreciprocated emotional dependency. I don't know.
Read the index card.
The dog's unwavering loyalty exemplified in
Hell! Like you said, I get it. Like I said, a lot of folks is drunk. What size is the words? But still, my thing is bow out. Why embarrass yourself? So, you know what I mean? Some folks, he should have a lot of people just walking away.
No, that one brother said, I can't read for real. Yeah, so that brother in the black, he flat out said it. He said, I can't read. We grew again. We grew up at a time where that was unacceptable. So that was unacceptable. Like we was running above. You couldn't read. You got ridiculed to Hades. The dog's unwavering loyalty exemplified an unreciprocated emotional dependency, meaning the dog liked the dude more than the dude liked the dog, per usual. That's how it goes with these dogs. But these brothers just can't read, Sister Ebony. I'm sorry. They ain't all drunk. Some of them just have been, I'll give you this because this ain't cool. They've been wronged by the education system.
Right. And maybe even by their parents, their parents too, because there are times when, as parents, we read to our kids and our kids read to us. There's a such thing as story time, before bed. That's something that you can do with your kids, or even if they see you reading, that they will want to read. And even, taking field trips, to the bookstore or to the library, and making reading, that's something that's a part of life and something that's enjoyable, and having them pick books within their interests. But if your kid can't read, all you have to do is sit down, and if they're struggling with, pronunciating words, you need to figure out how to get your baby some help, because they can't go through life, talking through words and stuttering through words, not knowing how to read basic words. We're talking at an adult level. So there needs to be something going on in these homes, and we already know the things that are going on in these schools, but at the end of the day, you are responsible for your child's education and getting them prepared for the real world. You have to be able to read, throughout your entire life. Basic math is fundamental. All these things you need to know in order to get through life.
Amen. And I say practice make perfect. So I would say it's definitely something you got to just continue to practice. Reading, that's like a whole muscle, if you will. So you could have been, a great student even in high school, but be in your 30s or whatnot, and you've been just working and living a rough life, and you know what I mean, got away from it. Some of these words that you might even use, you done seen it and be like, so y'all got to practice it. I know a lot just being up here, reading super chats and whatnot. That's definitely like reading books every day and going every other day, or how often we up here. So definitely got to practice and, stay sharp.
If you don't use it, you lose it. Come on now, we ain't young like we used to be. Somebody said in the chat, crossword puzzles. My wife and women tend to like crossword puzzles. I really don't too much care for that. But like you said, coming up here, I started to realize, holy cow, my vocabulary ain't where it used to be in my glory days of college. And I've been doing more, reading, like you said, whether it's on my phone. I like these cue cards. I need to get it to read my Edgar Allan Poe. There you go. If you can read some Edgar Allan Poe, you can read, because that ninja got some wild words.
Yeah, and even we were trying to look up the word, because you guys were looking up the definition. Every day we're learning new words. We're learning new definitions. We're learning new ways to say them in sentences, even as adults at our older age. So we never stop learning. We never stop trying to figure things out, but you just have to be willing to do so and open. And it really does start at home. When your kids see you doing certain things, XYZ, they're going to follow those behaviors and patterns, but you have to be the one to introduce them and to enforce those different learning behaviors and patterns.
There you go. We used to have word of the day, huh? Shout out to word of the day. Might bring it back.
What's wrong? That's a hard ass word, boy. Unreciprocated emotional dependence.
I'm going to read this sentence to you real quick. The deity had a premonition of the impending cataclysmic event. It's pretty easy. This is simple reading. Watch this video and see how these people struggle through this sentence. This is crazy. This is this generation.
The deity had a premonition of the impending apocalyptic event.
The deity had a promotion of the impending catalytic event.
The written national identify in unusual aggressive parasitic infection.
The veterinarian identified in unusual aggressive parasitic infestation.
Now, I want to really thank my teachers, televisions from Sesame Street to Electric Company to Schoolhouse Rock, all my own dad, who was an educator. I just want to thank you all for making us go to the library, making us write penmanship over and over, all the stuff we were crying about. Oh, thank you. Thank you, my past educators, because this was embarrassing. Hey, I have to admit that this was a very cataclysmic event.
Read the index card.
The deity had a premonition of the impending apocalyptic event. The deity had a premonition of the impending apocalyptic event.
Read the index card.
I'm a great reader. The deity had a promotion of the impending catalytic event.
Thought you was a great reader.
I am a great reader.
Yeah. Look at these big old sisters. Maybe a great eater. All right. Yeah, if that was like a dang menu at Ichiban, she'd be like, let me get hibachi chicken. Let me get some spring rolls with some extra yum yum. You know, she know all that.
It's how shameful to start off by saying, I'm a great reader, and then botch words like deity. And again, I'm giving some grace. I get it. If you don't come across some of these words, maybe you have a little hard time. Maybe you say pronounce deities, deity, but premonition and cataclysmic for a great reader, like, come on with you now, big good.
Yeah, this is just astonishing how many grown people don't know how to read these cards. But I'm going to get on Godfrey for a second, okay? Because he was up here talking about kind of putting our people on display here. And Godfrey, if it wasn't for foundational Black Americans creating a lane for you to come and get educated in, you wouldn't even have the education that you have. But as far as these people go, you definitely need to learn how to read. I mean, we're talking basic things that go on. And then whenever things happen, when you have these renter contracts or all these things are going on and you didn't read the fine print and you end up getting kicked out of somewhere and things go awry and your car is getting repoed and all these different things going on, it's because maybe it's because you just couldn't read. So reading is fundamental. People just do better. And Godfrey, you do better too.
The communication is just critical. I think that's why I took a liking to it. The more I observe this, like communication or lack thereof, mild communication does everything from break up marriages to start wars. Bad communication, like communication is critical. Folks that can tell stories and communicate tend to be more successful in all aspects of life. Got to know how to convey your thoughts and ideas.
Had a promotion of the impending catalytic event.
Thought you was a great reader.
I am a great reader.
Read the index card.
The written national identify in unusual aggressive parasitic infection.
What was that word?
Retronition.
Read the index card.
The veteran.
Listen, well, my guy JP, I like to see JP do one of these cards. All right, this is wild, Bone Quisha.
Man, why are you trying to do that to JP? We want him to croak no tassoo. JP, he'd like see, that's the thing. Y'all never heard somebody stumble on the word the. That's why I see Sister Ebony. That's why you don't think these folks is having a hard time. You ain't never been in class and look to your right or left. And somebody we was doing, what's that called? Popcorn reading. You got, and the class clown stand up and the word is the. And he over there like, to her, to head, to her. See that? What would you do? Well, you know what that do to your mind when you see somebody stumble over the and say to her, to head?
Well, I would laugh at him. This is me. I've always been the person that I've been. So yeah, we would laugh. We would crack jokes. But at the end of the day, they still had those little special classes and you still need to be reading at home with your parents. There's still things that go on. Although we know that the education system does not always treat our Black students, the very best. And maybe that's something that we can touch on Truth Over Lies because it is an issue. But you're still responsible for your child getting, the tutoring and all that stuff. They do offer things at this school, at the schools for tutoring and extra help and everything. But yeah, we laughed at the kids. You need to figure it out. This is go dog ghost stuff, so you got to figure it out. So yeah, we did crack jokes.
And I would say at this point, the title of tonight's show, it starts at home. So as we know, the school systems have been a nightmare and they will continue to miseducate our children if we allow them. We must grab the bull by the horns and do this at home. And we got to send our scholars into these schools already educated. For the most part, the school is just there to hand out curriculum and guide them along. But we got to be the, supreme force in their life.
I would say it is a tall task today, especially for working families. I acknowledge that. However, We must be the change we want to see. Big salute, respect, honor to my wife for taking on the task of, homeschooling. We are doing it. We are walking it how we talking it. Bit nervous, but I'm looking forward to it, man. We did the research we needed to do, and we are going to do the homeschool. We're going to teach our kids because we can. We have the time, we have the resources, we have the village, amen, and we can do it. So we're going to start walking how we talking it. But yeah, the miseducation of our kids has got to stop. And where does it start? It starts at home.
Yeah, and parents out there, all it takes is an hour a day. You can go to the bookstore. You could even go on Amazon and order just certain workbooks, and you can give your kids incentives. Hey, if you finish, 3 pages, then you can watch, you can play your video game, or you can watch TV. Or if you read this book, then I can take you to Target and get you a little toy or a little treat or something. Always give your kids incentives. But even just an hour a day with your kids can make a world of difference. And start it in preschool. They have these like the preschool workbooks for beginning reading and beginning math and to prepare them for preschool, kindergarten, and thereafter. And like I said, just doing it an hour a day will really prepare your kids for the real world. Because we have to remember, sometimes if they're in public school, they're in class with like 20 to 30 other students. So they're not always going to get the one-on-one that is needed. That's why everything that they do at school needs to be reiterated at home, and even then some. That's and shout out to Mr. Walker and his family for doing the homeschooling, because it's so important. Because when you're doing homeschooling with your kids, you don't have a bias or, agenda like these schools do. And so you're definitely going to take, your child's education seriously. And you just can't rely on these schools in order to teach your kids. You have to do some of it at home as well.
Yes, and I would say the greatest issue right now is parents like this woman. That's just the bottom line. We are outnumbered. So no matter how many, examples we can name of good parents, we can name 100 bonquishas and nug-nugs, and they are the majority. So there's no way she's this uneducated and then her kids will go on to be educated. She can't teach them nothing. That's why the cycles keep repeating. And one of y'all mentioned it earlier tonight about a reset. I don't know what that looks like or how it's going to happen, because it's I don't know.
Why can't illiterate bonquisha teach her kid to be something better? Because there's no shame. Yeah, there you go. Come on, parents. At times when you are parenting, sometimes you got to when you are teaching your kids, you also turn the mirror yourself and show something you did not do. You see what I'm saying? So they can't be like, yeah, little nug, you got to do this, you need to do that because mom didn't do it. And look how I suffered. You see, they won't deliver that message. They'll just say, get good grades because I said so. No, paint that picture for the kid. Drive it home. Ensure that they get the message so they can do better. But you're right, Mr. X. Fat chance with that.
Yeah, and I guess that's something I never thought about. If they don't know how to read themselves, how are they going to teach their kids how to read? If little, Bonquisha Jr. is bringing Go Dog Go home and you can't even read the book to her, that's the worst case scenario. But maybe that's like shame that they don't want their kids to know. But at the end of the day, everybody is responsible for learning how to read, and you got to figure it out. All these bonquishas are making all this money. Hire a tutor to teach your kid. There's always a way that you can make it happen, but it starts with you. You have to be in charge of your child's education.
Infection.
What was that word?
Retronition.
Read the index card.
The veterinarian identified an unusual aggressive parasitic infestation.
Read the index card.
The mean academic and visual. But you can't read the big old word. The extracurricular restriction they add to perfectionist preference.
Read the index card.
What?
Hair.
That wasn't even English. She just, hold on. What the hell was that?
But you can't read the big old word. The extracurricular restriction they add to perfectionist preference.
What?
These the same. I'm gonna say it for y'all say it. These the same sisters that's on these dating shows talking about they want Mr. 666. and you can't read. I would think, I ain't gonna hold you. When I see big sisters like this, I do kind of think, oh, you educated. They take pride in their education. That was astounding. She was just rattling off gibberish.
Yeah. She sounded like the damn Migos. Just what the hell that was.
She's mumble reading. That's what it is, mumble reading. But you guys, Gav, we got to look at her outfit. She's got the little jacket top or whatever. It was unzipped because she's got her little pot belly hanging out. The phone was in her pants. She has a whole purse right there. Why isn't the phone in your pants? How did we expect her to sound? Like, look how she looks, you guys. Come on.
The menu accommodated individuals with extraordinarily restrictive dietary preferences. It just slow down. I got an issue sometimes. I tend to talk a little fast. That's something I'm constantly working on. If y'all should be able to tell, but sometimes my thoughts outrun my mouth. Slow down. There you go. And in public speaking, that was one of the things I taught. Don't say no filler words, no especially no ums. No, just shut up, slow down, and read smoothly.
Right. And whoever is behind the camera or interviewing these people, like we're just reading this index card right here and is talking about restrictive diets. We know Bonquisha with the Pepto-Bismol outfit isn't on any type of restrictive diet. So he's kind of throwing shade too at the same time. So we got to look at the fine print and read the fine print and what they're trying to say.
I didn't catch that.
Envision with but you can't make me think big old words. The condoning restriction diet to perfectionist preference.
Read the index card.
The DDD had a promotion of the impending cataclysmic event.
You just loud and wrong.
I mean, at this point here, it's just wicked.
Just loud and wrong. Shout out to Brother Classy. Says, my generation grew up with Sesame Street, reading Rainbow, and we had real kids shows. They don't have these things today. No, they don't. Salute to my wife for reintroducing these old shows to our kids. Daggone right. Appreciate you, Brother Derek. Says, up there embarrassing the ancestors. They didn't go through all that strife for this. Appreciate you, Uncle Tall, coming through sponsoring the show. Says, reading these cards gets harder and harder. Shout out to Derek. Says they got LeVar Burton punching the air looking at these videos. Read Rainbow is solely missed. You see why they kind of canceled Brother LeVar. Yeah, they didn't like that positive message he was spreading. Salute to the brother.
There you go.
Yeah!
Shout out to Taylor Lifestyle coming through. Good to see you, brother. Stay safe out there on the road. He says, in this generation with so much technology, if you can't read and write properly, you don't deserve to procreate. But who am I to say? We got to start drawing lines some freaking where. That may sound harsh, but shoot, man. Look at the babies. Look at the adults.
Yes. Yeah, I've been mentioned this many, many years ago. But like I said, this woman here and the rest of them, they know how to bust that thing open. They know how to procreate and have children, but don't know how to educate the children. That's wicked.
Can't read, comprehend, write in cursive, but they could pop that WAP in cursive.
Yeah. And then we go back to, just because you can financially take care of a child, it doesn't mean that you can properly raise that child and train that child in the way that he or she should go. So that's why it's important for you to be tight on all areas and to have both parents involved when it comes to that.
Amen. Appreciate you. Kilo Mike says he went to UC Berkeley's asking diverse college students to read with similar results. It's a Gen Z issue. They're not reading. What's that labeled as least smart? They are not reading and labeled as the least smart. That's a bad title. Shout out to Omni. Appreciate you, brother. Says, what's your Cash App? I'm trying to preach, but YouTube is preventing the mess. Yeah, shout out to man. YouTube be hating, man.
Yeah, I'm saying the Cash App should be pinned to the top of the chat. So if you're watching on YouTube, it's pinned to the top. Just click the link. And speaking of that, shout out to Stanley in the Cash App. He says, great show. Shout out to y'all and Ebony Dean standing on truth.
Appreciate you, Stanley.
Appreciate you, brother.
Shout out to Eagles fan for life. Been a member for 20 months, and we appreciate you. Says no 100K man for Boquisha until they can read a bull jive. They don't care nothing about that. I just said that. Appreciate you, Devil Games. Says I want Mr. Six Figures, but can't read. Who needs to read when you got Mr. Six Figures? Appreciate you, Lee Turner. Says take time to hit the like button. That part. Shout out to Uncle Tall. Appreciate you. Says I have dyslexia. I don't know if that's how it's spelled. Yeah, all that. Says you know what the F I got, and even if I could read those cards. Shout out to Uncle Tall. That's what I'm talking about.
Man. Listen, y'all better put y'all egos away. All right, y'all think y'all gotta take on all challenges. Somebody, hey, got a second, read this card. You need to treat people like you treat the folks in Walmart. Or I don't know, maybe some of y'all stop with them too. But I get them people the coldest shoulder known to mankind. Hey, stop for a minute. Who your electric holder? This and that. You know, this and that. But I ain't from here. That's all right. Where you from? You know, they won't stop. So now just like, boom, just keep walking.
See, I came up with a pretty good excuse as a lucky for them because they can't even help me. I actually talked to them. I patronize them. They can't even help me. But I forgot I came up with something like that, like I'm foreign or I'm on the run. Chill, because I'm on the run. I can't do all that.
Yeah, I can't stand them people with a passion. Anytime I'm in the store, I am in it. I know exactly what I'm in here for, and it's timely. I ain't never in there just walking around. So if you stopping me, now it's an inconvenience.
I agree. I got tunnel vision like that too. I'll entertain something entertaining, but yeah, trying to sell me stuff, I do get agitated because I used to have those positions. I know what you're doing. Leave me alone.
I just tell them all I don't make any financial decisions in my household, you know, and yeah, I got to talk to the man of the house or whatever. And that excuses me of everything, especially when they knock on the door and try to sell you stuff. He's not here and I don't make any of the financial decisions and they go away.
See, ladies, y'all got it too easy. That's perfect.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
I like that. I might steal that. Shout out to B Wise. Says a couple bucks. Why not? What's that? He glowing.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Appreciate you, Be Wise. So here we go. As far as these Bonquishas to the sub.
Yeah, read that.
The passengers of the doomed Titanic sub spent their last moments in total darkness looking for bioluminescent creatures out of the small window and listening to their favorite music. The new details of the 5 passengers' final moments have been revealed by the wife and mum of the father-son duo.
Wade in the water, diamond, wade in the water. Something's gonna trouble the water. You better wade in the water.
I want to pull this up real quick. Y'all remember the brother Jim Jones? We actually seen this before, but he was talking about how kids don't need to read, need to know how.
Egregious.
Shit gonna take over.
Nah, but seriously though,
on
some G shit though, we gotta start teaching our kids though just financial wealth and literacy and all that shit early, because by the time they get to 9th grade, they should be just learning how to start businesses and how to. But they don't really need to know how to read.
Wait, stop.
I ain't gonna say that. I say that respectfully. I'm not saying that in a way to be literate, because you're not supposed to be illiterate, but you can.
What's more important, reading or math?
Math.
Told you.
Math. I think you could listen to a book on YouTube. You can still obtain the information. You don't have to know how to read. That's not reading and understanding. I believe common sense is better than everything. I'm a common sense nigga. I'd rather have 0 book smarts and common sense.
See, I disagree with you. And I'm a math guy, Juels. I'm a math guy. I like math much more than reading and spelling, all of that. But at the same time, math is much more easier to manipulate in the real world. All right, we ain't talking about algebra and X and A plus Z and all of that. you need to know how to read as an adult. You can always use your damn calculator. That's very simple. It's quick. Ain't too much shame. But you can't, if you don't know how to read, you screwed. So it'd be much easier to lack on the math than reading, even though being superior at math has its benefits, but you can't just be lacking in reading.
Absolutely not. That was a tainted message. Absolutely not. See, Mr. X is better at math. That's why I keep this ninja around. And I'm better at literature, but I'm not going to sit here and downgrade the importance of mathematics. I very much know the importance of being able to count and keep track of stuff. Have we not heard enough horror stories from celebrities out here making tons of money and getting cheated because they don't know how to check the books themselves? We ain't nowhere near that, but you get to a point where you need accountants to check your accountants. Like Mr. X said, you can manipulate them numbers, my baby, but you need both. However, we're going to put an importance on them. Like Mr. X said, know your mathematics. However, if you can read, write, and comprehend out here, you are a mark. You are a sucker waiting to get licked. No debate.
Right. And that goes from with the entire world and, with women. This is like dumb, rhetoric right now, what he's talking about, how he even has children. What are we even talking about here? Did he even know how to read? And like you said, Mr. Walker, this is how they get into these 360 deals. They're just thinking about money, not handling business. In order to handle business, you need to know how to read. You need to know how to do math. You need to be able to oversee things. Yes, you can hire people to do certain things, like be an accountant, do this and that, but you need to be able to overlook things and check the books. This is how you get your money stolen and all these things going on because you don't know how to read. And teaching this type of rhetoric and stuff is very dangerous. You need to learn how to read. So,
and that's it. And the thing is, because the average person, most people just work a regular job. Your mathematics skills, you ain't sitting here crunching numbers. You ain't filing taxes. Everything's pretty cookie cutter in the real world. All right, 1 + 1 is 2. But reading, everybody needs to be on that same level. So whether you a PhD or down bad, you need to know the same words, if you will. But everybody don't have to be so proficient at math as an adult. You don't have to be a calculus, if you will. You just need to know the basics: addition, subtraction, division, multiplication, little stuff. You don't have to be like, I need to break down this equation to solve this. Everybody don't need to do that.
There you go. You can be considered a wise man and not know, advanced mathematics. But if you don't know how to read, write, comprehend, and get your message across, what's wise about you?
Right. And when we think about the celebrities who have gotten by, we know Mayweather and we know Tyson and we know R. Kelly. We know all these people can't read, but they were able to slip through the cracks because they have a certain talent or skill. That is not the type of rhetoric that we want to teach children. Before you have that certain talent or skill, you need to learn how to read. Everybody needs to know how to read. And so we definitely don't want to be promoting this and not just looking at these celebrities who, kind of got by, whether they're millionaires, billionaires, whatever. You need to learn how to read.
Yes.
Be able to read the room, be able to read life, be able to read people. I try to understand people, understand, you know what I'm saying? Like, nowadays, you can listen to a book. I just listen to the 48 Laws of Power. Not to,
you gotta read your contract, Elves.
You don't have to. You can listen to that too. They got apps you can put it in and it'll read it to you. Are you crazy? It probably will. AI will now. That's what I'm saying. That's how freaky
You don't have
it is.
to read shit that's being told to you.
It'll be so. I'm not saying that in a bad way. Like you don't need to know how to read.
At a restaurant.
Floyd Mayweather don't read that shit.
You at a restaurant. Like, it's mad shit you gotta read.
You saying that, you just gotta know what you like.
You know what I want.
You ain't gotta read the restaurant. You can just say, what is this, a steak joint? I want steak, nigga. I want, what y'all steak come with? What
Pure ignorance. So, but I said this the other day when we were doing the reading stuff. I think this will be the future. Most people will operate just like Jim Jones is stating. We're heading towards idiocracy. All right. The machines are taking over. AI. This stuff is coming faster than we can blink. All these old skills of the past, like reading and just being able to use a damn screwdriver, simple stuff will become so far out there for people to do anymore.
And it's not just you need to know how to read and write and do simple math for work and being productive. Just in your relationships, we talk about this stuff, and these sisters let us know day in and day out. They want a leader. These women need and require a man that can guide them. How can you guide a woman if you can't articulate yourself and speak to her? If you can't comprehend what she's saying, her spaghetti mind, you can't untangle that and comprehend and give her the proper guidance. You see that? It's hurting us all around. That's why these relationships are suffering. Young little Nug don't know how to talk to young Bone Quisha. What it do though? What can I pull up? No type of real stimulating conversation. That's just a talking point now, but it's a real thing. Like conversation is powerful and is dying.
Right. And you are who you hang around. Look, his homeboy is co-signing the behavior or whatever. The guy who's sitting next to him on the couch is co-signing, not knowing how to read. So you are who you hang around. You are who you surround yourself around. If there are you're around 9 men who can't read, you're going to be the 10th, because you need to surround yourself around people who are elevating you and uplifting you. You need to be soaking in content that is helping you grow as a person and helping you present yourself to the world better. So just listening to this, I'm losing brain cells. I got to pick up a book after this show and make sure I remember how to read, because this is just dumb Negro babble at this point. Just how they're talking. This is ridiculous.
Bad. Appreciate you, guy Incognito. Says the black community needs standards and shame. That is all.
Yeah, get that money, money. Gotta get that money, money. And I'm going to get it. And it won't stop, and it don't stop, and it won't stop. You know what I'm talking about?
Big shout out to Omni Design Studios coming through like you do, sponsoring the show with the 100 ball, and we appreciate you. Says, watch the series Evil. It explains how the world works. Joshua's the king of kings. Take that, YouTube. Shout out to you, Omni.
Appreciate your brother Omni coming through, sponsoring the show.
Appreciate you, Omni. Thank you. Shout out to brother B Wise, come through with the 440 jewels.
Appreciate you, brother. So here we go.
Shout out to OG Deep Thoughts. Says Keisha pushed many educated bros away. Yeah, she don't like that.
And we talking about it starts at home. So when parents fail, the entire community fails. And speaking to Keisha, she claims to be the most educated. So we go talk about it.
Let's see. Show us this education.
As they have the conversation about a monolith, no, we are not a monolith. But certain things apply to all of us. Number one, when they decided to go after, quote unquote, DEI, Black women, the most educated demographic in this country, somehow ended up the most unemployed out of everyone. Like that is whether you, I'm just saying, there are certain targets that don't miss any of us, no matter who we think we are. And as the next thing that a lot of you will most likely participate in will be the press conference from my big brother, Ben Crump. Let me be clear about something. The way that they investigate the travesties that happen to us, that is not something that only certain people endure. We are a monolith when we end up being targeted by law enforcement or when we end up being disrespected as victims and there is no investigation. So understand there is a baseline, no matter who you are as a Black person, that we all end up in the same boat.
Let me take a moment now and thank the Congresswoman, because she ain't jump on me if she missed this.
Jasmine Crockett just said that Black women are the most educated demographic in America. I thought this has been thoroughly debunked already.
Black women, the most educated demographic in this country.
Please stop repeating this. It's not true. Even this publication called it a dangerous myth.
Now, here we are.
Both Asian women and white women have more degrees than Black women. You can't boldly declare that you're the most educated when it's not true, like not even close. It's embarrassing. Please stop.
So y'all see, Bonquisha, we done debunked this. Everybody has. It's within your own group. But I don't know who put the battery in their back and misled them. I don't know who misinterpreted it or whatever the case, but they see it as the gospel, and that's just what it is.
And sisters, here's the thing. I said this before. If this was true, it would be awesome. If melanated women were the most educated, and that was proven, I probably would have a shirt saying it. Got love for you, educators. What you talking about? It's just not true. And who's at fault, Mr. X? Here we go. The phrase Black women are the most educated comes from a popular misinterpretation of a specific 2011 National Center for Education statistic and Census Bureau data point. So it's misinterpreted, where it most likely said that, here it goes, the statistic originally meant that Black women had a higher rate of enrollment growth. So their enrollment was growing. But as far as obtaining bachelor degrees and higher, that's Asian and white women. It's just the fact. It ain't no slight at melanated sisters. And the problem is, if y'all believe this, why do any better, right? That's the danger. What's the danger in believing that you are the most educated? Why strive for greatness? But you are not the most educated. Keep striving for greatness because you're not there yet.
Yeah, I think I learned about this myth being debunked through Media Man, and he was posting all of the statistics and everything on his page. KS was another one who was able to talk about and it being debunked. It's just simply not true. I think our women are fabulous. Are there some that need a whole bunch of work? Yes, there are some, and we're working with them, but there are some who are very highly educated, and shout out to them, but we just can't keep pushing these myths, because people like Cynthia G, which we talked about a couple weeks ago, was saying that, Black women are already at the top and they don't need to get any better. And that's simply not true. We're always trying to strive to be better. We're always trying to do that. So the goal should be, how about we actually get to be the most educated instead of just the most enrolled? You can be enrolled in school, but how about let's finish? Let's just try to break those barriers and those statistics.
Amen, sister.
I find it truly intriguing how a lot of people have opinions on Black women, when in reality, Black women are indeed one of the the smartest group in the United States. We're the smartest group in the United States. We have got the education, and Black women are always going back to get degrees. That's just how it is. However, we are perceived in a way that it's almost like we're ignorant, almost as in a way like we don't know what we're doing, perceived in a way like we are not wives, like we are not mothers, like we are not a certain way. And I do not like that stereotype. I feel as though it is wrong, because why are Black women the smartest group in the United States? This is not just a statistic that I'm bringing up off the top of my head. You can actually look it up and see that Black women are the smartest group in the United States. And I'm not really sure why we are being perceived like the ones that are ignorant. I am confused by it, okay? Now I do understand, and this is the part that, I get, because I'm not delusional, okay? I understand that there are some generational traumas that go on, where, I would say my women are they can be a little generational trauma, period. Okay, we know the history. If you don't know the history, baby, you need to read a book like a black woman. You need to read a book like a black woman. If you don't know the history on what has happened in the past 100 years in the United States, you need to read a book like a black woman. But I don't like the perception of black women. I don't like how people think that they can imitate us. They think that they get this notion like we're beneath, and it just, to me, it is like so confusing, because I'm like, I work around black women, smart, educated black women. I work around these women that have degrees, multiple degrees, still working on degrees.
Hell! I mean, does the degree means that you're smart? Maybe y'all need to reconcile with that, because you sitting up here obese, no self-awareness. If you were so smart and educated, it would be in all fronts of life, not just the mere fact that you got a basket weaving degree and you were able to, pay attention in class, maybe, or get somebody else to help you at work or use AI, who knows? But does that mean that you are smart? I don't know.
Absolutely not. It don't mean that you're smart. At most, you know how to follow instruction and complete task on time. That's another aspect of grade school, college. You just sitting there. You are being programmed to be a worker for the most part. And a lot of y'all sisters don't want to work. You see that? Oh, my goodness. Just had a little bit of a crack baby epiphany. These sisters love going to college. College does not teach you how to be an entrepreneur. But a lot of these modern women want to be self-employed and entrepreneurs. You see that? That's a conflict there. The most enrolled, but also want to be the most entrepreneurs. That's odd. Can we start to connect more wicked dots as to why things are not what they say they are? Things are not as glamorous as they seem?
Yeah, and these videos with these women coming up here, not a bra in sight. I always say it, looking the way that they're looking, doing makeup tutorials, talking about you're the most educated. Why don't you get on video doing things that most educated women would be doing? It wouldn't be sitting looking like you ain't got up off the couch in 2 or 3 days, like you ain't showered, and be doing something constructive. So just me being a black woman and looking at this is like the most egregious. Women, we just have to stop coming up on camera like this. This is not a good representation of our culture. Our women are very smart and they are capable of doing great things, but presenting yourself like this and not, maximizing your full potential is what is going to continue to hold you back. And if you don't get that under control. So I definitely love our women and believe our women can do great things. But you got to just do better, when making videos and stuff like this. Present it, like come up on camera looking like you're educated and come looking like something. And maybe people will take you more serious with the things that you're talking about.
Exactly.
I work around women that are not playing any games. I work around women that are not playing any games in their career, and they take what they do very seriously. And I just hate the perception that black women are like uneducated. Like, where did y'all get that from? Because black women are the most educated group in the United States. This is a study. Everybody else is falling behind us. Yeah. So, stop the cap.
A lot of y'all are gonna get mad when I say this, but y'all already know I don't give a fuck. Black women are saying that they are the most educated group. These are the stats. As you can see, that is a complete lie. But I can tell you where they are dominating. Look at these stats for who has the most children out of wedlock. Okay, so for all the women that say we're the most educated group when we say that BLK women can't be questioned, what does your education have to do with your character or your morality? There are a lot of terrible people who got PhDs. There are a lot of terrible people who have bachelor's degrees and masters. Why do BLK women equate their academic success with who they are as a person?
So this is pretty interesting. I actually decided to entertain your comment and actually go do some research on it. But
Originally, when I read it, I was like, no way, this girl's full of shit. But it says, I'm pretty sure black women are the most educated demographic in the country, so maybe do your research. I don't claim to be right on everything all the time, so I went and did my research, and it actually turns out that the demographic that is the most educated in America is Asians, specifically Asian women. And after Asian women, it is white adults. Now, when it comes to black women, they are the most educated within their own demographic. Within their own demographic, they are the most educated compared to black men. But no, they are not the most educated in the country. So I did my research and you were wrong. No, don't get me wrong. There is a lot of intelligent people in every race. A lot of intelligent people in the white race, a lot of intelligent people in the Asian race, a lot of intelligent people in the black race. But that particular woman I was dealing with, low IQ.
So here's the deal. Bonquisha, you can't be up here loud and wrong. Like the woman said, I'm pretty sure black women are the most educated. Don't be pretty sure. Be factual. Say, I know for damn sure we are. You know, stand on something. Don't say I'm pretty sure and then expect people not to do research. That's what y'all are banking on. Banking on saying something loud and proud and want folks to say, oh, sounded good. I'm just going to believe it. And here we are.
And this is why we are here. And once again, what are the pros and cons to believing this lie? There are no pros. Because as Sister Ebony said, Synthetic G talking about, oh, we at the top. Why do anything more? Why strive for better? And as we continue to observe, there's many reasons to strive for better. And another stat, for the most part, I do believe out of black folks, Asian folks, maybe Indian, I think only white men and white women where the white man is the more educated than the white woman. Asian women, black women, and I believe Hispanic women are more educated than their men. I could be wrong on Hispanic, but Asian and black for daggone short. And that's okay. You see that, sisters? That's all right. Good for y'all. If you ask me, I think these sisters should be educated, as y'all are often dealing with other humans. And we talked about this, man. We deal with objects. We're fixing the infrastructure. We need to be educated in our little area, and we keep things going. Where y'all women, you know, y'all got spaghetti brain. Y'all want to know more. So go learn more.
Right, because men are out there in the field. They're out there doing the trade schools and learning how to, create the infrastructure and all the things that make this world go round. So just because you went to college and got a degree, it doesn't make that man who's out here in the field, working in the world and making it so that you can actually function in the world any less important or any less educated. So, that's the stats right there. And all right, Becky, okay, she came up here, she fact checked and she's right. But I don't believe that, black women and white women, the stats are not too far off. I think they were, the gentleman was talking about babies out of wedlock. And I think white women, the stats were not too far off. It was a couple percentages away. I think as a whole, there are a lot of women in all races having babies out of wedlock. And that doesn't mean that the man is not around. It just means that they were not married. So just the numbers and stats, it's not a way off thing, it's just by a couple percentages. We can go back to the graph and look, but when I looked at it, I didn't see that it was substantially a larger amount than
it wasn't that much.
Yeah.
But that particular woman I was dealing with, low IQ.
What's so funny is black women is the most educated group of people in this country. But people don't even realize that, though, because they be too fixated on us being ghetto looking. They think because we wear the long eyelashes or we wear the long weave or because we talk a certain type of way that we're not educated. No, we are versatile, baby. We talk like the way we talk is because that's how we was raised to talk. But we can switch up at any minute. See, that's where y'all be getting lost at. And y'all be thinking y'all educated. I'm sure get on this and look at me and say, oh, they're just another uneducated ghetto. Baby, I got 2 degrees, baby. I have a master's degree, okay? Yes, I'm very educated. I just get on it and like this because that's what I want to do. That don't make, I promise you, I'm way more educated than I act, okay? And then that's how y'all get lost in the sauce. Y'all be too fixated on how we look and how we sound, not even knowing educationally, we'll run circles around.
Black women are not the most educated demographic if we are measuring solely by attained degrees. Hello, my name is Dr. Raquel Martin. I'm a licensed clinical psychologist, professor, scientist, and podcast host. And if you're here, you are here to learn. So let's talk about how to correctly read education data and research for that matter, and what it actually tells us about Black women. Black women are highly educated, but we are not the most educated, at least when it comes to academic standards. We don't hold the most degrees overall, and that is not about intelligence. It is about access, resources, and how systems were designed to work. The statement that Black women are the most educated group usually gets repeated a lot with good intentions, but it's not accurate. Here's what's true. Black women earn more college degrees than Black men. Black women are enrolling in and completing higher education at higher rates within the Black community, and Black women are often carrying the weight of education for their families and communities. That matters. That's real. That deserves recognition. But when people say the most educated group overall, that's where the data gets misinterpreted. When we look at educational attainment across all race and
Well, the thing is, it don't matter. First of all, they are using it to weaponize. And like Sister Ebony was saying, it don't disregard the men who are in blue collar fields and they go to trade school. A lot of that data is not entered into here. So it's like disregard it, even though those men that go to trade schools are out earning these women that are so proud about these degrees. And they got all this student loan debt and they are making less money than these guys who go to a trade school for 18 months or whatever the case. And not to mention the men who are entrepreneurs and et cetera. So you really can't compare. What are you know what I mean? What are they trying to pedestalize? It's like, okay.
And thank you for saying that, Mr. X. That's another problem with this rhetoric. These sisters ain't saying this to just uplift themselves. It is being weaponized. How so? They are going about it as Black woman smart, Black man stupid. That's this wicked gender war. That is the message they're trying to convey. And I never thought about that angle. The guy's going to tech school, trade school. That ain't going to register. And that is a harsh reality, sisters. That guy working, doing that plumber coming to your house, unplunging your toilet, he most likely making more than you. Yeah, the nasty, dirty jobs, they make a lot of money, but these women don't want to get into those fields, as I often say.
Yeah, and you know, I'm starting to think that maybe the women are pushing this rhetoric as a way, kind of like Cynthia G was. Like it's in a ways, it's not. We don't have to do any better. We're already at the top. We already are the boss chicks. We already have the good jobs. We can already pay for the 300, the 3,000 square feet house and not need any help and do all these things. But there's still holes missing in your life. There's still things that need to be fixed. We as a people, and I'm talking about everybody, can never think that they're already at the top, because what else do you have to live for? We're supposed to be striving to do better every single day. So instead of believing the lie, actually live the life in order to achieve what you're actually talking about. That's what we need to be doing. And also working with the men in our community in order to have families and family structures, and so that these kids can have a great start in life. So
shout out to Deep Thoughts. We appreciate you coming through. OG says you got to be able to read math process. There you go. Then there's that. Shout out to Deep Thoughts. Says future is robots. If you can't afford one or learn to create one, you will be a slave. I told Mr. X this when it came to home repair. I said, this is going to be all bots doing manual labor. Watch. Big shout out to Omni Design Studios. Keep coming through like you do. We appreciate you, brother. Says, if you are not building infrastructure, get off of your high horse. Blue collar workers are the most valuable and educated individuals. Shout out to KS. A lot of folks miss that. KS always found a way and a time to give props to the blue collar folks, even though he's white collar. He always said, without blue collar, there is no white collar.
Man.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Shout out to Omni coming back through with the gospel. Says when civilization collapses, we're going to say if. The blue collars will rebuild civilization. Nobody else. Amen.
That's it. Because like you say, most of these sisters, even when they do get degrees, like I mean, we're talking about like social work and I mean, granted, respectfully, a lot of that's needed, but think about the byproduct of it. The byproduct of there being so many social workers and needing so many social workers is because there's so many single moms and kids growing up in broken homes that need these social workers. So it's all a byproduct of madness.
Thank you. Got to get to the root.
Yeah, get that money, money. Gotta get that money, money. And I'm going to get it. And it won't stop, and it don't stop, and it won't stop. You know what I'm talking about?
Big shout out to a day one Squeegee Kid come through with the 100 ball, sponsor tonight's show. We appreciate you, good brother. He says, I'm fortunate enough to be a senior exec in the pharmaceutical world. Amen to you, brother. Says, never went to college. One of my support staff is a Kendroid who brags she has an MBA. She makes about $50K and I make over 3 times more than her. She supports my job. The MBA is doing what for her? Shout out to Squeegee Kids. See that? Again, another bad bill of goods. Our overly ambitious sisters were sold. Go to college, get you a master's degree, and you're going to be okay. That wasn't necessarily the fact, but nevertheless, salute to you, Squeegee Kid. Blessings to you, brother.
Man. Yeah. Shout out to Squeegee Kid. Come through sponsoring the show.
Harder, 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 harder. This shit get harder, 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 harder. This shit get harder, 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 harder. What up? Fuck it. I love my father. This shit get harder and harder. We in my bed right now, we turning. I don't give no fuck about no honey. Hey, you ain't with us, you burn, bitch. Hey, this shit get harder and harder. Hey, sometimes you get smarter and smarter.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Look at me, man. This shit get harder and motherfucking harder. Got my rubber boots on and shit. I ain't got shit, check it. This shit get harder and harder. Mr. Black on the thing, nigga, I'm a starter. So once you get another end, when I tell you it's a part of the life that I'm living, getting money, baby. This shit get harder, 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 harder. This shit get harder, 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 harder. This shit get harder, 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 harder.
This is getting harder and harder. Shout out to Squeegee Kids. Shout out to Squeegee Kids. I love my father.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Appreciate you, Squeegee. Says, people, keep taking your drugs, by the way, so I can live. Down with the pharmaceuticals. We rock with you, Squeegee. You're kind of like a villain, Squeegee, but we rocks with you.
God, shout out to Squeegee. All right. So here we are. Like he said, I mean, a lot of these people are setting the record straight. I mean, lies. I'm letting them keep going.
Are often carrying the weight of education for their families and communities. That matters. That's real. That deserves recognition. But when people say the most educated group overall, that's where the data gets misinterpreted. When we look at educational attainment across all race and gender groups, other groups, particularly Asian and European American women, still have higher overall degree attainment. And that makes sense. That's a direct reflection of structural advantages like higher household wealth and fewer financial barriers and more institutional protection, not greater intelligence, and certainly not greater effort. The inaccurate claim that Black women are the most educated group came from a data interpretation error. And I'm going to show you how to correct yourself in the future from making this error, because we prioritize discernment and education over here. And there's actually a name for this. It's called ecological fallacy. Ecological fallacy is when a pattern inside one group gets incorrectly applied to everyone. If you pull up the study or the data set people are referencing, the first thing you look for is who are they being compared to. A lot of these claims are based on data that says among Black adults, women earn more degrees than men. That is a within group comparison, because then people take the same sentence and turn it into Black women are more educated than everyone else. That's an across group comparison, and that's not what the data says. Within group statistic compares people inside the same group, not against everyone else. If I say, in my house, my oldest child eats more vegetables than my youngest, that tells you something about my household. It does not mean that my child eats more vegetables than everyone else's children. They definitely don't.
Yeah. Listen, I don't even know how that got misconstrued. Only way, you have to be delusional a little bit insane to even run with that narrative, especially if you knew the facts. So if you were just a bonquisha going along to get along and just ignorant, granted. But if you know this stuff and you just saying it ignorantly, that's crazy.
I would urge every sister to take the athletic approach. You see something good, as an athlete, you see a good write-up. When I was playing, I might see a write-up in the paper. Oh, Mr. Walker makes All-American. Yeah, sounds good, seems good. But then, shout out to coaches. They used to always say, you don't play as good as you think, you don't play as bad as you think. Anytime you see something that is uplifting, accept it, but also accept the challenge of making sure that is true, man. Make sure it's true. Make sure it ain't cap. So when sisters saw this and they said, oh, wherever they saw this misinterpretation, you're the most educated, it would have been in their best interest before they start running around social media land spewing the lie. Make sure it was true. You see, and then we're not here, but we are here.
Right. And this is just truth over lies. She's actually bringing out the truth. And, the women, it's just like they tell themselves they're strong, independent, and don't need a man. No, you actually do need men. And you are not the most educated, but out of the group, like she's explaining, that is the truth. And so I just think women are just lying to themselves to cope with the realities. But me personally, I think it's better, for you to strive for what you're actually talking about, strive for the relationships that you want to have, strive for the education that you want to have, strive for the lives that you want your kids to live, and just keep working harder. Like the song says, harder and harder in order to, make that happen. But just being in that delusional state of mind, that's not going to do anything for you, but just keep you at a surface level.
Yes, ma'am.
So whenever you see a statistic, pause and ask, is this comparing people within the same group, or is it comparing across different groups? That one question will save you from a lot of information if you choose it. But here's the context that matters even more than this one statistic. The reality that Black women are highly educated and still face wage gaps, highly educated and more likely to experience burnout, highly educated and more likely to be underpaid, overworked, and overlooked. So this isn't talking about taking something away from Black women. Certainly not. It's about telling the truth so we can actually address the structural issues that remain. As a licensed clinical psychologist, professor, and scientist, I think it's really important that we know how to look at things and break them down and challenge them. So if you want more videos about science and misinterpretation and interpretation, tell me one thing that school didn't teach you that mattered the most, because I would love to tell you about all the ridiculous misinterpreted studies from Jenny McCarthy to classical music.
Let's say that you're right? And women are enrolled in college, Black women, the most, but they're not graduating. But doesn't still obtaining some form of higher education make them educated to some degree? Right? Doesn't that in 2 and 2 equal 4 in this point? But you know what I do know though is that Howard is the number 2 HBCU in the nation, has been for a while. It goes back and forth a little bit for number 1, number 2, but the one that maintains the number 1 spot is Spelman. Keep in mind, Howard is in the top schools in the country, period, over Spelman in the overall scheme of things. So when it comes to HBCUs where predominantly Black people go to, Spelman beats Howard. And do you know why they do? Because of their graduation rate. Do you know who predominantly, do you know who only graduates from Spelman? Black women. I wish I would just say that you want to be a baddie and just call it a day.
What? God. So the question says, Black women are not the most educated. They are the most enrolled in college. And even that's a lie. But let's go down the rabbit hole. And then she said, well, even let's say that's true. She said just being enrolled means that they are educated because they're going to school, right? They got to be taking classes and getting good grades and going to class every day. Even if they don't graduate, they were still there every day and they were great.
Looking back, no. Looking back, and my cronies could co-sign this. It was absolutely alarming the amount of melanated sisters that failed out their freshman year. It was alarming. It was really what we was like, holy cow, like you see these sisters there one semester, next semester out of there. And it was a lie. It was in droves. So no, if it was true, we wish it was, but it's just not. And we can see a lot of these sisters coming from gynocratic existences trying to go get higher education when your mom and aunties weren't helping y'all. So there's some understanding there, but stop with this hubris. And again, I'll go ahead and connect the dots with this most educated back to the gynocracy. Why check to see if it's true, says the gynocracy. You know, why not run with a delightful lie? Why not? It ain't going to serve you, but the gynocracy don't worry about what actually serves you, long as it feels good for the moment.
Well, I don't agree with anything she's saying, Mr. Walker, because she's basically saying, we're handing out participation trophies. And that's just like saying, okay, I enrolled myself in the gym. I should already have the results. No, you didn't put in the work. You didn't, make your fitness goals. You didn't lose the weight. You didn't eat well, right in the, in the kitchen and do all the things that you needed to do. So just by enrolling, it doesn't give you the results. You have to finish. And not everybody is going to get a participation trophy. That is why we need to stop giving out participation trophies and get back to first, second, and third place, or whatever it is. You need real diplomas, not ones that you got on Amazon and you put on your Amazon cap and gown and act like you are an actual doctor. So we are looking for people to have real paperwork. If that's what you say that you are, we need to see results.
We need receipts, baby.
And that's how we get here. And if you're just coming in, hit the like button. We talking about it starts at home. Here we go.
If 4,000 employees quit the same company, would you blame management or the employees? Because this is exactly what just happened in Houston ISD. According to Fox 26 in Houston, that's exactly what happened. 4,000 teachers left the district. And that means 1 out of 3 teachers left. So this is where the conversation gets interesting, because as soon as we find out that teachers are quitting, we blame the students. Not this time. Now, I know I used to work in Grand Prairie ISD, so I understand, but this time, this is not about kids' behavior. Multiple educators were interviewed for this story with Fox 26, and none of them brought up the students. They brought up the district management. And you know what that means? It's the system this time. Heavy workload, excessive paperwork, micromanagement, lack of support, teachers losing their planning periods because they're picking up for someone else, and decisions being made for teachers by people that don't even stand in the classroom. One teacher even talked about the log that they have to keep every time a student goes to the restroom. One teacher explained that the relationship between the teachers and the school district is almost like an abusive relationship. But here's my thing. What exactly do we expect teachers to put up with just because they became a teacher? Every job has paperwork, every job has a boss, and every job has rules that we don't agree with. So when experienced teachers leave, who's going to stand there to teach the children? So I have a question. When 4,000 employees leave the same school district, is the problem really the teachers? Or have we created a school system where we're demanding so much from these teachers that we're forgetting that they're people as well?
Imagine if 1 out of every 3 teachers at your school suddenly left.
So yeah, this is going on in Houston right now. 4,000 teachers quit. I mean, did they just go get another job? Did they go to another county or state or what? That seems extreme.
That's wild. 3,000. Shout out to Mr. Ford. He's talking about they also got very strict on the herb laws. That could be a thing too. That could be it with it as well. But nevertheless, 4,000, that's catastrophic. 1 out of 3 is extremely catastrophic. Where now what about the workload? I'm not salute to these teachers for standing on business and defending themselves. At the same time, if the workload was bad then, what about now? You see now, and I'm not saying that saying all those teachers should have stayed. What I'm saying is the kids suffer even more now. Now you got even more teachers with short fuses. We all went to school. We all had them teachers that weren't nice, that was mean and miserable. And now I think that's just going to get worse. Now we got 4,000 teachers left. How long before the students start to come up missing and dropping out?
Right. Or those class sizes are going to get larger and larger because they don't have enough staff for it. But I think the biggest problem is that teachers don't get paid enough. I'm sorry. They're shaping the lives and the minds of our children, and they should be paid for it. The problem is that when teaching got started and women started getting paid for it, it was because it was a women's position. There weren't men being teachers. And it is kind of stuck with it. That's why there are not a lot of male teachers, because there's no money in it. So if you start paying these teachers what they deserve to be paid, they do work long hours. They do have to put up their own money sometimes for supplies and different things for their classrooms and incentives for their students. So they need to be paid more. And that's the bottom line, because when you think about it, like the school districts and all these other people, they are getting so much money from the government in order to fund these schools. Pay these teachers what they're worth, because they're getting paid like with our tax dollars, and they need to be paid. And at the same time, we can be more involved in what is being taught to our children and making sure that everything is right in these classrooms. But it starts with payment, because if there isn't a financial incentive, they're not going to want to be there. That's why even after the pandemic and stuff, teachers were walking out. It's like, it's not worth it. We have to do all this stuff and we're just not getting paid.
Agreed. Appreciate you, Squeegee Kid. Says SPC and Ebony, when are y'all going to start doing clips from your car? Since it seems like everyone else is doing it. I'd have thought about it. I'd have been driving before, like, I should go live.
See, I already hit too many curves. I don't need to be doing no videos in the car. I need to keep my eyes focused on the road.
Please do. Appreciate you, brother. Come through the 100 jewels. Thank you, sir.
So we appreciate you. So like we said, 4,000 teachers done quit. And the problem is school still will go on because it's a business to some degree. The problem is the teachers will more than likely end up getting worse. And then we're going to end up with this ninja here. Hit the like button.
So I am on my lunch break. It is, 11:30 or something like that. And I just finished a 3-hour class. We have what's called block, and block is where first and second periods are combined for subjects that need it. And so I literally broke down in the middle of class because I'm teaching seniors. These kids are leaving high school and going to college, hopefully, after they finish. We had 2 paragraphs to read, 1 sentence complete to write. I gave them the sentence stems. I basically completed the sentence for them in the model. These are 17 and 18-year-old kids, and they couldn't fill in 4 words. 4 words. I gave them the scenario. We annotated together. I gave them the answers before we even had the problem. And they couldn't do it. I don't know. I simply don't know.
So this dude's going viral. I'm sure a lot of y'all have seen it. The teacher that's claiming his kids can't read, and a lot of people are questioning this guy, his intentions. So we're going to mine through some of this.
Yeah, I feel y'all in the chat. I don't know why I came up here shedding tears like this. It's just too overly emotional. Nevertheless, sometimes these kids, I believe, because we were kids, and here's my thing, when we knew we had a teacher that was emotional, we poked at that. So, I could see students like, Mr. Teacher Sensitive, he really cares about our education. Salute to the brother, whatever, but, let's mess with him. Let's act like we don't know these words and he gonna lose it. We did this. We tortured certain teachers like this. And so, as in an optimistic, energy, Sister Ebony, hopefully they was just messing with him, being seniors and can't read a paragraph, because that is pure devastation. But nevertheless, the education system is failing.
Well, unfortunately, with this guy, the grassroots actually did their homework and pulled up his paperwork. And it's alleged that he's like a scammer. And there was like a tax lien or something against him for defrauding people. It's all online. This teacher had been allegedly only working for 2 days and doesn't even have his teaching certificate yet. He's still waiting in order to get it. He also did some work with the Food Network, and Sonny Anderson was saying that they weren't able to do work with him because of all the scamming and scheming that he's done. I don't know his lineage, but that is besides the point. But the fact of the matter remains is that his background is not as squeaky clean as he claims it to be. A lot of times people, who are in these kind of dire situations, we don't know if he's trying to start a GoFundMe, trying to get money raised, to help these poor, unfortunate students, or so-called poor, unfortunate students who can't read, because the other teachers from the school were coming out who had been there for years and saying that the seniors were reading at a college level. And so we don't know where this is coming from. We don't know if this is for clout. We just kind of need to look at people's backgrounds when they're saying stuff like this. Yes, we were, looking at videos of kids and stuff who can't read, but if they're trying to do it for clout, and he's talking about black and brown kids, and, I just want to help these kids. What are your real motives? And people are pulling up your paperwork and kind of seeing where you're coming from. Yes, as parents, we can do better. There's a ton of things that we need to address as far as these schools are concerned. But this guy, there's lots of question marks with his motives and intentions.
Okay. Where the problem is, this is only day 2. And I have seniors who simply cannot read and seniors who cannot write. They cannot write. They can reason. They have the ability to defend their reasoning if it's talking to their homeboy, but applying that to a written text, 2 paragraphs, and they couldn't do it. Our young black men, our young brown men, our young black girls, and our young brown girls oh, God.
Talk about why kids can't read. In Houston, Texas, at this school, is an independent school district in Houston. It's called Wheatley High School. This gentleman here is Darius Cooks. And he's talking about how he is teaching, and they have 2 paragraphs to read in a senior class. And the senior class are struggling to read a paragraph. My question is, how did we get this far? It's senior. How many grades and graduations have gone till we got to this point? I want to hear from you if you're in Houston. I want to know more about what's going on. I've been seeing this across the threads on social media, how kids are not able to read at this level and before. What is happening? Is it the parents' fault? Or is it so priority of the principal and the teachers? Let me know.
Well, listen, if it's true, if the kids can't read, it's absolutely the parents' fault. I mean, does the school got something to do with it? I mean, maybe minor, maybe a small percentage, but the bulk of it's gonna fall on me. If my kid lives in my house and he can't read, that's my fault, But does the school have something to do with it if they ain't telling you or communicating? If y'all ain't trying to fix it, that's another thing, but it's not their responsibility. And like I said, there's been, people out there for a long time saying stuff like, black boys graduating, reading at a 4th grade level, and saying this kind of stuff for a very long time. So we don't know how true most of it is, but people have been trying to, go down this rabbit hole. And we've seen some of it tonight, obviously, but we don't know the percentage of who's affected.
There you go. And I would find it egregious, for, especially if it were, proud, loud, single moms, screaming at all y'all boys can't barely read when y'all are raising these boys. And that's been a heavy misconception when we was growing up as project kids. Most likely your parental figures do think that it's the teacher's job to instill education and give you a foundation and everything, almost give you a sense of self, Sister Ebony, because they ain't teaching you nothing. So you're going to go to school and learn about freaking Greek mythology and all that stuff that ain't got the daggone thing to do with you. But no, as you said, Mr. X, Parents out there, sorry, not sorry if you didn't get the memo. As parents, we are charged with the responsibility of making sure our kids are educated. Teachers got a job to do 100%. However, if you ask me, it starts and ends at home, if you ask me.
Yeah, and school is supposed to be a preview, but the lessons and stuff need to be reiterated at home, whether it's for an hour a day, just going over, looking at your child's paperwork or things that they bring home in the folder and going over things. That's very important to do because like Gavin X and Mr. Walker said, it is our responsibility to make sure that our children are up to par. We cannot leave it to these white ran schools in order to teach our Black babies. And let's just keep it a buck. We already know how our Black children are treated in these schools. They're 3 and 4 times likely to get suspended, 3 or 4 times likely, to get in trouble. And they don't misbehave as much as, or they don't misbehave more than any other student, but they're always watched more. They're always, and they're always disciplined more. So for example, if we're talking about a kid is getting suspended, for doing whatever, X, Y, and Z, and he can't come back to school for a week. Well, that's a week worth of lessons that he's not getting. And if that continues to happen, we know how our kids are treated in these schools. You have to take responsibility with that as a parent. And also it's important for you to get to know who your child's teachers are, get to know who the administrators are at the school, make yourself present. I always talk about that. Make yourself known and just so these teachers know that baby or that boy or that girl has a parent or has parents who are, who are around and who love and care about them. That's important too, because then that will let them know, okay, this is one I can't mess with. Show up to those conferences, do the weekly emails just to kind of check in with these teachers and stuff so that they will not, let your child be left behind, because all that is important. And another thing that we were actually talking about is why the kids feel like they don't want to read in school, where a lot of the Black students were saying it's because I don't see myself in the books. And when we go back and look at history and stuff, there was his name is Ales Herdlicka, and he was the one who changed the indigenous people from being Black into being the Mongoloid Asian type Indians. And so there were a lot of things that were going on within our history that kind of changed the way our kids are being taught in school. Like I said, the behavior issues and things. And so that's why it's so important for us to teach our kids who they are and teach them at home as well, and just reiterate whatever they're learning at school.
Amen.
Your thoughts on that. Let me look at these comments real quick. I want to share you these comments where I saw on thread where I saw our culture being disrespectful to the teacher. Let me show you these comments real quick. I think this is a problem in our community. Everything's not funny, right? And one person says, "Is this a school of Dr. Umar or something like that?" What does it have to do with the price of tea in China? These kids can't read. And they're making fun of it, right? And this is the part of the community that we have to stop doing that, okay? Some things are serious, and this is one of them. These kids are supposed to go to college, but can't read a paragraph.
Why Johnny can't read. No child left behind. All of these were government initiatives back early in my career, decades ago, that talked about the literacy and the mathematical deficiencies of American children. You heard me say that was decades ago. This is 2026.
I'm going to just say this. I teach 7th grade. They are still performing on the 4th grade level.
7th grade English teacher here. I teach in Northern Houston, and I teach at one of the more affluent schools. When I tell you that these babies cannot read, they cannot write, and they cannot comprehend, I'm not being funny. I'm being dead serious. It doesn't exist.
A lot of these kids don't know how to read because they have had things read to them, or they can click a button and have something read out loud to them. I just don't think these kids even care. They don't care about making a difference in the world. They don't care.
Them kids can't read, and it's not them damn phones. They don't know their letter sounds.
This is a lot. First of all, this SD guy up here, I don't even know how what school you teaching at? You making everybody uncomfortable, brother. Leave all that at home. I don't know.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing. Like when we were going to school, we had some masculine teachers. Shout out to them.
To be. You can't be around a bunch of heathens like you weak. What?
It wasn't gonna work. It just wasn't. And are there any more like salute? God bless.
He said he works at a good school, so there's that.
7th, yeah, good. And the 7th grade, he's in 7th grade. That's middle school. Ain't no way, boy. Ain't no way. And he wouldn't have survived not in our middle school. Oh, absolutely not. It's rough. It's rough and ungodly, I tell you that. But nevertheless, do we need to have more masculine men teaching? I thought about that. My kids go to a decent school, and the principal, I just noticed that it seems to me like I don't know today. No shade, no hate, none of that. I don't know too many masculine men becoming teachers. They all seem to be more passive. I'm gonna say that. Very passive.
Yeah, and one thing to take a look at when we're talking about the teachers who are teaching within our communities, and making sure that they have the proper credentials, because sometimes they're still working like they're student teachers, and then they just need them to fill in, and or they have degrees in certain things, but it's not specifically for what they're teaching. And they tend to do that a lot when kids are when teachers are coming into our communities and teaching our kids, but they wouldn't dare do that if they were going to a white school. They would make sure that those teachers have the proper credentials. And so it's always good to take a look at that. Whenever you're talking to your children's teacher, ask them what they had a degree in. And if they got a degree in pottery and master's in pottery, but they're teaching your child 8th grade English, that's a problem, So we need to just kind of look at, and I'm not saying that he is a part of that, or any of these teachers, but it's just something to think about and take account of, because they do try to put the teachers who are still trying to work on their degrees, or they have a degree, but it's not specifically for the classroom that they're teaching our children in, and that plays a big deal. So
I agree. And this goes to what Mr. Walker just said, or what we just seen in the video with 4,000 teachers quitting in Houston. I mean, this stuff goes on all over the country, especially in these inner city public schools. So they just have a hard time filling, the staff with good teachers. So that's when they start plugging, oh, you go teach this, we'll give you the curriculum. And that's where it may be more beneficial to teach your kids at home, because, either you're going to pay to put them in private school, but a lot of these schools, that ain't an option. They having a hard time just filling the staff and keeping the school open. So you got to think about that.
True facts. And I also believe that them having a hard time filling positions and being desperate for teachers and staff, it is what it is. I believe that's a reason why there's an uptick on student and teacher romantic relationships. Because like you said, they don't know their credentials. They don't know what they got going on. They just fill in these spaces, and wild, wonky, weird folks out here hunching on the babies. It's happening every daggone day.
Right. And let's also look at, the kind of imagery that they're trying to tell our children, because there are not a lot of male teachers that are still teaching today. But look at the male representative that they want to have, especially for our Black boys. This is who we're supposed to look up to. And then, like half the time, 90% of these teachers out here are older, white women. So you got all these Karens, not all, but some, teaching our kids. And then we have, Mr. Sister over here and a couple of his friends or whatever teaching our kids. We need to have more representation in this school. And I understand it's because they're not getting paid to do it. And if there are, masculine Black men, they are the disciplinary, they do the disciplinary stuff in the school, or, they're not actually teaching the kids. It's to control the kids, to make sure that they're on, on the right track and on task, but not to teach them. These kids need to see people that look like them, who talk like them, and who can be able to, direct them into the world. This should not be the only representative. I'm sorry. That's just true.
Agreed. Appreciate your squeegee kids. The Stat Goat says, laugh out loud. Ebony started a remix. This class getting larger and larger. F it. I love my teacher.
Appreciate you, squeegee.
Shout out to Air Force Reek, been a member for 16 months. Says, greetings, fellas, Chat and Ebony. We appreciate you, Air Force Reek. Shout out to Air Force Reek. Come back through. Says, Ebony is correct. This man's name is Darius Cooks, who was run out of Atlanta because of his scamming. I looked up a little bit. Yeah, he got a cookbook, all that. Yeah, grifting, scamming.
Money, 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 money.
Big shout out to Squeegee Kid, one of tonight's big sponsors. Says SBC, remember I used to do the Kundra stats back in the old days? Of course, Stat Goat. Says maybe I need to revise the stats to how many clips we see and how many are from behind a steering wheel. Shout out to the Steering Wheel podcasters.
Appreciate you.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Appreciate your Project Leroy. Says Darius Cooks doing the Van Jones crying challenge. My goodness. Shout out to B. Wyatt. Says we never talk about the elements. There's also smart kids who pretend to be stupid to look cool and blend in with the popular kids. That was a little thing growing up. It was cool to kind of be dumb. Not really.
Well, there you go. Most of them kids is coming from single parent homes. No structure. There ain't no way you're in the house with your father and you pretending to be dumb unless he dumb. So it's just a structural issue, and all of this starts at home.
That was a thing, a wicked dynamic. Yeah, smart kids and then the popular jock / dumb kids. Egregious.
Yeah, and then they were allegedly saying that Darius, he definitely is a part of that community as well. And it doesn't mean that he can't be a teacher, but it's just something to kind of look into. And there was a lot going on with him and maybe the motives for this video.
One of the more affluent schools. When I tell you that these babies cannot read, they cannot write, and they cannot comprehend, I'm not being funny. I'm being dead serious. It doesn't exist.
A lot of these kids don't know how to read because they have had things read to them, or they can click a button and have something read out loud to them. I just don't think these kids even care. They don't care about making a difference in the world. They don't care.
Them kids can't read, and it's not them damn phones. They don't know their letter sounds. Okay, so I've been seeing that video going around.
And I have 110-ish students. 2 of them are reading on grade level right now. 18 of them are at a kindergarten level. 55 of those students are between a 2nd and 4th grade level. But it's not just literacy. It's not just literacy, and it's not just like lack of content knowledge. It's not just critical thinking skills. It's basic thinking skills.
Did you hear what she said? Did you hear those numbers?
I have 110-ish students. 2 of them are reading on grade level right now. 18 of them are at a kindergarten level. 55 of those students are between a 2nd and 4th grade level. But it's not.
Those numbers are not just isolated to her school district or just to the school districts that you saw represented in those earlier clips. The heartbreak you heard from every one of those teachers, the tears that you saw, the despair that you hear is because what can a teacher do from August to June that you haven't done in 10 years, 12 years, 17 years? Parents, you are the original teacher.
He got a good heart. He understands. He done been dragged on social media. He done made a mistake or two. Okay. He understands. Okay. So I know Darius. Am I a fan of Darius? I respect Darius. Okay. Darius has his own lane. He's actually a cook, a food reviewer. He was the Keith Lee before Keith Lee got here. Put some respect on Darius Cook's name in that aspect. There would be no Keith Lee. Keith Lee couldn't walk if Darius didn't run. Am I lying, Jasmine? For real, let's put some respect on Darius's name. Contrary to what people have said about him not showing up to his Airbnb dinners and stuff that he holds and, you know, scamming them out of cookbooks and utensils and shit like that, Darius deserves his flowers because he really did open up a lane that a lot of people weren't taking advantage of. This is what it is. Now, he has since shocked entire social media because he changed lanes. And I want to talk about this. Changing lanes, I loved how he pivoted. Now, a lot of people are arguing, even me. I was just like, it must be a money thing because I'm going to be honest with you. If you Instagram famous, if you are TikTok famous, if you are X famous, unless you got monetization or ad deals, it's just not going to work financially, okay? And if you have lost or your audience has lost trust in you to trust your word, so when they buy products, they get their products. And honestly, looking at his brand, I feel like all of the things that he went through, I guess, regarding all of the food reviews of them not receiving the stuff. Now, I'm not saying he did this. I'm just saying this is what social media said he was doing. Okay. They said that, you know, they would buy tickets. There was a girl that just posted the other day saying that he had an Airbnb dinner. I didn't know anything about it. I didn't see it advertised on his platform, but she said she had pulled up and he did not tell his viewers, I guess, or the people that purchased the tickets that they had bought, that he had changed the date or whatnot. And so there was a girl going off about that. And for a lot of influencers, it has been exceptionally difficult. And
So, okay.
Yeah.
So we mining through this goofy character here. This Darius, this the same guy. If y'all know, this is the teacher that was crying. All right. It was social media. He don't even look the same. He's social media guy, the Keith Lee, like, I guess, you know, doing food reviews and cooking. And now he's a teacher. Like I said, the grift is hard. But like we just seen, 4,000 teachers quit. They got to fill the void or shut the school down. And then the kids get no education. So I don't know what the solution is, but that's how characters like this wind up in the school. They just ain't nobody in there.
There we go. We had at least one instance like this where a teacher's aide, you know, for helping all the bad kids or helping a teacher with, she had trouble kids in the class. So you have teacher's aide. I had at least one teacher aide that almost got promoted to a teacher. Like you said, they may not necessarily have the credentials, but they're there. They got some trust, some familiarity, and then they just find themselves in the school a lot more, officially, unofficially. But 2026 is the year of the grift, man. My goodness gracious, everybody grifting. And to what you guys were saying earlier about this brother, what's his motive? What's his intention? Did he really come up here with all this emotion because he felt the undying urge to sound the alarm on something he thought was terrible for the kids? Or is this just a convenient grift? Most likely the latter. And that's getting on my nerves. 2026, year to grift.
Yeah, and was he crying when he was scamming all those people for their money? You know, and right now you can't just be, you know, even if this was the case, let's just say that the kids couldn't read. You can't just be using our, you know, because he's saying black children and brown children, our children, in order to, you know, try to get sympathy and try to get money and, you know, all that stuff. I don't think that that's okay. And he needs to be called out and he needs to be checked on that. And as far as Tasha K goes, we already know what type of time she's on, but as we saw here, she did excellent journalism. She knew everything about this man, but she didn't know about all the things that she was talking about last week, but that's neither here nor there. But yeah, we just have to look at people's backgrounds, see where they're coming from. Why are you coming up here and talking about that stuff? That does not take away from these schools and what these kids are learning. And, you know, as parents, we have to make sure that, again, like I was saying, even Mr. Walker, you were talking about the student aide, you know, being promoted to teacher because they just don't have enough. The same thing happened with, you know, with my son in 5th grade. They took all the black 5th graders out and put them in a class with a student teacher who was working on getting his degree. And so I was causing all sorts of, you know, hell at the school because of it. So we have to talk to our kids. We need to listen to our kids. We need to ask them questions about their day, because if I hadn't done that, and he was like, I'm in the class with all the homies now. I'm like, what? And I'm starting to ask more questions. Sure enough, by 8 a.m., I was up at that school trying to get some answers. So you definitely have to know who your child is around for 6.5 hours every day. Ask for their certifications, and then be able to reiterate things at home. It's very important.
Dang, all right.
Oh my God, Tasha, you got 1 million years straight. No, because only about 10% of the audience monetizes. That's for any platform. And if you have not gotten your viewers, first of all, gotten the trust of your viewers, protected your viewers' money, okay? Because their money is just as important as yours. If you got something wrong and refunded them and told them, no, nobody is, listen, if you have done all that, your viewers will rock with you. If not, and they haven't gotten refunds, or they can't trust when you put out a product that they're going to get it, no, nobody's going to rock with you. So I think based off of what was going on regarding him not shipping product or being honest with his supporters is the reason why he had to pivot, is what I think. Okay. And it makes total sense. So, I mean, he claims he had a warehouse of distribution, but everyone knows that monetization is not how it used to be. Nobody's falling for, the razzle dazzle. They want it real. Does it work or not? And am I going to get if it does? And so to see him post a picture of him teaching in an empty classroom.
What's going on? It's very clear to see. We're using evidence from the text to be able to prove our point, all right? Take a look at the first one right here, because there are some examples in here that's going to strip us up a little bit. We're staying in the world of biological hazards.
Jasmine picked this clip out because she said, Tasha, it was an empty classroom. He is definitely monetizing this. He is trying to move into teacher mode, because when you move into teacher mode, that's a whole nother lane, the education lane, okay? And I really feel, given his entrepreneur background, that he is really strongly going to monetize this in a whole different way. But I'm not knocking his hustle, okay? Go, Darius, go, okay? But yes, if you hear the echo, you're clearly going to hear that there are no students at all in the background. Listen to him.
Right? There are 3. The first one is whiteboard should be up in 5, 4, 3, 2, up high so I can see them high. The board, and you have them in front of you. You have highlighted, you have hashtagged, and you have annotated all of the information. So I know that you know the answer to the question I'm about to ask you, but I want you to think critically in this moment. I'm looking for a word, right? In order for this bacteria, this virus, this parasite, or this mold to exist, we already know the conditions must be in a particular order in order for them to survive, right? We're trekking up here. Mr. Jones, we're trekking right here, all right? You've got...
Normally you would hear students like participating. Yeah, got it, da. But no, he recorded this at different angles because he's getting ready to monetize this, because he's moving out of the cooking lane. And so he is reinventing himself. And you could do that when you got an audience, and all you need is about 5% of them to rock with you. And when I tell you he pulled the greatest kickoff ever, this was phenomenal.
As y'all see, he in there, what would this be? Is he in there shadow boxing? I don't know. What are you in there doing? Getting ready for the big fight? All right, getting his ducks in the row? I don't know. Do he got credentials? We gonna mine through this, because I believe he claps back at you ninjas.
Here we go. So, okay. All right. So I see folks in the chat asking, is this legal? Long as he got his credentials, I'll put this here. I don't know what he got going. He grifting, acknowledged. He changing lanes from cooking to education, acknowledged. But here we go. Same thing went for the good old Dr. Bryant. Cooking, you can just go ahead and do that. You a good cook. If you can cook up a mean dish, I don't think nobody care where you learn how to cook it at. Fact. But here, education, you need credentials. We need paperwork. We need certifications. As long as he got the certifications and can actually do the job he's pretending to do up here, have at it, grift, monetize it, but do your daggone job.
Right. And I was going to ask you guys, did y'all slide him a SBC doctorate degree? Is that what he's using?
Because he don't qualify.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't qualify. But, he's practicing for game day, you know, when he actually gets his class and gets the kids. But he's getting called out for his scams and his schemes. There are no students in the class. If you want to make video, well, even if there were students in the class, you can't really show them because they're minors and underage. But he could have at least bleeped their faces out or something. You got to make this look good, and you're just not. And at this point in 2026, after all the Dr. or Cheyenne Bryant business and everything, you need to come with full receipts at this point, because nobody is, you know, we don't believe you. You need more people. And that's where we're at with it in 2026.
For him to upload a video on not day 1, not day 2, but day 3, crying. His 3rd day on the job, saying them chairman done run his ass up out of there because they stupid and they dumb and they don't know shit. Here you go. Look at Darius crying already over y'all kids. Let's go. I need to ask y'all a question. So if you're a teacher in the chat, maybe you can answer this question for you. What do you call these teachers that are new, right? And they come into the system and it's their first day, it's their second day, and they're excited because they're excited about making a difference, right? And then day 1, day 2, they get broken in. And there's a lot of teachers that go to the lounge because they see them. They be all excited, decorating their classrooms. They're thinking that they're going to come in there and change, and then they get humbled. What do you call that? Is that you're an educator, Miss Lulu? What do you call it? You said Timo Tears. What do you call it when they get humbled? When the teacher comes in and they're excited, and then them students really show them what the hell is gonna go down. Regret? You say he's mastered marketing. They've been stupid. No, for real. Here's the thing. Now, he is teaching in Texas. I'm not going to tell you which part of Texas. I'm not going to do that or whatnot. But it was reported that over the last, maybe since 2024, Texas has lost an equivalent of like 4,000 teachers, 4,000 educators. Seriously, that's a lot. And so a lot of people were wondering, like, how did he get the job? How did he get the job in the first place? And I feel like you don't need as many credentials as you need to do a lot of things these days. You know what I'm saying? As long as you have a degree. I don't even think you need a degree in education. You just need a degree. You just need a 2-year degree and you could go and teach students. Like, seriously. You said neglectful parents. I don't know, but this is sad. You know, I came from a school like this where they passed just everybody.
Yeah.
Hell.
More than likely the inner cities, like you said, because it's on us as parents. We got to be vocal, obviously. You know, you got to have the school board, all this stuff got to be in tune. He ain't about to go into some well-to-do community and get in and work in the school. They won't even let this ninja be a security guard. But like you said, these inner city schools where they're desperate and for low, they probably pay them cheap. You know, it's very unfortunate.
Okay, so now for teachers, goodness gracious, is it the same for what's the other profession where you just need like a cop? Like you just need a certain amount of credits to be, you know, law enforcement. So same thing with a teacher. It don't matter if you got a degree in education or whatever. You just gotta. I could go with my underwater basket weaving degree, and I got enough credits, and now I could be an educator. Extremely problematic. I think that goes without saying, and making Gavin X point again. They just trying to fill spaces. I think here's the thing. I think it's been acknowledged. We can't act like we ain't seen this coming. The public education system has been crashing. I'm surprised it's even still worth talking about. They've been cut funding. Yeah, I'm surprised we can even have this conversation, but maybe it's a good thing because I've been thought, you know, the orange man and the folks at Pirates going to get rid of it. They cut funding like a mother sucker. And here we are.
Right. And yeah, I'm not sure what it actually entails in order, or what kind of degree you have to have in order to be a teacher. But I do know that they are taking, you know, it's more likely to happen in inner city schools, like Gavin X was saying, that they'll take someone with a degree, but it's not specifically in something. And so, you know, when your kids get into secondary school and even high school, the teachers who are teaching them need to have specific degrees for that specific subject. If your kids are taking science classes, that teacher should have a degree in science, or, you know, in English or math, you know, all of the different subjects, but it needs to be specifically for that, because they are teaching them, you know, to shape their lives, to prepare them for the future. So it is important to have these questions. Don't be afraid to go into open house and ask these teachers about themselves. You know, even ask to see degrees. Sometimes they even have it on them, or, you know, sometimes the teachers even have bios and then they talk about their credentials and stuff. Don't be afraid to look that information up. I want to see, because you can talk about you have a, you know, a BA and all these things, but I know I'm going to Google it and I'm going to look it up myself. You can do your research on these people, because remember, your kids are with them for 6.5 hours a day.
And that's true. And another thing is, a lot of these teachers got bad intentions. So they will have a degree. You see these young Beckys and stuff working in the inner city, but they are also a part of that government forgiveness program or whatever it is. You know, if they go work in these inner cities for, I believe it's 10 years or 8 or 10, wherever many years, and they get their student loans forgive. It's a student loan forgiveness program, you know, to incentivize these teachers coming out of college to go work in inner city, you know, schooling, go work there. And it's kind of like a sacrifice for them. So it's like a means to an end. They ain't there to teach anybody's kids. They like, I'm going through this to get this. Then once I get to the school I want to really teach at, then I'm going to settle in. But until then, they don't care too much.
We had a handful of those teachers. And see what I'm saying? We kids, we didn't know that energy. We didn't know it probably should have been reported, you know, that these teachers out here all but letting us know, I got another year or two, then I'm leaving y'all heathens. Some of our teachers dang near said that. They let us know they was there just to get they loans forgave. And then it was middle fingers to us little black babies.
Yeah, and also with these schools, they get extra funding if they have kids who, you know, have learning disabilities, and sometimes they try to categorize, and they're more likely to put our children in those type of programs, the ECAP programs and different things like that, because they are getting incentivized to have a certain amount of kids. You know, it's kind of like prison. You have to have a certain amount of people in order for you to receive the funding for that. So that's something to think about too. Whenever if they're trying to label your child, you get the testing done yourself. You have to be the advocate for your children and not just rely on what they say. So
the teachers didn't give a damn. He obviously cares, and you would find that one that cares. But I guess given Darius Cook's past, a lot of people are not believing him because he is posting clips trying to go viral, you know, and I guess his new career that he's pivoted into. Like, is this a new money grab? Because teachers don't get paid a lot of money. But you know, he's written cookbooks in the past. He has held dinners. So I feel like he's going to hold education seminars with parents. He's going to, you know, he's going to start to, I guess what you would call create education books and systems. He's probably going to start his online tutoring program. I'm telling you, he finna really eat it up. And a lot of times, I'm gonna be honest with you, nowadays, a lot of people ain't even sending their kids to school. Only the people that have to send their kids to school are sending their kids to school. I know so many, especially African-American co-op groups, that are homeschooling their kids, and their kids are 15, prepped and ready to go to college, testing out of high school. So the public school system, because it has, for a lot of people who have taken advantage of it, it has done well. But to a lot of disadvantaged families or people who don't have time, I don't know necessarily to split their time between family and work or whatever, they have opted to use a homeschool co-op, and their kids are thriving. It's safe there. They ain't got to worry about no school shootings, no bullying, no trying to keep up with the Joneses. Oh, you got the new shoes, I got to get the new shoes too. People giving your kids dope or whatnot. So folks are opting to keep their kids at home. Private school ain't no better. My daughter went to private school and tested out of 3 grades. I said, wait a minute, whoa. I know she ain't do that. It's because they're just providing a space for you to bring your kid that you deem is safe, and they're not really challenging them. So I put her back in public school. And she thrived.
And there you go. Like Mr. Walker been saying, you know, he going over to that side of the game because the net of it, there's a lot of time wasted in some of these public schools just between the poor curriculum, you know, some of the stuff you really don't need. If you want to tailor your kid, if you know, their education is probably the best way. You don't want to be in there wasting time, you know, with music class and all right, let's learn, you know, French and even gym, whatever. A lot of this lunch, a lot of this time wasted. It's like you go in here for 6-7 hours. We can get this done in 2 or 3 hours. And like you said, you could be more productive learning another skill on the side. So, or whatever. You could be coding or learning something about AI, you know, doing different stuff that your classmates, it's just sit. And not to mention all the time of the disruptions. I would say that's the bulk of it. Me thinking back as a kid, is like the teachers could barely even teach because there were so many disruptions. They spend so much time telling you, calm down, stop fighting, stop throwing this, stop doing spitballs. You know, it's a constant that to where that's affecting your child's learning.
100%. Gavin X and I done sat in back of classes trying to take notes and got our other classmates, you know, just disrupted things. And you sound like
I ain't gonna lie. I was I wasn't taking no notes. I was the kid in there disrupting.
I was taking notes. I correct you. I was taking notes. I had to tussle with some of my classmates trying to take my notes, trying to learn. I would take notes but never read them.
Maybe older, maybe by like senior year or something. I'm talking like middle. I'm talking like younger kids, elementary, middle school. That's what I'm talking about. Those are when it's the real disruptions, middle school in particular.
There you go. See, I didn't settle down to high school, elementary, middle school. I was all over the place. But nevertheless, you hit the nail on the head. When you do homeschooling, whatever that 7, 8, 9 hour day, whatever, how long they are in that school, 2-3 hours, 2 or 3 hours, I promise you, as a parent, by the time my son reaches about 14, he will all but be a master plumber and electrician. Going to invest that in them. Things I can't cover, going to make sure they do get covered. That's the key right there. Can you imagine? Like, you know, your child turns 16, boy or girl. And over the last couple of years, you done put them into internship programs. You done made connections where folks, you know, men or women already established with companies, and they done had on-the-job learning. Now, your kids, 16, 17, and they are in a position to make 6 figures. Do you not understand how critical that is compared to being in this daggone classroom, learning a whole bunch of nothing about nothing? Don't even know how to balance a checkbook. For real, man, I'm super excited about it. I ain't gonna be doing the most of the teaching, but a lot of stuff I will be doing. Like I said, the Votech stuff, I'm gonna set up a rig and do the plumbing and all that. Dag on right. With this new information we all are taking in, the school system is busted. Yep. Higher education, asterisk. Seriously, if you ain't going to be a doctor or do something exquisite, I don't know if it's worth it. Attorney, doctor, have at it. Other than that, I personally don't know. But this now we can learn that the school system ain't working and we could do something about it.
Right. And for all the parents out there, if you work and you're not able to, you know, maybe be so hands-on with your kids, reach out to the school. They definitely have resources. Like there's YMCAs and there's Boys and Girls Clubs and there's tutoring clubs and there's different types of programs where they actually can help your children with their homework or help them with their studies and to keep them on track. And so with you being the parent, the school and the the after school community program, you guys can all work together in order to stay on top of your child's academics if you need to. But reach out. There are resources, and reach out to give your child the best chance.
Seriously.
But for Darius, he got upset with y'all trying to come for him, saying that he wasn't qualified. When did he get a degree? He has a felony. I looked it up. He doesn't have a felony. He has a misdemeanor or whatnot. And it was a dispute between him and a customer over some money that she didn't receive back. is what I'm being told. But for the most part, he came out here to check y'all about his degree, okay? Because he is trying to stop the young black girls and the young black boys from becoming hoes, because whole culture is here. And the president's wife is praising them. Go ahead, Darius. Let him know.
What's up, people? Hope everybody's doing extremely well, all right? This will be my first and last time addressing this, all right? First and last time, I guarantee.
Not y'all saying this giving Cheyenne Bryant. No. Let me tell you what he did that Cheyenne Bryant didn't do. Let me show you what he did that Cheyenne Bryant had to do was this. Go ahead, Darius, tell him.
You won't hear anything else come out of my mouth. Now, a lot of people have been saying things like, we see Darius Cooks as a teacher. A lot of people have been saying, what makes Darius Cooks qualified to be a teacher? I kind of don't tell all my business on the internet anymore, so I know a lot of you guys are not aware.
Teacher.
Let me break it down for you. I graduated with a second bachelor's degree.
Pause. This all that Cheyenne Bryant had to do. 2 seconds, homegirl went on 4 interviews to prove that she wasn't finna prove to y'all that she was a doctor. Go ahead, Darius. Tell him how Dr. Bryant should have did it. Go ahead.
From Berkeley College of Music this past summer. As a matter of fact, it was in April is when I graduated. I posted it.
This where all y'all money, I think, went to when y'all bought utensils and shit, plastic forks and spoons and plastic bowls, and showed up to learn how to cook from him. And he didn't go to a culinary school. He used y'all money to, fund his education so that he can, pivot his new career. Y'all, go ahead.
You said I lied about it. That's fine. I've also since enrolled in American College of Education. I'm currently working on a master's degree in education. I'm studying for curriculum and instruction. I am currently in my 3rd term at the school, and I am currently 1B and 2 A's in. Also, quietly over the summer, I did all of the coursework and passed my content exam to become a certified teacher in the state of Texas by the Texas Education Agency. There's 3 parts to being certified. The first is coursework, finished it months ago. The second is content exam, passed it months ago. The third piece, getting my field hours, couldn't get them until school started. I'll have it done. Should be certified in a couple of weeks. I'll show you the certificate when it comes. Also, because of my content area, I also must be ServSafe certified. So I've also reapplied, retested, and I am now a certified ServSafe manager as well.
Yeah. So here we go. All right. From his claims, he done did just about everything besides the tactical side of it, if you will. So he ain't been in the field. So he's just getting introduced. So I guess he got to get the field hours, quote unquote, to become certified completely. The thing is, I guess maybe he should be a teacher's aide instead of an actual teacher then. But like I said, that ain't on him. That's on the school district. So that'll be on the parents to take that up with the school board and the superintendent or whatever. But like you said, if they're going to hire him in, he going to take the job. So now you got to look at whatever school he's at, more than likely low income and 4,000 teachers gone. It's just a perfect storm for something like this to happen.
There you go. Nevertheless, he has a degree. We did our little bit of AI research. And in most cases, to be an educator, all you need is a 4-year degree in anything, just a 4-year degree. To be in daycare, you need like a 2-year associate's, but he's met that criteria. I think he said he got a master's in something. He good to go. Everything else now, getting board certified by the state, that's just more icing on the cake, but he is within the realm of his authority, so it appears. Here's my opinion on it. Is he, as a man, is he doing this? Is he going into education as a financial grift? Because for that, I say shame. But if he's doing it because he's like, oh, I want to educate, I want to help the kids, I got a purpose, then that's what's up. But this, as of right now, is landing in the column of a financial grift. And the fact that there's kids involved, you're putting on to be a teacher, that could be problematic. I believe that if you're going to deal with kids, you should go into it with a heart to build people up. Not saying how much money can I make, think that's a conflict of interest, but nevertheless, seems like it's still fair play for now. Good teacher.
Yeah, and I was looking at his degree, and it said he had was it a master's in music or it was something in music.
Yeah, something like yep.
So, and we understand that he's going to school, he's finishing up. So right now he has that participation trophy, that we were talking about. You were enrolled, you're not quite completed yet, and it's going to take a couple more weeks, but you're still not certified. And like Gavin X was saying, it's up to the parents to make sure, check this person's credentials. Were you teaching a music class? Were you teaching a reading class? What was going on? How did you know that these kids couldn't read? Could they not read music? That's a whole different story if they couldn't read music. So if you're teaching a music class, because that's what you're certified in. We just kind of have more questions. Being that he has a social media presence, I do think that this was kind of like a grift.
Yes.
Maybe in order to collect funds, in order to, maybe help get more supplies for his classroom or more things for these unfortunate students who don't know how to read at 17 and 18 years old. And he was saying that they also don't know how to spell their name. And believe me, when I say even the bottom of Boquish's is going to make sure that her son or daughter knows how to sign their name, because when they put the cable bill in their name, they're going to need to take a crayon and sign that baby's name in order to get the cable and electricity and all that put on. So they know how to write their name.
Terrible.
So I have all of my certifications lined up. Also, I know a lot of you said, oh, he has a felony. He has a background. I told you I didn't. You believed whoever said I did. You got to pass a state and a federal background check and fingerprints. Mine came back clean. I told you I had never been in trouble. You believed whoever said whatever they said. Now you can see I was right. Okay, so for those of you who may have an issue or a problem with me teaching young adults, take the charge. You do it. You get certified. You walk into these high schools. You get a classroom. You stand in front of 22 kids each period, and let me see how well you do. I love it.
That's a double-edged sword, but he got a point. But at the same time, like I said, a lot of it, he can do whatever he wants. It's up to the school to hire him and for the parents to give pushback. And to the latter, I can agree to some degree, especially me being coming from like coaching football and stuff, just hearing like that was something we would tell the parents or any of our critics. Oh, you need to be doing this or doing that. Well, you go get your certifications and you come out here and coach and show us how it's done, so, but nonetheless, he's a grifter, so there's that.
That is the only deal. We talked about there doesn't seem to be more masculine men teaching, more passive men. He comes across more passive. Saying that, it seemed like it's right up his alley. He really comes across outside of the scamming and the grifting and the plastic fork selling that Tasha's talking about. Seems like a perfect candidate for today's male teacher. But it's that financial grift. Are the kids truly going to benefit from him taking this on, or is he just here for the money? That is a valid concern. Salute to the brother. You got your certificate. You got as much as you need to be legit, and you ain't never been in trouble. He up here setting the record straight. How Shy and Brian couldn't. Kudos so far. But we gonna see. Time will tell. Let's see if the grift continues. Let's see how this develops.
Yeah. And, for him, he came up, he almost has his certification, but he was able, he slipped through the cracks. There's always a little loophole, and he was able to start teaching. That's fine. If that's what you want to do, you want to teach children, that's fine. But why make videos and about, them not being able to read and do all that stuff? But then the teachers that actually have taught at the school is saying otherwise. So we're getting conflicting stories from both teachers in the school. One's only been there 2 days. The others have been there for years and actually know the test scores. So it's just one of those things where, you kind of came in here wonky. And so we're just kind of looking at you side eye, and that's just what it is.
I'll see you in a little bit.
Now, granted, we still ain't seeing him teaching those students.
I know I said I was done, and I really am.
but I hate that I have to prove myself on this internet. One thing I'll never do is get on here and lie. I made 3 claims, and local news is now picking up this story saying that what I said was a lie. What did I tell you? I graduated from Berkeley in April. I passed my content exam. I did my coursework. All I have to do is get my field hours to be certified, and that I was currently enrolled in a master's program at American College of Education. Here are the receipts. Let's go. This is my Teachers of Tomorrow portal, okay? As you can see, here is your progress. There's my name, there's your progress. There are 3 parts: required courses, 100%. Pass required content exam, 100%. Field-based hours are at 0. I did this over the summer. There was no school. How can you get field-based hours and there's no school? So school just started, and so now I'm getting my field-based hours. I also said I was currently enrolled in the master's program. I'm 3 courses in, 1 B, 2 A's. Let me show you. This is the current dashboard. If you are into Canvas, you know exactly what this is. I'm currently taking curriculum development, and I'm currently taking assessment strategies. Both of these started July 13th, 2026. If I click on development strategies and I go to grades,
he ain't got nothing else better to do.
You will see I am currently pulling a 98.2%. If I go back up and I go to the other course, assessment strategies, you will see, like I said, I am currently pulling a 97.68%. You can see I've gotten a 99, a 100, 98.4, 98.4 on all of my assignments. If I go to all courses, you can see on my past enrollment for the term that started on May 25th, I took Transforming Teaching and Curriculum, where I got a B. If you are curious as to the rest of my trajectory, it is all right here with the terms where I am going to start. While we're at it, I also made one more claim about being a certified food service manager. I did it over the summer. Let's take a look. You can see here, there is an email that is dated April 16th, 2026. This email came from the National Restaurant Association. Dear Darius, congratulations. You passed the ServSafe Manager exam. There's a lot.
No. Dude, it's starting to come off zesty now. I mean, you're doing too much splaining. The bottom line is, like I said, my biggest issue, like I think most people, why'd you come online talking about them black kids like that? Especially only after 2 days of school. That's just the only thing. Like I said, outside of the credentials, I would say most of that will be pretty normal for anybody coming out of college. You got to get field hours, granted. Maybe you should be a teacher's aide or a sub or whatever the case, but you shouldn't come up here and out the kids like that. That's where the problem lies. We wouldn't even know who you are. You'll just be there doing the work, whatever. You, like I said, that's where the grift and the clout chasing come in, because that was unnecessary.
Good point, Mr. X. I didn't look at it like that. You know, we had that, and he made that one video talking about the kids not doing well, went viral, and now the standard grift continues. My goodness. He made a video. I'm going to do this one time. 5 minutes later, I know I wasn't going to do it again, but here I am, and I got my shirt off. Like, dude, the grift is in 100% overdrive. Ain't no guessing now. If he really was not up here trying to get a social media following, the problem is it's tied to kids' education. That's the problem. If he went up here just trying to get a social media following, it would be okay, but he is. That's why I keep coming up here time and time again. He went and showed us his classes and his grades like a woman. Now, I could say, I imagine a woman doing that. I'm going to show y'all. That was very feminine, man.
And I would say people's biggest issue should be with the school. But one, if he, not only for hiring him, but for if he continues to keep his job after this. You see what I'm saying? So it's one thing for, like, say he's a grifter and that's egregious, but the school hired him, and if they continue to keep him on the staff, that's where my issue lies. Like I said, it is what it is. If they hired him, ain't nothing we can do. They are the bigger issue.
There you go. Grifter not, Sister Ebony. Do you think this is acceptable behavior from a teacher?
Absolutely not. He doesn't even have on a shirt. And then he's got on his scamming, money, your scamming jewelry that he bought with all the money. Come on, you're all draped up. You got your little blinged out dog tag and your bracelet. You're doing too much. You have on no shirt. You're bringing up all your teaching credentials and everything with no clothes on. This is not appropriate for school. And what we want to see, okay, you showed us that you almost are to the finish line. Got that. How about you show the test scores of those kids and their reading levels from the previous year? Because we're only 2 days into school. You've only been there for 2 days. What was it like last year? What was going on with these reading scores? And you can look up every single school and their test levels and reading scores, writing scores, all of that for each grade for any school. And so that is all public information online. Let's see what these kids are doing. And before you do that, put on a shirt. You should not be coming up on social media like this. Don't nobody want to see what you got going on. We don't want to know who's in there with you. It's screaming zest, but it is what it is. And yeah.
There is an absolute lot that I would do on this internet. I will never tell you a lie. The reality is this. One thing I know to be true. Move in silence, but your arrival should be as loud as you'd like.
You're not silent.
Checkmate.
It's only been day 3 on the job. We still ain't see him teaching those students, but this is all that Cheyenne Bryant had to do. But instead, she decided to argue with y'all, okay? And still argue with y'all. And then y'all just ran her off the internet. Have you seen Dr. Cheyenne Bryant? She really let the people cancel her, didn't she? She really didn't stand on what she believed in. When you believe in something, you stand on, you don't run. You don't let nobody trick you out your spot. What the? If you built that, that's how I know she ain't built it. Because ain't no way. If I'm really a doctor, I'm going to let you trick me out my spot like that. If I really built something and put time and energy and years into this, and I got a team I got to feed that helps to do this, ain't no way now person going to run me out my damn spot. You don't like it? Watch something else. Other than that, I'm showing up to work every day. But I like how he gagged everybody. They can't say he's scamming at the school now. They can't say that. They can't say that at all. And so we're going to see how long he lasts before he says that, you know what, I am just going because I don't like, because we're going to hear this video. We hear it all the time. You know what? Because he's an entrepreneur. Because when you're an entrepreneur, it's hard to transition into employee. It's very hard. And so I'm going to give this maybe a year or two before he comes out to say that I got my degree because I wanted to make a change. This is going to be the degree. I got the degree because I wanted to make a change. Okay. And I wanted to see everybody do, but there's a system that's bigger than me that I cannot support. And so what I'm going to do is just open myself up to be able to offer my services for people who want their kids to be educated the correct way. And so he is going to start, instead of renting Airbnbs to teach y'all how to cook, he's going to rent Airbnbs and take you to bring your children there every day for high school. And you ain't got to worry about no school shootings, and the school lunch is going to be amazing. He gonna cook the school lunch himself. Shout out to Darius, okay? And I gotta be honest with you, I love the pivot. I really do, because a lot of people get stuck and, they don't see when it's time to pivot, trying to educate yourself. These trade schools are open for business. You know what I'm saying? It's easier now to get a degree. I got a girlfriend right now, got 2 degrees, and she paid somebody to get them. And then, on top of her paying somebody to get the degrees, she got the jobs and outsourced the jobs. You know who I'm talking about, Jasmine? I said, now that's real smart. That's very, very smart.
So here we are.
Yeah.
Like she's saying, his end game, he about to pull a Umar and open his own damn school up. It just ain't gonna be so big, and he gonna be teaching private lessons. Yeah, paying tuition. And part of tuition, like she said, the lunch, he probably gonna be making 5-star lunch oxtails and stuff. It's gonna be a whole gambit. So he gonna end up doing this private tutoring. He just getting his credentials straight.
Private tutoring. Yeah, Yeah, it is a fact. He is openly rainbow. I just don't know. He's talking about private sessions, and I don't know. I don't know with this brother. Hopefully, it sounds like it could work. Teaching and cooking. I'm all for melanated folks just gifts and abilities, especially combining services. I'm gonna teach and cook for you. I like it if it's real, if it's genuine. If your intentions are pure and not just up here trying to do a cash grab. Why? Because eventually all of the chips are going to come falling down, and the ugly side of the grift will be exposed. It always gets exposed, the ugly side, the ill intentions. Hopefully, because all we can do is hope. Hopefully he does. His heart is in the right place when it comes to the kids, because his mind is on that money.
Or maybe the school and the reason why they hired him was kind of like a chess move for them. They knew if they hired him with his social media clout, and he kind of, talked about some of the things that were going on in the school, maybe they would get more support on the back end or whatever through his popularity, which is not okay. Don't be using, the kids, with their lack of abilities in order to do that type of stuff. So I don't know. There's a lot of question mark here, and we definitely have our side eyes on. We got our side eyes on both of these characters on the screen here, and we're just going to see what happens, from here on out.
Man.
Shout out to brother Dragonfly. Been a member for 21 months. Says Kundra gonna break your knees. Caps. You better quit. We talking about.
Appreciate you, brother.
Shout out to Guy Cognito. Says, dumb kids, why you don't do Bonquisha's raw? What? What y'all saying? Shout out to Ashy Foots. Good to see you. He says, I'm going to have to meet with him. We don't cry in our line of work. No crying and scamming. Shout out to Flint for Life coming through with the jewels. Thank you, sir. Shout out to Ashy Foots coming back through. Says, not only should he have a shirt on, but without the shirt, his ashy scam army dog tag necklace that he received for over 100,000 scam showing. Wow. Shout out to Taylor Life coming through, becoming a member. Thank you, good sir.
Money, 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 money.
Big shout out to the International Quiet Storm. Always good to have you, brother. He says, this is why Tasha K owe almost $4 million to Cardi. You should have relaxed after she took you to court. You chose to stand on business and have to cut Cardi B that check. Master the art of shutting the F up.
Man. So for that, we're going to sit here and take Tasha and this ninja here, because he's a grifting ninja, to the pit.
The grifting pit.
Madness.
Fuck is you talking about?
This is Sparta!
You got to know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to walk away, know when to hide. You gotta count your blessings. You're sitting at the table. You hear me? Ooh, child, things will get brighter.
No, they won't. I'm a ghost. The year 2026, the year of the grift. I'm calling it that in hopes that after this year concludes, the grift will conclude. I'm hoping and a wishing and a praying.
Money, 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 money.
Shout out to Cousin Walker dropping a 10 ball in the Cash App. He says, I appreciate you both for this show. Thank you, guys.
And we appreciate you, Cousin Walker. That's Jay Walker, a.k.a. Juice Drops Entertainment. If y'all don't know it, that's the original cousin. And go ahead and subscribe to Juice Drops Entertainment, because if you don't, then you ain't black.
That part. So drop your link in the chat, Cousin Walker. We appreciate you coming through. And
appreciate you, Sister Sasha, coming through with some jewels, and we appreciate you.
So here we are. We done made our way through tonight. It was a long show, but it was a lot to talk about. You know, when the parents are failing, the entire community pays. And a lot of this stuff, it starts at home, whether it's education or conduct, decorum, behavior, all this stuff starts at home. And we can't send the kids out here because TikTok and social media will teach your kids if you don't, or their friends or whatever. Something or somebody will teach them. They ain't just not going to learn something. Whether it's good or bad, the kids they're like sponges. They're going to consume something. You got to control what they are consuming.
There you go. Because, yeah, it is what it is. Wish it wasn't so, but we don't have much power in stopping the beast outside from roaming around free and doing their evil deeds. But that's why it starts at home. Build that foundation with your kids. If you ask me, as long as our kids truly know right from wrong, that's where we are. Right from wrong, it's a gray area today, says the world. Not says me, I don't agree with it. But teach our kids right from wrong, not hate, right and wrong. Just because you got boundaries and standards and rules don't mean there's hate tied to it. That's why it starts at home. Must instill a sense of self.
Yeah, definitely. And, we talked about a lot of things tonight, about just becoming better parents, making sure we're on top of our children's learning and just holding ourselves accountable. Because remember, we have to send our kids into the world with our last name and representing our family. And we want to make sure that they're doing that to the best of their ability and preparing them for the real world. We can't send our kids in the world not knowing how to read, not knowing how to write, not knowing how to comprehend and understand basic things. We have to prepare them, for whatever careers, whatever schools they attend to, or trade schools, whatever your kids are going to do to further their education. We definitely have to make sure that we are a part of it and teaching them and being very hands-on. We cannot leave it to these schools. We already know how these schools look at our children, and we just have to overall just do better. Again, we always talk about community and working together. There is no community without the men, women, and children, and we all have to work together in order to make that happen. So tonight was a great show, and I already knew what type of time you guys were going to be on because it's back to school, and people have been posting all these videos and things going on. Everybody looks the part, but they don't have the smarts. And so as we're sending our kids back to school and they have all their new clothes and new shoes and new hairdos and all that, they better make sure that they're able to read and write and do all the things that they need to do. And I'm saying for parents and all in general, we have to do better. And there is nothing wrong with holding ourselves accountable, because if we hold our children accountable for the things that they do, they need to see, okay, well, mom is making sure that she's doing better. They need to see you correct the errors and stuff that you may have done along the way. And so that they can learn that it's okay to make mistakes, and you teach them how to correct their mistakes too. So.
Amen, sister. Very, very well said.
Man, so we appreciate you coming up tonight, Sister Ebony, cooking with us. Like I said, it was an awesome show. We talked about a lot. If y'all just came in, you got to rewind and catch the replay.
Appreciate your Sister Ebony always rocking with us, always letting us know what it is. Appreciate your freedom fighting, sister, always standing on business. Can't thank you enough.
Yes, and thank you for having me. It was another great show, and I will see you all for the Sunday show tomorrow. So thanks for having me again, everyone. Have a great night.
Yes, ma'am. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you.
Appreciate your sister.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
And shout out to Cousin Walker come through with her link. Make sure y'all go over and subscribe. And like original CMC said, rest in peace to the Honorable Leon King. All right. If y'all don't know, most of y'all do by now, rest in peace to the brother Leon.
There you go. Rest in power, old Leon King. Your name lives on. We're going to get you an emoji. Keep talking you up. You ain't going nowhere. We never get to see your face. Well, we do see that. We still get to see your face because we got clips. He ain't going nowhere. We just got reruns of Leon King. Shout out to the internet. Golly, come on, that's wild. We all done got relatives and loved ones that done passed. And a lot of folks say, no, you can always see Leon King. He always up here. That's it. That's interesting.
That is. So, yeah, I mean, that's how most of y'all know. Y'all drop in some of his famous quotes in the chat and whatnot. So shout out to y'all.
Well, Mr. X, you touched on this in a different way. We were talking about just, our kids knowing who we are as we get older. Shout out to the internet. They can always, 50 years from now, our kids will be able to come back, watch this content. Kids, grandkids, great grandkids, this is evergreen. And they can always come back and see and visit old Grandpap, Mr. Walker, Mr. X. Shout out to the internet.
There we go. And as y'all do know, we will be back up here tomorrow night for more SBC madness. So make sure you are here at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard for the show.
Be there or be square. Big shout out to all you Jive Chickens that come through like you do. Shout out to the replay gang. But as y'all know, ain't no show like a live show, don't you know? And we appreciate y'all coming through, supporting your channel, supporting your interest, supporting your beautiful black media. Y'all came through in grand fashion, hitting that super chat, hitting that cash app. Thank you, and a thank you.
And shout out to all the sponsors tonight. International Quiet Storm came through late in the show. We appreciate you, brother. Ashy Foot Productions. Shout out to Air Force REIT. Who else we got here? Brother Divine Photos, Taylor Lifestyle, Classy Perspective, Devil's Games. Yeah! Boom, shakalaka! Shout out to Sister Nais in the chat. Shout out to Deep Thoughts, Brother Lavelle, Nighttime, Brother Jay Tillman. Yeah! Boom, shakalaka! The Cash App. Shout out to Cousin Walker. Come through. Shout out to Brother Marcel, Gone Postal, Mr. McGraw. Who we got here? Our brother Elijah. Elijah dropped that 50 ball. We appreciate you sponsoring the show. And Uncle Tall come through. Uncle Tall dropped that hundo in the Cash App. We appreciate you sponsoring the show as well. And last but not least, or a couple more folks, y'all came through tonight. Omni Design. Shout out to Omni, who've been sponsoring tons of shows lately. We appreciate you, brother. And last but not least, the besides Omni, the Squeegee Kids.
Big shout out to the big sponsors, Omni and Squeegee Kid coming through. Can't thank you guys enough. We appreciate all the twos and fews, all the jewels and all that. But big shout out to the big sponsors doing their part, keeping the lights on at Cart Before the Horse Studios.
We appreciate y'all. So we'll see y'all back up here tomorrow night. And we're going to take y'all out of here with a Leon clip to end the night.
Oh, yeah. Rest in power, brother. We've been going out with Leon last couple of days. I likes it. Rest in power, brother.
So until tomorrow night, I'm Gavin X.
I am Mr. Walker.
And where we at here? Let me pull this up first. Let me see. Gotta get this queued up. Even if you look at this panel here, man, look at the cast of characters.
Holy cow. We got Unc Ferg, Crystal Luna, Scam Likely, my man, Scam Likely. That's why I beat the women's. He came up here trolling Gavin X about cursed him out. He was up here, women's. He never say anything serious. Where'd that character go? Brother Q, Sister Brianne LaFay, she been up in a while. Look at Crystal, look wild.
Crystal, this must have been having a long night. Hell, Beans up there. Shout out to the brother Angry Man. Who that? Q, Trey. So we gonna end on this clip, and we'll see y'all tomorrow night.
Good night, you Jab Chickens.
So what you got, brother Leon? Leon, you got any Old Testament for us or what?
Yeah, I got it for you, man.
You're spoiling them up.
As a representative of the white race, the highest echelon that black women say that they want to be is a Proverbs 31 woman. That's verse 10 to 31. But in verse 1 through 9, it tells you what a man is supposed to be. So if the women are not trying to be that Proverbs 31 woman, 1 through 9.
Leon, respectfully, every time you get to talking, listen, Leon, this all I'm getting, man. This is what I'm getting.
Sing along if you know the words.
There ain't a single one of them in the history of the world is worth a squirrel's fart.
Exactly.
Hey, shout out to Stick and Uncle Rookie.
Oh, hell. Oh.